Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of the Sparkling Tuna Cup, the STC number 60 weeks of Tuna Cup action. Oh my god, it's been so long. I'm of course Show's Live VIP, and with me I'm joined by these amazing players, the people in the chat, and my plushies. Always my plushies, Poppy. Welcome everyone to another week of our open tournament. The Sparkling Tuna Cup is a tournament hosted by the CranKy Ducklings and for the people out there. It is funded by Patreon. Patreon in the chat if you're interested in supporting the tournament. Patreon is the place to be. Otherwise, we are jumping right into our first series, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Site Delta, we have our Italian Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Bing Bong Exports. It is Azura. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Ukrainian Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Team Hyper 1. It is Michnek. Here we go. Our PvP is upon us. We have Michnek versus Azura. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket is stacked. The bracket is full of amazing players, and we'll settle into the bracket. Don't you worry. We'll get there. We'll get there. But now we're focusing on our PvP, the first of many, as is tradition with online tournaments. There's going to be a lot of PvPs here tonight. I will try to avoid them as best as I can, just so we can embrace them later on, and just so we can diversify a little bit. I do have my eyes on another set of players, but again, for now, we're going to be embracing this PvP. And for now, two-gate opener out of Michnek. Meanwhile, gate expand out of Azura. Azura going for his best max packs impression. That's actually going to be a gateway into Nexus before Cybercore. Very greedy. A very greedy build here by Azura. He is cutting corners. He is cutting corners. Michnek does confirm. He realizes how greedy Azura is being. And the answer becomes, or the question becomes, do we one base all in? Does Michnek try to punish this? Does he try to go for the one base all in? If not, Michnek will be behind in the economy. Oh boy. The pressure's on Michnek. Clearly, Michnek, he's not happy. He's not happy of the current game state, but at the same time, Michnek also chose to go for the two-gate opener on the high ground as well. So, you know, we've made our bed. We have to sleep in it. There it is! Proxy Pylon. We're here. We're here to just kick things off, Pappy, and we're here to embrace the PvP, the chaos, the nonsense. The ape versus the ape. Let's go. Predictions in the chat. They should have been closed by now, but predictions have been open for some time. So, place your bets and best of luck. For now, Pylon has been thrown down, and show us the gateway. Back at home, it's going to be a Twilight Council initially for Blink Stalkers. Meanwhile, the Adept... Oh! Azura, he will scout, will get eyes on the Pylon. Gateway has been thrown down, but Azura is fully aware. Oh, hello. Hello, Monsieur Tuna. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? As again, Azura is fully aware of what's going on. For the most part, is aware of the proxy Pylon, but not fully aware if it's a robo or a gateway. Is still somewhat in the dark. Adept going to be forced back. Ooh. Adept is hunted down. And here we go. We're just going to be rallying across the map with everything we have. With this proxy gateway, going to be working with 4-gate Blink Stalkers. 3 gates back at home, 1 gateway across the map, so 4-gate Blink overall out of Michnek. Meanwhile, Azura, we're chronoing out as many Void Rays as we can. We have shield batteries, we have void rays. Azura is getting ready. Is preparing, going for a forge with cannon response. Interesting. Okay. Cannons are now on the way. We have vulnerable in the main, bear that in mind. Blink is almost halfway done, and once it does finish, we can avoid the natural, go straight to the main instead. But Azura is checking. Azura is on patrol. Probe going to be hunted down. Gets up. Oh, we do overextend. 1 Stalker gets picked up. Not a bad start for Azura. Does catch the probe. Michnek still looking for a way in. Still waiting for Blink to kick in as well. It's almost done. We're just waiting for Blink. But we cannot break this. No shot. Not against cannon, shield batteries overcharged, and now 3 void rays. That's just not going to happen. Now, the scary thing here, like, sure, we can blink into the main, but we need high ground vision. We need a sentry for hallucination. We need an observer. We need a robo, or we need a shade. The adept, the goal here should be to shade onto the high ground to get some vision. Adept is forced to go the long way around and will barely get up the ramp. It gets up the ramp. We blink into the... Oh, no! We're a little bit too late. A little bit too late there. We weren't quite in position. The blink is not there. Adept goes down. And honestly, we're not set up in the main base. Now we're throwing down shield batteries and cannons. Now Azura's getting ready. He's realizing how vulnerable he is in the main. But it does feel like Michnek has missed his opportunity. Oof. Yeah, a bit of miscontrol there with the Adepts. We do fully wall up. Adepts do not get in. Stalkers are forced back. And how many Void Rays are we on? 4. 4 Void Rays. Soon to be 5. And remember, this entire time, Azura's upper base. Azura's upper base, up in economy. I mean, Azura could afford to squeeze out some more probes, if I want to be a little bit critical. But outside of that, we're looking solid. Robo's on the way. That's going to be for mortar production. Stalkers, they try to dip in. But again, we have so many more cannons and shield batteries finishing up. Oh my god. That's the 5th shield battery and the 4th cannon. like this is never being broken. At this point, we may as well, yeah, warp in a sentry. We have the high ground. We can blink into the main. And in the main base, we are that much more exposed. We blink in. Void Rays late to respond. Boys are being pulled. Yeah, we pull the boys. We activate Prismatic Alignment. The Stalkers are trapped. There's no way out. Yeah, there's no way out of this. They blink on in. We have the overcharge. We can one-shot the Void Rays. Ooh, just barely not. 2, 3 Void Rays go down. There's 2 Void Rays left, and it looks like, have we done it? We clean up every single Void Ray. And that's all we had left. Michnek, he was up against the wall. Things were looking bleak, but the blink into the main, it looks like we have done enough. We're killing every single probe. The probes are going down. And Azura is down to 1 Void. 1 Void Ray left. Again, this is the big weak point of Azura's base. Is the main. Only 1 cannon, only 1 shield battery. It was not good enough. And with that, Michnek, it looks like he's done it. Things were looking bleak. Things were looking very bleak here for Michnek, but no, he busts into the main base. Takes down the Robo. Was able to lure Azura out into the open, out into the main. Breaking the National's still going to be difficult. But again, Azura is down to 2 units. 2 units left. But alas, Michnek, I understand he feels pressure to deny and threaten this mineral line. We can blink behind the mineral line and actually deny mining out of range of the cannons. True, we can do that. For now, going for a kill. Going for the kill on the main. Main base goes down. I love the idea. Yep, of blinking down to the low ground. We can deny mining. The boys are being pulled. 1 Void Ray within range. And ooh, the overcharge is not going to be able to keep it alive. It barely lives. 1 HP. But the Void Ray can be targeted. The cannon it will. Azura, he almost got away with it. GG gets called, and Michnek will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Let's go. GG, well played. It was a bit of a Hail Mary play there out of Michnek to dive into the main, but that was the only chance. The only opportunity he had was to try to bypass the setup at the natural and blink into the main. If we want to be a little bit critical of Azura, maybe a little bit too much emphasis on defending the natural base, and we definitely could have afforded to skip out on some of the cannons and shield batteries there and put them in the main instead. Just have a more fortified location in that main base instead of what little we had to work with. So in the end, Azura unable to keep up, unable to be prepared in that main base, and Michnek takes a lead. Let's go. Michnek does take a lead. And now we're jumping into game numero 2. Let's go. Getting into game number 2. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our Italian Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Bing Bong Exports. He was looking not too bad at all in that last game, but did fumble the ball a little bit towards the end there. Can he bring it back? Can he force the ace match? It is Azura. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Ukrainian Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Team Hyper 1. It is Michnek. Michi back. Let's go. are going to be settling in. This time we're not loading into a map that has a ramp leading to the natural. This time we won't be having those gate expands. It's going to be a 2-gate opener versus a 2-gate opener all around. Let's go. So we are going to be able to settle into a much more standard PvP. Won't have as intense or as extreme of a dynamic as we saw in the previous game. We had kind of like clear lines marked, and we had the defender and the defender, offender and the defender. Yeah. As Azura does go for the probe scouts, is checking the main, and the goal here for Azura is to check for the second pylon. We're looking for the second pylon. Speaking of, Mishnek moving out across the map. Likewise, yep, going for his own scouts. We have the second pylon in the main base for Azura. Meanwhile, Mishnek also throwing down the second pylon as well. So we do confirm that there is no proxy, that there is no shenanigans, there is no setup early on. There's nothing out on the map. As you can see, Mishnek does confirm. Meanwhile, we do have actually a bit of a greedier opener out of Azura. Okay, so Mishnek is going for a 2-gate opener. Meanwhile, Azura going for a gate cybercore. Once again, Azura being quite a greedy boy. Being greedy, papi. Going for the Nexus. Yeah, it does go for the Nexus before the tech structure. We delay the Stargate in favor of the expansion. And earlier I was talking about how, like, oh, we should just get 2-gate openers against 2-gate openers, and we should be able to have, you know, more of an even back and forth. No. Once again, Mishnek has to be the aggressor here, and he's going for a Stargate. Okay. So a couple of different things. One, Azura is being greedy. He's being greedy. He's cutting corners. He did go for a Zealot Sentry opener off of 1 gateway. Is going for a faster Nexus, and will have an economic advantage. The pressure is now on Mishnek, and Mishnek last game responded by going for a 1-base all-in with a proxy. This time with the initial Stargate, it looks like a more macro opener. The goal here is to get economic damage and expand. And there it is. There's the expansion. So Mishnek's base is going to be a little bit later, true, but he's going to make up for that with Oracle Harass. Oracles, and ideally with the ground army as well. So Mishnek is going to be poking and prodding. Meanwhile, Hallucination will confirm for Azura that it is not a 1-base all-in. He does get eyes on the Stargate, that is already a tell, and will confirm the base. So Azura now knows he doesn't have to overreact. He's defending with sentries, with shield batteries, following it up with a robo into Immortal production. Azura is settling in. Oh! It's going to be settling in. Mishnek likewise getting some extra hits in, going for the sentry. Doesn't quite get it. But some nice damage nonetheless. We're just shaving off the shields from, or the energy from the shield battery. And the Oracle is on the way. Bearing in mind the Oracle can wreak havoc in these mineral lines. Hallucinations do tank some shots. So not a bad move here out of Azura. Bad move, but we do manage to get control of the low ground. Force fields are thrown down. We do catch 2 of these Stalkers. Stalkers are caught up, but some of the probes, the force fields, no, they lock down the probes. Yeah, there's no way out for the probes, and the workers are going down. And we get 4 kills on the Oracle. 7 in total. 7 probe kills so far. Not a bad start for Mishnek. And this means that even though Azura had the faster base, Mishnek takes a worker lead. So Mishnek has done enough damage, has taken an economic lead back at home. Twilight Council follow, working towards Blink. Oracles dip in, they can one-shot probes. They get 2, they get 3, they get 4. Oh, barely not a 5th. I spoke too soon. They get 6, oh my god. 6 more probes go down. The Oracle takes a lot of damage, but barely will escape. And
game paused.
Looks like we do have a bit of... we have an emergency cat pause. The cat has jumped up and taken control of the keyboard. So 1 moment. All good, understandable. I'm always reminded now when we casted WTL, I think it was 2 weeks ago when we casted Platinum Heroes. And Nickeract, he was playing, he was of course competing, and his cat jumped up onto the desk and he kept playing. So Nick Rat, he was actually playing his WTM. He was playing his WTM match while there was a cat in his face. It was beautiful. And he didn't even pause, by the way, which is crazy. It would have been totally within his right to pause the game and ask for a moment, but no, Nick Rat, he just kept playing, and the cat was just walking all over it. It's crazy, impressive. The cat just wanted attention. But now we're settling back in. We do see it, Michnek dipping out, gets a revelation off and does pull away. Looking at the Unisource tab, 13 probe kills so far. That is more than made up for the otherwise economic start of Azura. Azura unable to defend, unable to keep up. And across the map, we see Michnek settling into his own gateway explosion. We have 3 gates, we have Stalkers amassing as well, and we're soon going to be moving out with quite an army lead. When I say that, Azura's making up for that with Immortals. We have +1 on the way, we have Immortals on the way. So even though Azura will have an otherwise less mobile, smaller army, he will have some of these high impact units like Immortals to make up for that. That is where Azura's strength will lie, in those Immortals. Both players going to be expanding, both players take their 3rd bases. They are building up. Robo is now on the way for Michnek. Adepts do threaten the natural base, and they shade in. Yeah, they do shade in. Probes are now going down. At the same time, Michnek going for a big counterattack. But how many probes will we lose? As we are losing quite a lot. Only 1 Stalker to defend. That's not going to be enough. Uh oh. It's not enough damage. There's not enough DPS here for Michnek. Losing a lot of probes. Meanwhile, across the map, trying to force a cancel, but alas, he will not. Do hallucinate an Immortal, making it look a little bit larger than it is. The army, I mean. Okay, he's taking a lot of damage. Back at home, how many probe kills? 11! 11 probe kills. Ay, ay, ay. That is insane. 11 workers have gone down for Michnek. Adepts have been cleaned up. The Oracle's dipping back in. Headed back into the main. Oh! Ooh, Oracle finally goes down. 1 Oracle does fall. Ha! Oracle pushing in, triggering the shields. But Michnek unable to break that 3rd. And as a result, the economies are evening up. Michnek still has a slight lead, but not as large as it once was. Ooh. Catching up with the chat. Maybe the cat controlled the oracles. True. Maybe. Maybe. That quote, the cat was very upset about the lack of attention. It was. Ay, ay, ay. So here we go. Michnek is moving out across the map. Looking at the army supplies, Michnek has 16 Stalkers to the 6 of Azura, but it's not about the Stalkers, it's going to be about the Immortals. Oracle once again hits the 3rd base, shaves off a couple of workers. Michnek rotating over towards the left-hand side. He ignores the main army, headed towards the natural instead. We blink in, focus on the Stalkers. We ignore the shield battery, we head straight to the main. We depower so much of the production. And sniping the Forge. Delaying +2. And even denying, oh my god, denying charge. Cybercore is going to be sniped. Michnek pushing further into the main. He has control of the high ground. There are Immortals on low ground. We do blink down. The Immortals were lying in wait. Ooh, and we force a recall. A lot of Stalkers do fall. That was a big loss for Michnek, but he was able to snipe quite a lot. Michnek is now up 10 workers. He was able to deny charge, able to deny the upgrade, snipe the Forge. But he does get knocked down to 4 Stalkers. Michnek did plummet in supply. Oracle diving back in. Still no shield battery. No shield battery in the main. This Oracle has 11 kills on its own. Finally, it goes down. But that's been 26 probe kills throughout this game. If you're a Protoss player in the chat, if you're a probe in the chat, look away. Look away, Papi. That's a lot of economic damage on both sides. 26 probe kills. And we can see that Azura, he's rebuilding his Twilight Council with charge, rebuilding that Forge for the upgrades. This does mean that most likely Azura's push is going to be delayed. He's going to wait until charge kicks in. That is going to give Michnek a lot of time to rebuild, to resaturate. I mean, his own economy has been looking insane throughout all of this. Even though Mishnek lost a lot of his stalkers, he can replace them. He can and he will replace them. I mean, I say that. I'm replacing them with Zealots and Archons, less so Stalkers. There we go. Warping the Stalkers on the way. And Mishnek is going to be looking to overwhelm this army. Now, Immortals can do insanely well against some of these beefier units. I'm referring to Stalkers, I'm referring to Archons and other Immortals, but less so against Chargelots. That's the role of Chargelots here in this army composition, is to collapse on top of the Stalkers and Immortals, tank shots, and eviscerate the army. That is why we have Archons. Azura has a very high-tech army, Archons and Immortals. It might be smaller, but has a lot of potential, depending on the angle of attack. Mishnek does spot it, does respect it. Rotating around, trying to find a better angle. Rotating over towards the right-hand side, towards the 4th. Another warping of Zealots on the way, 10 Zealots at a time. And if the Archons are a little bit too far back... Yeah, Zealots collapses over the Stalkers. The Archons are not quite in the best position. And likewise, it looks like Mishnek is going to be able to break through. I say that Archons are now coming in close. Yeah, we have to back off. You have to back off, and Zealots, they melt against the Archons. Another wave of Zealots on the way. And we are now able to focus on some of those Archons. I say that they still just mow through the Zealot army, and Azura will take the fight. Again, what was that? 6 Archons? 6 Archons, they just annihilate the mass charge on composition, and Mishnek, he has to back up. Again, this low eco style, I say this low eco, this low gas style, not quite working out. Now we're taking extra gases, and this is for a higher Stalker count. This is for more Immortals and more Archons. We were staying on low gases for so long, and the Mass Zealot did not work out. You respect the Archons, as more Archons are on the way. They're coming in. How many? 7 Archons. 7 Archons for Azura. The Zealots are not the answer. Not against this kind of army. Azura is pushing out. Rotating over towards the right-hand side. Oh, we're still relying on Zealots here at the moment for Mishnek. The gas guys are still not kicking in, and we do have position. Yeah, we have the CranKy, we have the Ram. Prism goes down, but Azura's going to take the fight. Yeah, the positioning here is just so brutal. And Mishnek just cannot push up this Ram. He's out of position, cannot push up. Archons are going down. The entire army just crumbles. And Azura, he snowballs out of control, breaks on through, gets some of the 4th base as well. And he will claim this expansion. Mishnek coming in from behind with some Stalkers, but it's too little too late. The death blow of an army from Azura. He's reached it. GG gets called, and Azura will tap the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. GG. Let's go. Let us go. As we are going to be settling in and getting ready for the ace match. Getting ready. Yeah, just make sure we're all able to settle it in. And we're getting to the ace match. It all ends here. It all ends on Golden Aura. Just trying to keep track of some of our players. Make sure all is well. Making sure we're okay. Here we go. We're jumping into that final game. It all ends here. It all ends on Golden Aura. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have our Italian Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Bing Bong Exports. It is Azura. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Ukrainian Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Team Hyper 1. It is Michnek. Here we go. Are going to be settling in. And we have seen Michnek in both Game 1 and Game 2 be quite successful with his aggression. I will say that Michnek was able to get so much economic damage done in the last game. Unfortunately, despite getting all that economic damage, did stay on a low-tech army. Something that I should have maybe emphasized a little bit more there is that, again, we did delay our gases, which meant we were focusing on a gateway-heavy composition, a very zealot-heavy composition, instead of taking up into more Immortals, into more Archons, into more Stalkers, or into Disruptors, into something that has a little bit more sustainability there. So, alas, even though Michnek had a nice economic lead, wasn't able to make the best use of that economy. And Azura, playing a more defensive style, did survive, did thrive. Did thrive there, and we'll see how our dynamics do change. Once again, we do have a 2-gate opener out of Michnek, and once again, Azura doing his best Max Pax impression, going for the gate cyber into expansion. He's done it every game so far. Game 1 was not a surprise. Game 1 made sense because it was side delta. Game 2 was a little bit shocking to me, and now the trend continues. Clearly, Azura is a bit of a greedier player here and is willing to, be the defender early on. Here we go. As we are setting up for our expansion, Azura is taking a second gas, guys. So Azura could potentially go for a Stargate first, but never mind, he's going for the Nexus. Nexus is going to be thrown down in Michnek. He is a little bit too late to throw down the pylon. Yeah, the block is delayed, and Michnek unable to really hinder the expansion of Azura. So Azura can embrace a more greedier start, and the question becomes, Michnek, do we go for the 1-base all-in? What's the plan? What is the plan here? Michnek is aware of what's going on. He's aware of the opener of choice. Stalker Sentry moving out. Double Stalker behind this. The probe is not looking to expand. Where are we going? We're going for a proxy. Let's go. Okay, so Michnek, he sees the greedy opener of Azura, and he's like, no, not this time, not this time, I say. The probe is being sent out, and we are setting up and getting ready for the pylon. I say that there is a probe in position to expand, so I'm curious. There we go, there's the pylon being thrown down out in the center of the map. But the probe backs off, and we expand. Okay, so we are going for a proxy pylon, but we are not going for a 1-base all-in. As the hallucination does confirm, pylon has been set up so we can reinforce across the map, but they're going to be slow warp-ins. I've not quite seen this response before. It's very middle of the road. We're expanding, but we're also trying to be as assertive as possible. Hallucination does confirm the pylon, and also confirms a lack of proxy. And more Stalkers coming to reinforce. 2 more as well, getting to 7 Stalkers. And can we overwhelm the defenses of Azura? Back at home, going for a defensive Immortal was a Robo opener. Immortals are on the way. We have Force Fields. We have Guardian Shield. Try and bust in. Force Fields are not ideal. Hallucinations, they tank some shots. We bring down one of the Stalkers. Going for the Sentry. Sentry goes down. We get 1, we get 2. 2 sentries do fall, and we barely don't get the Stalker. Overcharge is popped, and we hold. Azura does hold. The Immortal has arrived. A nice force field on the ramp. Getting another Stalker. The force field is about to run out, and we have to respect it. We have to back off. We get another Stalker. Trading 1-to-1. Not the best trades from Michnek. He was hoping for something better. Bearing in mind, Azura is up in workers. Up 7 probes. Compared to Michnek. So we did need a better trade. Behind this, working towards Blink, working towards a Robo. Azura likewise settling into his 2 bases, thinking about a 3rd. A little bit greedy. He's at least shaking its location. Azura taking up. Forge on the way. Very tech heavy, actually, going for a faster Forge, working towards much faster plus or much faster Blink. Blink is on the way. Probe gets shut down. Adepse shade into the main. Ooh, we commit to the shade. We are getting probe kills. We get one. We get 2 workers so far. 2 probes to 2 adepts. It's an okay trade. We're hoping for a little bit more. Meanwhile, this I was not expecting. Michnek, he's rushing into a robotic spade. He's rushing into disruptors or colossus. Okay. Okay, I see you. Adept shades in. Gets a probe. A 1-to-1 trade. Third base is being taken for both players. Both players are expanding, but Michnek, he's the one rushing into disruptors. Bold move out of Michnek. But I do appreciate that, as opposed to the previous game, this time he's being a little more tech heavy, but he's being quite greedy here by rushing into this as quickly as possible. It's a risky move here out of Michnek, but he's getting away with it because Azura's being more defensive. And there it is, the first disruptor is in production. Here we go. This is a Hearthstone response to Max Packs. I don't think I've ever seen Hearthstone versus Max Packs. So I'm unfamiliar with his specific build. But could be what Michnek just did do. Unfortunately, Hearthstone is less of an active player. I think the only times we get to cast Hearthstone is during WTL. I think World Team League is like the only instance where we can actually cast Hearthstone. But I'm familiar that he does come up with his own builds and his own responses. I'm familiar with that at least. Azura going to be poking in, breaking out even. Meanwhile, back at home, Michnek is going to be following up with those disruptors. 1 disruptor on the high ground. Disruptor is set up. Azura rotating over. Second disruptor has arrived. And can Azura break his opponents? Can he break this position? It's going to be all about those Nothers. Will they connect? Azura is rotating around. He blinks in. He gets one. He gets one. He gets a second as well. The Novas, they do not connect whatsoever. That is all that we had. That was the backbone of the army, and it crumbles. And no shield battery, no overcharge, no nothing. Just stalkers, and we're up against immortals. Boys are being pulled, they have to be. Michnek trying to dive in, trying to dive on those immortals. We'll get both of them. But it's too little too late, and Azura is overwhelming. And breaks through the army, shuts down the stalkers. And we're going to try and chase down the prism, and we might be able to get it as well. Nah, we're not even going to be able to get it. Disruptor has arrived. Nova, it looks like it will not connect. And Azura, snowballing out of control, has broken through the third base into the natural now as well. Only a handful of stalkers remaining. Barely an army. And GG gets called, and Azura takes the series 2-1. GG. GG, well played. Azura does take it in the end. It was an interesting response out of Michnek to the Gate Cyber Expand. Something that I've never seen before. Apparently, in the chat, they're saying that maybe that's more of a Hearthstone build that he does whip out. But yeah, I've legit never seen any other player do it. So interesting here that Michnek did embrace it, and I mean, the chat is alluding, or even Legoland is alluding to the fact that it works best against a more Stargate opener as opposed to what we saw here. Unfortunate. And GG, well played. Azura will take the series and will advance on. Let's go. And we'll be setting up that races that we... I didn't realize that it was set as random. Merge. But Azura does take it and does advance on into the next round. And the question becomes, who is his next opponent? Let's find out. Let us find out. Exclamation mark be in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back yourselves. We do have a lot of updates going on. We have a lot of updates to go over. We have from the top, we have Cristiano. Cristiano up against Loka, or Lochka? Loka? In the round of 16. Lochka did take down Malikus Prime 2-0. But they're currently mid-series in that round of 16. Azura, of course, advancing on into the next round. Into the quarterfinals to face off against the winner of Cristiano and Loka. Meanwhile, we might have a next series. Might have our next series here. My apologies, as I have to quickly set up. Theatrically set up, but scrolling down, we have Nikic. Nikic took down Captain Fish 2-0. Shameless took down Matt 2-0, and up next on the channel is going to be the quarterfinals match. It's going to be a ZVP between Nikic and Shameless. Nikic is the Zerg representative of the tournament, and I just realized we have no Terran this week. Usually when it comes to Terran representation, it's either Hon Mono or Nicaract. Or last week it was Future as well. Future did compete. So we have a couple of Terran players here and there that we do sprinkle in. If you noticed, this week, no Terrans. No Terrans, only Protoss, and one Zerg. Going over at Art, Rostock, Rebellion, Geralt, Shameless, Azura, Cristiano, they are all Protoss players. And Nikic is the only non-Protoss. Oh god. I'm ready for some PvP action. Where's Eba? Where's Eba? Where's Fiant? Where's Wayne? Nicaract? Hon Mono? Aye. Eon as well. Here's everyone else. As it looks like our players need a little bit of time here to get ready themselves. But at least we have our next series. Beautiful. Letting us know. It is a fresh series, 0-0. We will soon jump in. What's next? What's next should be Nikic versus Shameless coming up next. Meanwhile, looks like Cristiano took down Loka 2-0, or Lochka 2-0, up against Azura in the quarterfinals. Hearthstone plays Kung Fu Cup and ESL EU. Unfortunately we cast ESL Asia and ESL Americas. We do miss out on ESL EU. We have to sleep at some point, so we do miss out on that event. And I guess whenever we cast the Kung Fu Cup, I guess we are never able to catch Hearthstone. For whatever reason, unfortunately. We do end up missing Hearthstone. I think maybe we've casted him once in Kung Fu Cup, maybe. But Hearthstone, he pulls a pig, basically. And whenever he gets knocked out of Kung Fu Cup, he just casts. He jumps on and he casts as well. Which he might do the same for ESL EU. I don't know if he also casts that. Two Zergs. True. Matt is a Zerg player. True. Zero Brain is the Terran Hope. Okay. I have to. Zero Brain is the Terran Hope. It's a Terran Hope path. Let's go. As we're getting into game 1 of our next series. Let's go. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the blue Protoss player. The Blue Predators representing Team Little Fairy, or Twisted Minds, I believe. It is Shameless. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player from the land of Belarus, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Nikic.
Game paused.
As it looks like we have a bit of a pause, we might have another cat's break. The cat may have jumped up on the keyboard once again. It has happened already. So we'll need a moment here before we can sink our teeth into this series. But thanks for letting us know. Apparently Zero Brain is also a Terran player. I'm unfamiliar with Zero Brain, but best of luck. I could be mistaken, but I don't know if Zero Brain has actually competed in our tournaments before. I'm actually really curious to check here. Let's see, Zero Brain. Did compete last week in STC 59. Okay, I haven't seen... Oh, Zero Brain actually won the random raffle last week. Let's go. True. Did win the random raffle. Love to see it. So cool to see Zero Brain back to back. 2 weeks in a row. And of course back to win it again. As we are jumping back in. Looks like our players are ready and we can settle into game 1. Let's go. But I do see Matt in the chat. Matt was also another Zerg competitor here this week. Did meet his end earlier, true, at the hands of Shameless, but now we have his Zerg comrade here to avenge him. Let's go. I'm here for it. I'm ready for it. And we'll see how Shameless does approach this. I do consider both Nikic and Shameless pretty similarly skilled players. Shameless, of course, is an up-and-comer. He's around 18 years old, has been improving quite a lot over the past 6 months, and has been rising through the ranks amongst the European region. Nikic has been around quite a bit longer. Likewise, has been around the middle of the pack for a lot longer as well, but has been having some deeper and deeper runs in the Sparkling Tuna Cup. Has been having deeper runs and is even last week's champion. Do you have to recall that as well? Nikic, he is the reigning champion of Sparkling Tuna Cup. It was his first win of the year. I think we were checking, and yeah, it was his best performance in Sparkling Tuna Cup in quite some time. So we're looking at those stats. We'll see if he can do it again. We'll see if he can do it again. For now, we're settling in. Is going to be a standard opener, hatch gas pool out of Nikic, not going for any kind of 15-15, any earlier gas timing. Likewise, Shameless is opening up with a gate expand into Cybercore. So no shenanigans early on as we throw down the juice box. Get some juice. Beautiful. No predictions? I got you, I got you. Predictions are open. Are open in the chat. You can place your bets. I think by now they would have closed. Now they would have closed. Again, it is going to be our Stargate opener. Stargate opener out of Shameless, working towards Oracles. Shameless, he isn't really one to deviate too much. He thrives mainly in the mid-game. Getting into Oracle Harass, potentially into Glaive Adepts. Shameless has been one to embrace Adepts in the past. Shading to the natural. Threatening the mineral line. Not getting much more done. And there's that first Oracle in production. Now we will have to count workers. We will have to count them. I'll try to make sure we have a OBS or Observer Plus for the second game. Ooh, and that is going to be a Robo and 2 bases. Okay, Shameless, you have my attention. So it's going to be an Oracle opener into what looks to be very committed 2 base play as we delay the 3rd base in favor of some heavy tech. Robo, and a Twilight Council. Now, this could be for something a little bit crazier. This could be for something like a Templar Archives into a delayed Archon drop. We have seen players like Creator and Geralt embrace this from time to time. Otherwise, this could be a little bit more committed, as the extra gateways are on the way. We're getting up to 4 gates. Do we enter something crazier like a Soul Train-esque push? What are we going for? The Overlord will confirm. Nikish dips in, gets eyes on everything. And it is going to be charge. Okay. It looks like it's going to be a charge-based all-in. There's that Templar Archives that we spoke of to go for an Archon, to go for Archons, to reinforce. But this is going to be very committed. And for the most part, Nikish is fully aware of what's going on. Back at home, he's going to be responding with a Bailey Nest. Bailey Nest has been thrown down. No Roach Warren, which is concerning. Ideally, you would have Ling Roach to defend against this. Instead, it's going to be Ling Bane Queen. As a Prism is moving out. Templar Archives about to finish up so we can reinforce with Archons. Again, it is going to be that Archon drop. With a wave of Zealots behind it as well. Here we go. Lings, they do get on top of the third base. They do attempt to cancel. At least they confirm an expansion. Here come the Archons. Archons are morphing in. Charge is done. No, wait, we canceled charge. Okay. Okay, he's cooking. We canceled charge. We're committing with the Archon drop at the same time. Lings, they hit the third base, and we're going to force a cancel. And there's very little to defend back at home. Probes are on the fire at depths as well. Archon trying to drop in. The Queens are in position. And Shameless, he's not quite ready for this. Lings, they slip into the main. Yeah, Slow Lord's coming to reinforce. And Nikish's gamble, it pays off. Remember, he skipped the Roach Warren. Was being greedy. But the drop into the main does get a Queen. Queen goes down. The rest of the army is a little bit late to respond. Lings have been cleaned up. In total, that was 11 probe kills. And now we can just keep dropping. We can rotate between the main base and the third. Over and over again, getting even more drone kills. Oh my god. Oof. Some brutal connections. That was 10 drones going down in an instant. Up. And yeah, you can see how difficult it is to defend without roaches. As your Ling Bane is just so fragile, so brittle against this army. Or against these two Archons. But now we're finally stabilizing, we're holding on. At the same time, Shameless getting fully saturated on 3 bases. Nikish has a 4th, but no saturation, is building up more roaches. And Nikish may just opt to go for an all-in. He may just double down and go for a Roach Ling Bane all-in instead. As he does catch an Archon, Shameless, ooh, a little bit distracted. Big loss there for Shameless, that should not have happened. 1 Archon goes down. Picking up, getting out of here. And Nikish, you can see he has not been droning. He's not been droning up, we're massing up more army. Roaches, Ravagers, Lings, Bathing Speed is on the way. And it's going to be all or nothing for Nikish. And the third base of Shameless, do we have enough? That is the question. Do we have enough to defend? We have some cannons and shield batteries in position. Immortals are amassing. Archons, we have sentries, we have force fields. But Shameless is moving out at the same time as this push. Does spot the army. Does spot the main army. Nikish pushing in. The Vials, they shut down those force fields. Baileys are rolling forward. No more sentry. No more force fields. Yeah, the sentries are out of energy. Baileys are rolling in. Oh, and they will crash into the sentries. We're trying to get on top of the Immortals. And can we? So far, the juggling is solid, and we are saving the Immortals. But the Archons are going down. And down to 1 Archon. The Immortals are saved. We're holding. Yeah, Shameless, he does hold on. It did cost him his entire army, except for the Immortals. Does keep them alive, and he will shut this down. A very nice defense by Shameless. And now Nikish is in trouble. Nikish, he's down in workers, he's down in economy, and Nikish is still not droning. We're massing up more army, more Ling Roach Ravager. Now we start droning, but this is late. Ay, ay, ay. Very late saturation, very late droning out of Nickage. Not like this. We get the Zella drop in towards the natural. We try to get some damage done. We get one drone. Oh! Barely not a second. Prism into the main. Nickage still not droning up. And he's getting ready for the second wave. He's getting ready for the second all-in. Prism is siege. Biles, they should not connect. We do unsiege in time. Well, the Prism under fire. Up! The Hail Mary Biles. And the longer this goes on, the better it becomes shameless. Look at how many immortals we have. We're making 2 at a time. We have 9 immortals. Soon to be 10. Crazy. 10 immortals here for shameless. A roach army is going to do nothing against this. We have 2 Ravagers. We have a lot of Lingbane. The Lingbane has a lot of work to do. Has a lot of heavy lifting here. Storm is now done. And as long as the Storms are half decent, I don't see Shameless losing this fight. You can see we're trying to stagger the army. Rolling on forward. 1 Immortal's going to be going down. Banelings are crashing in. Ooh. Yeah, we force a Storm. Yeah, massive Storm on the Banelings. Banelings are shut down at the same time. Some Lings, they do slip into the main, but we have a cannon in position. Shameless will defend. Yeah, he defends the main base. He defends the third. Across the map, Zealots get into the main base as well, delaying reinforcements. And Nickage is in a rough position. He will deny the 4th though. Ooh, that's a kill! That's a kill, not a cancel. Okay. We're still in this. It's getting scrappy. On the one hand, Nickage doesn't really have a solid economy, but neither does Shameless. They're both on 3 bases. I mean, I would still favor Shameless's economic situation, but Nickage can attempt to bring this back. More Ravagers on the way. We're up to 8 Immortals, soon to be 10 again. Not getting there. Nickage is going to be moving out. We're getting ready for the 3rd wave, essentially. The 3rd all-in of Nickage. Let's go. But he's mainly Roach Ravager, and pushing into 10 Immortals, like, this army just cannot do anything. At the same time, we try to distract, we try to hit the 4th base, but Archons are in position, and these Lings are going to be shut down. Shameless is defending, and Shameless is snowballing out of control. He's breaking on out. And now's the time. Now is the time to push. As how does Nickage deal with this army without lurkers, without hydras, without any other higher form of tech? Vipers. Just don't have the ideal. We're stuck with a mid-tier army against this, against Shameless. Here we go. We're pushing out. Show us the Storms. Oh, High Templar looking exposed. There we go, massive, oh my god, insane Storms on the Lingbane. The Lingbane does melt. And Shameless can keep pushing. Reinforcing with more High Templar. Archons on the way. Biles do graze the army. And we're starting stepping forward. We do lose an Archon in the process. Ooh. Massive Storm on Nickage. The Prism does go down. The Biles have been impressive here. But again, Nickage can only do so much with so little. As we have 20 more Lings on the way. As long as we bring everything together, as long as we can reinforce, we're going to be okay as reinforcements are in production. They're racing across the map. High Templar goes down. We pile down an Archon as well. Nikic making some magic happen. Fighting his heart out, Biles. They take down some Zealots. Another Archon goes down. Now it's purely Immortal. Boys are being pulled. Biles once again they connect. Shameless has been taking so many Biles to the face, but it's still enough. GG gets called. Shameless will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Nikic was basically all in the entire game. He was all in the entire time. Alas, was unable to break the defenses of Shameless either at the 3rd base or at the 4th base. Did attempt multiple times there, but alas, Shameless was able to hold on. Likewise, had a very interesting opener as well. If you recall, he opened up with a fake charge build going into a delayed Archon drop, which did do so much damage. And with that, GG, Shameless takes a lead. Shameless does take a lead, and we'll see if Nikic can bring it back. Remember, Nikic is last week's reigning champion. He is the Sparkling Tuna, but now is struggling here in the quarterfinals. Can he even reprise his role in the grand finals? Can he make it? Let's go. Let us go. As it looks like the event is underway, and for the most part, we're settling into our top 8. Looks like Geralt versus Zero Brain is still ongoing. Does the Terran hope survive? Can we have a Terran in the tournament? We'll lie in wait. As for now, we're going to be jumping into game number 2, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of side Delta, we have our red Zerg player from the land of Belarus, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Nikic. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player representing Team Twisted Minds. It is Shameless. Here we go. Kind of surprised not a whole lot of players from the Asia region in the STCs. They usually are. They, like, as I mentioned before, like, usually we have some more Korean representation. Rebellion is here. Rebellion, of course, the Korean Protoss. But at times we have players like Luna C, Hon Mono, Nightmare. For whatever reason, this week they're not here. I mean, Nightmare is busy. Nightmare, he's playing in the Stormgate tournament. There's like a Stormgate invitational that's been going on, and I believe Nightmare has been competing in that. Likewise, I believe Hon Mono was otherwise preoccupied with the there was like a Brood War / SC2 event last week, and that was ongoing as well. So I'm missing a couple of our Korean regulars. Likewise from Southeast Asia, Nice is typically here, but Nice is nowhere to be found this week. Same with Lemon. Part of that could be because of WTL. World Team League is in a couple of hours, and players that compete in WTL usually, at least in day 3 of WTL, usually don't sign up for STC just because they do clash. The beginning of WTL does usually clash with the finals of STC, and we have had forfeits in the past. Forfeits by players like, you know, Lemon or Nice or Nashin, where we have to either like reorganize the finals, or they have to forfeit ahead of time just because of the upcoming matches. Is less than ideal. You know, we do our best to avoid like scheduling conflicts, but it is sometimes hard to schedule around WTL. And, that can be a factor. Quickly double checking. Yeah. Starlight Twinkle, they're playing tonight. So it makes sense for Wayne not to play in Sparkly Tuna Cup this week. Just because he's playing first for Starlight Twinkle in WTL. Does make sense. But now we're calming things down. Once again, it's going to be a Stargate opener out of Shameless. Meanwhile, Nikic going Hatch Gas Pool into a 3rd. see. We'll see if we can fight back. We'll see if we can avoid the non-stop PvPs, Pappy. Oh, God. It's going to be a Void Ray opener. Interesting. Void Ray out of Shameless. Void Ray moving out across the map. Shameless will threaten the shade once again into that natural. Just keeping Nikish on his toes. Keeping him busy. Void Ray moving out. Now the purpose of the Void Ray is to hunt down these Overlords, to keep the Zerg player in the dark, and to keep them guessing, to keep them, again, shrouded in mystery as to what the next build is going to be, what the next opener is going to be, and we have our answer! Looks like Glaives. Looks like Glaive Adepts. We have a Twilight Council, 2 more gateways, all before the third base has even been thrown down. We're getting up to 4 gates, and show us those Glaive Adepts. The other option, if we were casting Hero, I would say I could be Blink for a 3 base all-in, for like an 8 gate to Blink Stalker timing. But very few players actually embrace that, so again, it should be Glaives, and yeah, it is Glaives. So Glaive Adepts by Shameless. And Nikish, how do we take up and how do we respond? Again, Nikish is in the dark, but because he's in the dark, we should be going for a safety Roach Warren or a safety Baneliness, just to cover ourselves, just in case it is Glaive Adepts. Nikish has encountered this build before, and there it is, safety Roach Warren. Okay, so Nikish will have the tools to defend. Unfortunately, this Roach Warren is not a part of the ramp, which means we are going to be lacking SimCity to wall off and to deny the shade into the natural. So no SimCity, no wall off is going to be available. That is a little bit concerning. Does mean the Adepts are going to have a little bit more free reign. We have our first push. These are going to be Vanilla Adepts into the natural, into the main base as well. Drones are going down. Uh-oh. Yeah, we do target fire so many workers. It's going to be 7, 8, 9. Can we get 10? Can we get 11? Can we get, okay, 11 drone kills, and we're not done. The Oracle comes in from behind, and we're going to get 13 worker kills, and this was merely the first phase. And this is not even our final form. Glaives just now finishing up, and here comes the real push. Here comes the actual aggression from Shameless. Earlier, that was merely a taste of what's to come. Lings, they will hit the third. They can't even get a kill. Yeah, massive surround on the base, and ooh, we did turn around for a moment. Getting us around the Adepts, trying to buy some time, and back at home, what do we have to defend? We have nothing. Roaches are on the way, but they're not ready yet. The Roaches are not ready. We're getting into the mineral lines. Drones are going down. We're shading into the main. We got 4 drone kills, 5 drone kills so far. Queen does fall as well. We almost get another, and we're pulling Nikish apart. Yeah, he's just having a hard time keeping up. Void Ray even going for the base itself. Going for the hatchery. Clutch Transfuse keeps the Queen alive. Hatchery does barely live. Ooh, but brutal positioning. Lings, they cannot get on top of these Adepts. The Lings are melting. Drones are falling as well. And this may just be the end here of our reigning champion. This may be the end of the Zerg hope, as Nikish is the last Zerg player in the tournament. And there's only so much you can do to stop the Sparkling Protoss Cup. It's we're coming back, Pappy. We're coming back. As they're still not cleaned up, they're still shading in. Across the map, the base did survive. The Nexus did live, which means, I mean, we're perfectly fine with our economy. We focus on another couple of drones. And Nikish at this point is all in. Nikish is down to 35 workers, barely an economy. It's all or nothing for the Zerg player. We have to send everything across the map. Lings, Roaches, Ravagers, everything we have. And now the name of the game for Shameless is Survive. Can we survive? Can we hold? Oh my god, Shameless almost finding those Ravagers, which would be huge. Force are thrown down. Ravagers a little bit too far back. We only have 1 shield battery. Oh, Shameless is not ready. Shameless is not set up for the defense. Overcharge is popped. A lot of Stalkers already went down. The Biles, ooh, they take down the Void Ray. Likewise, Stalkers getting caught out time and time again. And Nikish is trading well. He's trading well, but is it enough? Oh, it doesn't look like it will be. Biles, they take down the cannon. Now we finally get more shield batteries on the way, and we will clean up the army. Again, Nigish, he did trade well, but there's still just so much to work with here for Shameless. It does reinforce, does warp in. Down to 2 Ravagers. Down to 1. And soon to be 0 Ravagers left. GG gets called. Shameless will survive, will take it, and will advance on to the semi-finals. GG. GG, well played. Shameless does take the series, does take down the reigning Sparkling Tuna Cup champion. Very well done, and will be our second semi-finalist. Meanwhile, we have some more updates here. Zero Brain was the lone Terran player here that was standing, that was surviving in the bracket. Of course, Captain Fish was here earlier, did get knocked out by Nikic. Zero Brain has fallen. As a result, this is no longer the Sparkling Tuna Cup. Welcome once again. Something you should be familiar with, the Sparkling Prodos Cup. As we have non-stop PvPs ahead of us. Let's go. Let us go. We have Cristiano, Shameless, Geralt Rebellion, and Art. Oh boy, we have 5 players left, but only 1 Protoss will survive. Who's it going to be? Who has the best PvP amongst all these players? That is the real question. That is the real question here. Here we go. As we are going to be following Shameless into the semifinals. Exclamation mark B. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back yourselves. Let me just quickly slip into some DMs and message some of our players here. Go. From the top, we have Cristiano. Cristiano was able to take down Azura 2-0, advancing on to the semifinals. Cristiano was one of the first to make it there. Has been patiently waiting, and now is going up against Shameless in those upper semis. Scrolling down, we have Geralt. Geralt took down Zero Brain 2-0, and Geralt is now up against Rebellion in a PvP, in a European versus Korean PvP series. So best of luck. Winner goes up against Art, as Art was last week's runner-up. Art did make it to the finals of Sparkling Tuna Cup 59, but did fall at the hands of Nikic. Nikic is no longer in the tournament. Could Art reprise his role in the finals and actually become our champion this time? It is possible. It is going to be possible. Ooh. As Art is lying in wait, he was able to bring down Bokaching and Rostock as well. Did it bring down Rostock 2-0. And I will need a moment to set up the players and to set up for the next series, for the semis. Here we go. Our predictions will soon be open in the chat as well, so you can place your bets once we have our players ready, once we jump into game. We will have those predictions. Here we go. Sparkling Protoss. Exactly. Every time. Vetoes are underway, and we will soon jump into our upper semis. We will also be covering the lower semifinals as well, so don't you worry, we have plenty more series ahead of us. It's going to be the upper semis, followed by the lower semis, followed by the grand finals thereafter. So 3 PvPs back to back to back. We got you covered. We got you covered. Have we had a Terran champion this year? We have not. Okay. I was curious. I was actually looking at the 2024 stats. We have... In 2024, we've had a lot of Sparkling Tuna Cups, of course. We had a lot of these weeklies. We've had 2 Zerg champions. We had Nigish last week, and we had Young Yakov in STC 52. So we have had 2 Zerg champions. We've had 0 Terran champions. We had Nickeract has been on a tear. Like, we've had a lot of second places out of Nickeract. Same with Keen. So Keen and Nickeract, they have been having deep runs, but not quite able to take that championship. And meanwhile, outside of that, it's been purely our Protoss representatives. But, you know, we may even have a new champion. Cristiano is the Sparkling Tuna. Like, Cristiano has won the most Sparkling Tunas of 2024. Wait, sorry, not just of this year, of, like, period. In the history of our tournaments, Cristiano has had the most amount of wins. But we'll see if he can be stopped. We'll see if either Shameless, Geralt, Rebellion, or Art can put an end to that and to get some wins themselves. We'll see. We'll see if Cristiano can be stopped. As we're jumping into game 1. Vetoes are done, and we're settling in. Let's go. Let us go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of side Delta, we have our Polish Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Starlight Twinkle. It is Cristiano. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player representing Team Twisted Minds. It is Shameless. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Play sure bets. Cristiano is the favorite to take the entire tournament. Shameless is the young up-and-comer. Again, he's 18 years old. He has been rising through the ranks of the ladder of the European region over the past year of play and has been getting better and better results. I mean, hey, he just took down the reigning STC champion in Nikic. That was a big win already. Can Shameless keep going? And can he make it to the finals? Can he go the distance? Again, best of luck. Shameless has not won a Sparkling Tuna Cup before, but he has made it to the semis. I mean, we've made it here to semis before as well. I don't think Shameless has made it to the finals before. I could be mistaken, but yeah, Shameless. He's always made it to he has made it at most of the semis, but never quite made it to the grand finals. So again, it is going to be a big result for him if he can make it that far. For now, we are going for a gate expand, gate into Cybercore, into the Nexus on the low ground. With the double gas opener, Shameless has the potential to go for a faster tech structure first, for a Stargate, followed by the Nexus. We'll see. Meanwhile, Cristiano setting up for a one-base all-in. Yeah, the one-base all-in is going to be upon us. The pylon is done, and show us the proxy. What's it going to be? The Robo or the Stargate, or even a gateway? Cybercore is about to finish up, and it is the Robo. Okay, so Cristiano's going for a one-base all-in. Shameless, it's on our blue Protoss to do his best Max Pax impression and to survive. To survive and to make it out of this. We'll see if he can bring it home here as we're going for that expansion. Nexus on the way. Shameless is scouting with the probe and, oh, will come across the proxy. Very nicely done. The probe does come across the Robo. We're fully aware of the all-in. And Shameless, it's on him to prepare, to get ready. We're going to need Void Rays, shield batteries. We're going to need a setup in the main base as well. Assuming that this was for a prism at some point. Speaking of, there it is, prisms on the way. That is going to be a way to bypass the front door and to slip into the main instead. Oops, shading in. Oh, we missed the wall! Oh, yeah. We're not quite punished for it. Shade is cancelled. More depths on the way. Prism's coming out behind this, going for a Twilight Council. Now we can load up and head towards the main base. Prism en route. And that main base looking very vulnerable. Uh-oh. Shameless is not quite ready, not quite in position. Gonna be slipping in. And that's being dropped. Up. And we do threaten the mineral line. Void Ray does rotate the ground army as well. But probes are still going down. We're gonna get three. We're gonna get just 3 workers for the time being. We shade towards the low ground, getting another probe. And another. 5 probe kills, 6 probe kills. It's a good start. Definitely a good start, but we're not done. Nowhere close. Adept shades into the main. We get another probe. 7, 8 probe kills in total before Adepts. 2-for-1 trade. Behind this, following this up with Blink. Blink is on the way. Another gateway as well. Getting up to 4 Gateblink Stalkers. Oracle does hit the main base, but Cristiano's in position. Does deflect. So there's layers to this all-in from Cristiano. First, it's going to be Adept Harass to cripple the economy, followed by the 4 Gateblink Stalker. Oh boy. There are layers. Here comes the second phase of the all-in from Cristiano. Is moving out. Meanwhile, back at home, we do have an extra pylon on the way. 2 shield already set up at the natural. The main base, we have a lot of Void Rays already. 2 soon to be 3. I'm loving the stasis trap. Shameless getting ready to catch out Cristiano. Cristiano going to be rotating. Does back off, does attempt to rotate. Blink is finishing up in a couple of seconds. We do have to be wary of that stasis. That could end the game for Cristiano. Likewise on the stasis here on the low ground. Oh, trying to trigger that stasis as well. Not quite able to. So far, dancing with the army. And Cristiano hasn't lost anything yet. Bearing in mind, though, the longer this goes on, the worse it is for Cristiano. As Shameless has been able to recover his economy. Has been able to recover. Oracle across the map. Cristiano in position. Does defend. Oof. It is going for the Stargate. Doesn't quite bring it down. Doesn't quite claim it. More reinforcements on the way. Stargate getting low. Stasis is triggered. Now we can commit a little bit harder, but we have 4 shield batteries. Stargate goes down. We blink in. We go for the dive. We get 1, we get 2, we get 3. 3 Void Rays go down. Yeah, we have enough to one-shot. Cristiano has hit critical mass. And now we pull the trigger. We bring down every single Void Ray, and now there's barely anything left. Very patient play out of Cristiano, waiting for his ideal moment, waiting for his opportunity. And now we're down to a single Oracle and 1 Adept. Cristiano has done a GG, gets called. Cristiano takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Oh my god, I was a little bit concerned there with how long that all-in was taking, but Cristiano, who was just waiting for his moment where he could trigger that stasis, where he could bring down that Stargate and go for the dive, and he had enough to one-shot those Void Rays. Did have enough. GG. GG, well played. Cristiano does take a lead, and we'll see if he can claim the win here and go for the 2-0 and make it to the finals, or if Shameless can bounce back. We shall see. As we're going to be loading into Ghost River. Interesting. A much smaller map here in the map pool. The smallest map in the map pool even. One of the shortest rushes since his aggression is favored, and who's going to be the aggressor? That's the question. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ghost River, we have our Polish Protoss player. The red Protoss representing Starlight Twinkle. It is Cristiano. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player representing Twisted Minds. It is Shameless. Here we go. Again, this time we would be tempted to go for a more economic opener. Last game on side Delta, it is safer to go for the gate expand. This time, Shameless opening up 2 gates on the high ground. Probes being sent out. Oh! They do pass by each other. And we'll see what kind of opener we go for. With 2-gate openers, we can head into double Stalker, double Adept, Stalker Sentry. We'll see what we embrace. We shall see. Tuna strikes back. I'm telling you, Christiana, he's part Tuna. It's the only thing that makes sense, really. The only thing that makes sense. He has Tuna inside him. As for now, we are settling in. We have our 2 gateways, and we're getting into our units of choice. Interesting. Okay, gonna be a bit of a greedier opener. Basically, Cristiano is skipping his second unit. He's skipping the second unit, going for a Sentry into Expansion, Sentry into Nexus. Meanwhile, Shameless going double Stalker. So Cristiano is being greedier, Shameless being more aggressive. With double Stalker, we can move out across the map and try to punish the greed of Cristiano. Shameless going for the Pylon block. Nicely done. Does go for the Pylon. This will delay the expansion and will force out that Stalker. Stalker is on the way. Pylon is cancelled. Now we can expand. Likewise, Pylon also cancelled across the map, and both players will settle into their naturals. Next hire on the way. From here we can calm down. Getting into additional Stalkers. And we'll see what kind of tech we do embrace as well. Hallucination won't quite get into the main. It is going to be a Twilight Council for Shameless. Likewise, Twilight Council for Cristiano. Both players working towards Blink. Okay. It's going to be Blink here from both players. Likewise, hallucinations. I mean, this is a big reason why Sentry-based openers are so common in PvP. Hallucinations are king. Hallucinations, they just give us so much information, so much scouting. They confirm whether or not there's a Stargate, a Robo, a Dark Shrine, upgrades. They see all, they know all. So we get a full scout of the main from Cristiano. Likewise, Cristiano about to do the same. Getting a full scout of his opponent's main. It's important that we just maintain these hallucinations and just keep tabs on each other to make sure there's no crazy all-in or crazy tech. Like a Dark Shrine or a Gateway Explosion. From here, Cristiano going to be the first to expand. It takes the third. Shameless not too far behind. Throwing down the juice box and expanding. Let's go. Expansion has been thrown down. Hallucinations will confirm. Cristiano sees the third. Shameless soon to see the third base as well. So far we're keeping up. So far we're keeping up with each other. We are neck and neck. When it comes to our tech, Cristiano is going to be the first to deviate a little bit, going for a Forge and a Robo. But you can see that Shameless not too far behind, going for his own Robo as well. No Forge yet, so it looks like Shameless will fall behind a little bit here in the upgrades. As the Forge is now thrown down. So there's going to be like a timing, and there's going to be a window where Cristiano is going to be slightly ahead in upgrades, but it's not going to be the largest of windows. Shouldn't be too impactful. That shouldn't be. Go. As +1 is on the way for both players. We're just calming things down. And after the intensity of game 1, here in game 2, we're just chilling. We're just expanding, taking our 3rd bases, working towards eventually a 4th base as well. Building up our armies, no one is pulling the trigger, no one is moving out. It is difficult to be the aggressor in this position just because we have so many sentries, we can force field the ramps, we can just cut the army up. But now, we're calming down. And we're still keeping up with each other. We have 6 gates on the way for both players. We have the Templar Archives on the way for both players. Looks like both Cristiano and Shameless are working towards Charged Archon with Immortal production as well. Cristiano is slightly faster to expand. Does take the 4th. Does take the 4th. Shameless will take his own, but his is more of a response and a reaction to the 4th base of Cristiano. Slightly behind. Ooh. And slightly off center as well. Will be replaced. Here we go, as we are moving out. Cristiano finally going to be pushing. Does have the Immortal advantage. Bear that in mind. Like, both players have similar tech, but Cristiano has that Immortal lead. Rotating over. His goal is to try to get us over the 4th base. Shameless does keep up. Is aware. We will hit the 4th base, and again, we have the bit of CranKy from the side of Cristiano. Some of the Immortals a little bit too far back, so Stalkers are getting picked off. Shameless going to be able to pick off some of those Stalkers, getting into some of the Zelts as well. Shameless, he will take the better fight. And he's getting some of the Immortals. Again, Cristiano, so much of his army just was not engaging. Reinforcements have arrived. Cristiano, it looks like he just barely won't have enough. Yeah, we're going to clean the Zelts and then get on top of the final Immortal. Cristiano losing everything here. And this was not it. This was not the fight to take. Again, the Immortals were a little bit too far back. The Stalkers were a little bit too far back as well. A lot of the range-based units were not really engaging efficiently. And that was a blundered fight, a blundered assault from Cristiano. And now Shameless. We can counterattack. We can send it. We can go. Shameless still waiting for reinforcements. Cristiano, the pressure is on him to get some counter damage done. Dropping into the natural. Does force a recall. And can we snipe the Prism? Oh, we can! Prism goes down. Without a War Prism, there's nothing to keep Shameless pinned back. Nothing to keep him back. We do see Shameless now working on +3. Likewise, Cristiano catching up in that upgrade. And here we go. Shameless going for a massive counterattack. Is going to be pushing into shield batteries and an overcharge. Bear that in mind. But does have the supply lead. And Cristiano, he lost most of his high-tech units already. It's going to be charged on Archon against each other. Overcharge is popped. Shameless has to wait it out. At the same time, Zelts hit the natural. We're ready though. We're fine. We have Zelts, we have cannons, we defend. And Shameless can keep pushing. And he's going to collapse on top of the 4th. And he gets on top of the shield batteries. Archons push forward as well. And that is going to be a brutal fight for Cristiano. He just cannot keep up. Not anymore. Not against this wave of Archons. GG gets called. And Shameless ties up the series 1-1. GG. GG, well played. Cristiano just misjudging his move out and misjudging that initial fight. Things went south real quick for Cristiano. And Shameless was able to snowball out of control from there, was able to have just the more ideal defense, was able to shut down the army of Cristiano, and then snowball out of control with that counterattack. GG. GG, well played. We're going all the way to the ace match. Oh boy. We are going to game 3. And we'll see how this story ends. Let's go. Here we go. We're getting into the ace matches. We're going to be loading into post-youth. Interesting. Interesting choice here for the ace. We don't see too many PvPs on this map, but I'm ready for it. Does either player attempt a one-base all-in, or do we embrace something like Phoenix Wars instead? That is possible. Here we go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of post-youth, we have our red Polish Protoss player. The red Protoss, representing Starlight Twinkle, being forced into the ace match, into a tied-up series. It is Cristiano. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player, representing Team Twisted Minds, tying it up, forcing the ace match. Can it keep going? It is Shameless. Here we go. And Post-Youth, of course, is one of the few maps that has a ramp leading to the natural, so we can go for greedier builds. Likewise, it's also easier to defend your natural base, so one-base all-ins are ill-advised on Post-Youth. You know, a gate into straight-up Nexus is a lot more viable on this map. Cristiano opening up double gas. Shameless, not too far behind. We have seen players just go straight-up Nexus first. We saw that last night in WTL. Stats was crazy. It was wild. We have seen Nexus first before. I say stats. It was Classic, if I recall correctly. It was Classic versus Trap on Post-Youth. It was during KSL. Absolute animal. Ay. And that's where Trappy attempted a proxy Void Ray against Classic, which did not work out. Speaking of proxy, Cristiano throwing down a pylon. And as Shameless opens up economically, Cristiano, he opens up 2 gates into a one-base all-in. There it is, at proxy Robo. Okay, now this is a bold move. The reason why I say this, unlike Side Delta, for example, which has a ramp leading to the natural, this is a ramp leading to the main. This is a much more defendable base structure here for Shameless. Shameless does open Stargate before Nexus, so Shameless will have Void Rays, and unlike Side Delta, if you remember, where, at least in other games, in other series, where the Protoss player was pulled apart between the main and the natural, we have one location to defend. I mean, technically we could be forced here towards the right-hand side, but more or less it is easier to hold on Post-Youth. So we'll see if Cristiano can make the magic happen. It looks like this a very similar build, actually, to Game 1. Game 1, we had Proxy Robo into Prism into Adepts, followed by a secondary one-base all-in of 4-gate Blink Stalker. And there's a Twilight Council for Blink. Meanwhile, Adepts, they shade in. Ooh, the wall's open. The wall's not a wall. We shade into the main base. We got 5 probe kills already. This is not the best start for Shameless. 5, 6 probes go down. Ay. 6 worker kills so far. The Prism has arrived. It's going to be dropping into the main. Servers on the way. And there's the 3rd gateway. And soon we're going to be seeing a 4th gate alongside Blink. So this is the same build as Game 1. But already we're getting a lot of damage done. And we're getting even more. Ay. We slip in and we get another probe kill. Another 2. 2 probes, we shade in towards the natural. No mining whatsoever. We just keep shading back and forth. Oracle's racing back. Ooh, and the intercepts are finally going to be cleaned up. Getting 4 probe kills. Finally are cleaned up. Stalkers are on the way. Blink is on the horizon. 4th gateway. So 1 base 4 gate blink from Cristiano. And we'll see if he can amass a critical mass amount of Stalkers once again to one-shot Void Rays. That's what he was able to accomplish in game 1. I want to say it's 11 Stalkers. I want to say 11, but we'll see. So we are initially heading towards the natural. Headed for the mineral line, and probes are under fire. Shameless is going to attempt to respond. Well, the observer is caught out. Not bad. We're getting up to 11 Stalkers. Stasis Trap is going to be triggered. Reinforcements are still on the way. We don't want to go for the dive yet, but Prismatic Alignment is going to be baited out. We bait out Prismatic Alignment. Is going to be a big factor of this. Chipping away at the Cyber Core. Nice blinks. 1 Stalker goes down. And we do have a backup stasis already set up. And trying to blink forward. Patient play here. We don't want to dive yet. Chipping away at the base, chipping away at the army. Overcharge is popped. We have more reinforcements. Getting up to 15 Stalkers. 15 Stalkers for Cristiano. Nothing back at home. Oracle is spotted. Once again, Prismatic Alignment going to be on cooldown, so he's overcharged. Now would be the time. A little bit too soon. Respect the Void Rays. Getting up to 18. Void Ray taking a lot of hits. Cyber Core as well. The Cyber Core will fall. Does create a larger opening here, making our way in. Shield batteries are running out of energy. But have we noticed the Stasis Trap? That is the question. Because if we blink in now, that could cost us the game. Oh, and I'm worried that he hasn't seen it. I'm worried that it hasn't been spotted. Ooh. As the army's getting very battered and bruised. Meanwhile, across the map, Oracle has arrived. Cristiano does respond. Does defend his bases. Oh, Cristiano supply blocked. Uh-oh. It's going to be supply blocked. Getting up to 4 Void Rays. 5th Void Ray has arrived. Stasis is about to run out. Now, a couple more seconds, and these Stalkers are so low. So many of them one shot away from going down. We have an Immortal. The longer this goes on, the harder it becomes for Cristiano. The Immortal does complicate things. He's going to try to bait out that Stasis. He does catch it, and now we're going in. It has to be our moment here and now, but it looks like we cannot break through. Shameless, he's defended. It looks like he has done it at this point. Now we have a second Immortal as well. Cristiano just unable to break through this. Unable to bait out the Stasis. There we go, does bait it out, so he blinks in! We have an overcharge, we have 2 Immortals. Yeah, we have far too much here. Shameless, he shuts down the army, shuts down the Stalkers. And GG gets called. Shameless will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals for the first time in his career. GG. GG. GG, well played. Cristiano going for the same build. Unfortunately, this time he just wasn't able to find the avenue to actually break through, to break in. He wasn't able to find the same opportunity that he did in the previous game where he was able to try to punish his opponents and go for the dive before we really hit critical mass of Void Rays or even hit Immortals. Really, that was the win condition for Shameless, is survive long enough to get Immortals. To get those Immortals up and running, and once they arrived, that was game then and there. Like, we were so secure, we were so heavily fortified, there was no breaking that position. Not anymore. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations, Shameless will take the series, will advance on to the grand finals. And this is a big moment here for Shameless. Again, my condolences to Cristiano. Cristiano, he's an amazing player. Cristiano, he has won the most amount of Sparkling Tuna Cups in the history of STC. He has the most wins under his belt. But this week, he does falter in the semifinals. No shame in getting knocked out in the semis. And Shameless is just that much more on fire here tonight. At least defensively, was able to survive the aggression of Cristiano and make it to those finals. GG. GG, well played. With that, we are going to be getting ready for the lower semifinals, but do we have it ready is the question. Exclamation mark B. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys don't have a look at the back yourselves. It looks like Geralt versus Rebellion is still ongoing. Looks like they have still not yet concluded. Let me just quickly double check here. Switching on over. But yeah, it looks like Geralt and Rebellion is still mid-series. Meanwhile, Art has taken down Rostock 2-0. Art is waiting for either Geralt or Rebellion in the semifinals. Is it going to be a Polish on Polish PvP, or does Rebellion go up against Art instead? Regardless, it's going to be a PvP, of course. Protoss on Protoss action, it's happening. But who exactly will advance on, still yet to be determined. It looks like, it looks like Geralt and Rebellion, they're still mid-series. I don't know if they're in game. I assume they're not in game 1. I just don't know if they're in game 2 or maybe even game 3. They could be in the ace match. Could be. So, looks like we have some downtime. Looks like we have a little bit of time here to ourselves. Waiting for either Geralt or Rebellion to pop out of game. So, we might have a bit of a break. Might have a bit of a break here. As a reminder as well, this is only our first broadcast of the day. After Sparkling Tuna Cup, we're going to be casting World Team League. WTL is going to be on the horizon. And hopefully we get to cast some Terran players in WTL. We didn't get to cast a single Terran in this tournament. I'm sure we will tomorrow. Oh, sorry, I'm sure we will later on tonight. And tomorrow as well. I'm sure. Quickly double checking. Yeah, we're going to be casting Bjorn. Bjorn in WTL is going to be there. So don't you worry. So we might have a bit of a break here, and yeah, as a result, we're going to be back in a couple of minutes. When we return, we will have either the quarterfinals, or we might be jumping into the semifinals instead. See you soon. Oh. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that lovely Brood War OST as we have returned with the lower semifinals of the Sparkling Tuna Cup number 60. Geralt and Rebellion, they were locked in battle. They made it all the way to the ace match, but Rebellion did fall. Geralt did advance on, and we have a PvP here in the semis. Let's go. We are jumping on in, and if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Will be one Polish Protoss player or the other Polish Protoss player. The options, Pat. Up to you to decide. Best of luck. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the pink Polish Protoss player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Art. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Polish Protoss player representing Storm Gaming. It is Geralt. As a reminder for context, we already have our first finalist. We have Shameless. Shameless, for the first time in his career, has made it to the finals of a Sparkling Tuna Cup. A big win there for Shameless. He is waiting in those finals. He took down Christianer, the Tuna himself. But who will his opponent be? He already brought down one Polish Protoss, but now another will soon face off and challenge him. Which one, though? Which one? For now, 2 gate openers. 2 gate opener out of Geralt, 2 gate opener out of Art. We are settling in. We're going to be settling in. We're going to be calming things down. See both players just being a bit of a nuisance to each other. We do confirm the second gateway here from Art. Geralt's likewise checking for the second pylon location. And Art looks like going to be hiding the second pylon at his natural. Cheeky move here by Art. Does hide the pylon, does give Geralt a little bit of insecurity here. It does make it seem like there's a real proxy pylon out there, or at least he's trying to sell the story. He is attempting to sell that story. Back across the map, Geralt just throws down the second pylon. No proxy, no fake proxy either. Are settling in. Likewise, Geralt, he will scout the natural base, thankfully, and it looks like, he does scout the pylon. So even though Geralt didn't see the pylon in the main, he confirms it's at the natural instead, and Geralt is now fully aware that there's no proxy. He's safe and sound. We can calm down. We can and will calm down. Back at home, double Stalker opener out of Geralt. Likewise, double Stalker opener out of Art. Do you have our tech of choice? Going to be a Stargate from Art. Interesting. Is going to be a Stargate opener into Oracles. And we'll see what Geralt does embrace. Where are we headed? Where are we headed? Rope goes down. Expansion is being taken from both players. As you can see, Geralt, instead of going for his initial tech, did go for a faster 3rd and 4th units into double adept. We'll have that advantage. Oracle's on the way. And if Geralt doesn't take this, or if he doesn't play carefully, doesn't play safe, then he might be caught off guard here by that Oracle. See if Art can get some damage done. Adept's moving out. Adept's going to be fitting a shade. Keeping Art busy. Oracle is not quite revealed. We don't scout, we don't confirm. Shield battery thankfully is on the way, so Geralt is playing it safe just in case. He's not fully aware of what's going on, but in case it's an Oracle, has that shield battery. Do you force a recall? Can we get the Adept? We can't. Oh, we cannot. Adept does recall back home. Shield battery is done. Oracle has arrived, and we're ready for it for the most part. Going for the stasis instead. Oh, bit of a late reaction. Oh, we catch it. One probe, just the one. Could have been so much worse. We're okay. One probe gets caught. Geralt with intercept. Very nice movement. Does catch the second Oracle, but will escape. Will barely slip away. And Geralt does have to respect it. Does have to get in position. 2 Oracles can one-shot workers. Shield battery is not good enough. but the Stalkers are. We do keep up with the Stalker movement. Geralt, as a result, has a faster blink on the way. Art, not too far behind with his own blink. It's going to be a little bit later. Once again, Geralt trying to catch his oracles, does barely miss them. Oracles are missed. And we rotate towards the natural looking that much more exposed. Ooh, Geralt. Not aware of what's going on. He's not where he needs to be. And Art will hit the natural. When we get 2, we get 3 pro kills at the same time across the map. Ooh. Likewise, we had some workers going down. Looks like to the Adepts. 3 and 3. As we are building up. Now, what is a little bit concerning here is that Geralt, he's working towards a 3rd base. 3rd is halfway done. Meanwhile, Art has instead warped in additional Stalkers. Art has quite an army to work with. 3rd base now on the way. Curious if we just keep warping in or if we are playing safe. It is only 3 gateways for Art. Just 3 gates. As Geralt is working his own 3rd and 4th gateway. Securing his 3rd. And Art, he's staying further back. Just going to be defending. Chilling back at home, playing safe. And it looks like, despite how chaotic some of our previous PvPs have been, this one is going to be entering the mid-game. We're calming things down, we're entering the mid-game instead. With Art and Geralt are establishing their 3rd bases. Art is going to be moving out and does have a slight Stalker lead. But I'm not sure it's going to be enough to really break through this. As Geralt is in position. As Shield Battery has the overcharge as well, he will defend. Geralt will defend. Proxy being set up. Art's going for a massive gateway explosion. It's going to be hyper aggressive behind this. Uh-oh. Geralt is going to be far later with his own production setup. Working on Immortal production. When really he's going to need Archons because we're going to be warping in a massive wave of Zealots. I know we only have 2 for now, but more are coming. Trust me. There we go. They're coming, Clappy. They're coming. Yeah, 4th base being taken. We're not taking any extra gases. No gases at the natural. No gases at the 3rd. Just mass Zealot to reinforce. A very heavy gateway composition for Art. And without Archons, this is going to be a tough hold. Without Archons or any other kind of splash damage, I'm going to be concerned for Geralt. Yeah, we deny the base, we deny the 4th. Art getting his own. I do think Art can keep pushing. We have to respect the force fields though. Ooh. Stasis is triggered. Art does have the supply lead. We dive in. So far, decent force fields. We blink in. And we ignore them. We go for the shield battery. Overcharge is denied. We're getting some of the Immortal. Stasis does connect. Oh my god. Massive stasis. Triggers on both the Immortals. And that means Artie's breaking through. He's breaking through the defensive line. Takes down the shield batteries, the cannons, the Stalkers, and there's almost nothing left. The stasis will eventually run out, but I mean, there's nothing to support these Immortals. Not anymore. As Art is snowballing out of control, stasis runs out, we get on top of the Immortals, and they get cleaned up. Again, no Archons to speak of, no splash damage. GG gets called, and Art takes game number 1. GG. A very aggressive build there out of Art to stay on a very low gas count, to go for a massive gateway explosion and hit a very strong charge timing. Unfortunately, Geralt was not aware, was not able to recognize how aggressive Art was about to be. Likewise, was unable to keep up with his own Zealot production or his own Archon production. Either one, or even just a better defensive position with more static defense. Instead, if you recall, Geralt was teching and expanding, and was caught with his pants down. And with that, Art is now one game away from making it to the Grand Finals. Well, no mas, one more game is all he needs, bearing in mind that Art was also last week's runner-up. Did come second to Nikic. And Nikic has long since been eliminated from the tournament. So Art, he wants to make another run at those finals. Another run at the championship. But now we're settling in. We are going to be settling into game number 2. And oh my god. Hi. We got there in the end. We got there. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkione, we have the blue Protoss player from the land of Poland, representing Storm Gaming. Eventually GLHFing. He got there. It is Geralt. Down in this series, looking to tie things up, and spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the pink Polish Protoss player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Art. One game away from making it to the Grand Finals. Well, no mas, one more game is all Art needs. Meanwhile, Geralt needs to fight back here and now. Sure, just shaking off the GLH. Just shaking it off. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Back at home, it's going to be a 2-gate opener. Double gate opener out of Geralt, a double gate opener out of Art. So far, so good. We'll see if either player does commit to a real proxy pylon. If you remember, last game, Art went for a fake proxy pylon, which was scouted. Once again, Art checking the left-hand side. Will avoid the probe scouts. They will miss each other. Ooh, hello. And once again, it looks like we throw down the pylon outside the base. And this could be used for an actual proxy location. We can throw down a Stargate here if we do rotate back. So we can set off for a proxy Stargate. Meanwhile, the probe is scouting, probe is checking, and we are looking for where that second pylon could be. We know it's missing, it's not at home. Where exactly is it? I really do like this out of Art because it's a good way to play with the series. Remember, last game was a fake proxy pylon at the natural, so, I mean, it could be the same. For all that Geralt knows, it is. And he's checking. He's checking the natural base, looking for the proxy, and we can see that is not a Stargate, that is a Robo. That is a one base all-in. Ooh, okay. So we are going to be committed quite hard here. Going for the Robo. Now, the Robo is a little bit further back. Usually, the proxy would be here, a little bit further in on Geralt's half of the map, or here on the right-hand side instead, or here towards the triangular, or the linear third. This does mean it's a little bit more difficult to scout, true, but does mean it takes longer to reinforcements to move out from this Robo. As Geralt does scout, does confirm. Geralt is aware, very nicely done. Does get eyes on the Robo. Is aware that something is wrong. And is going for the Stargate follow-up. More prisms on the way. Stalker's coming to reinforce. And Geralt, is he bold enough to go for an Oracle first? If he goes for the Oracle, he can go across the map and force a defensive warp in. And keep Art's, at least some of his supply back at home to defend. That is going to mean he's a little bit more vulnerable back at home. What's it going to be? Geralt shoots first. Yep, it's going to be the Oracle. So the Oracle opener into either a Phoenix or Void Race to defend. Art is expanding. Prism sneaking out. So Art is not going to be committed. Instead, just going for a dead harass. Okay. Not going for a mortal production. So the prism, the Robo was just for the War Prism. We're pivoting away. I'm sure a big reason for this is because we got scattered, so instead we're expanding. Prism dropping into the main. And does force a recall. It does force a massive reaction. 2 probes going down. At the same time, Oracle's making its way across the map, and we are not in position now. Never mind. We are getting in position. Art is getting ready. And Geralt dips in. And we're ready for it. The Oracle does no damage. Nice defense here from Art. Likewise, recalls back home with the War Prism. And in the end, we do bounce off each other. Art has a slightly faster base, can get into double pro production. Geralt slightly behind, but is now moving out, and Geralt does have the larger Stalker army. He will at least shut down the Robo. Observer's on the way, and the Observer will pop out. Whew. Get the Revelation, and it pops out, but it is going to be shut down. A nice pick up here from Geralt. Are we crazy enough to go for a Dark Shrine? Twilight Council's finishing. Robo's going to go down. Do we go for the Dark Shrine? We did just time the Observer. Okay, Blink. Blink is on the way. I wouldn't be opposed to it, though. I'll be honest. I would not be opposed to any kind of crazy DT follow-up. Prism's on the way. Geralt does confirm. Gets eyes on the War Prism. Does react. And there it is! Yo! I knew it. It is going to be the Dark Shrine. Now, unfortunately, this is a bit of a delayed Dark Shrine just because we went Blink first. And this means this Robo from Art is being rebuilt. It's being rebuilt. It will finish up in time. So I appreciate the Dark Shrine, but I'm not... We'll see if it works out. We'll see if it does get some damage done. As again, we did actually wait a little bit before throwing it down. Did wait. Proxy pylon being set up. Gateway being thrown down as well. Geralt is moving out. And the hallucination, do we scout the main? We do not. Ooh. Bit of a misstep there out of Art. Was unable to get a full scout. But thankfully is still going for the Observer. So we'll have detection. Now, the goal here for Geralt is to distract the main army, ideally drag the Observer out of position, and then come in with the DTs. That is the hope, that is the ideal. Ooh, massive stay! Oh my god! Blink is done! Oh, we go for the dive. We might not even need DTs! Oh, clutch micro there from that War Prism. The Immortal is going to be saved. The Prism goes down, the Immortal as well. We have a handful of Stalkers to reinforce. The stasis is about to break out. And DTs are waddling in. They're waddling into the natural as we speak. A massive pickups here out of Geralt. DT into the main. But yeah, just the one DT for now. Does slip in. GG gets called. We drag Art out of position. And Geralt takes game number 2. Whew. GG. DTs to the middle lines. And of course, massive pickups with those Blink Stalkers. Very nicely done. We're going all the way to the ace match. Let's go. Let us go. We're going to the ace match. We're going to be loading into Crimson Court. Okay. Interesting. A bit of a more defendable map as well. Let's see where this takes us. Because we are getting into the ace match here. And we're here to determine who makes it into those grand finals. Will it be our blue or our pink Polish Protoss players? Here we go, as spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Crimson Court, we have our blue Polish Protoss, representing Sidestorm Gaming, tying up the series 1-1 and forcing the ace match. He has momentum on his side. It is Geralt. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the pink Polish Protoss player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Art. Being forced into the ace match. Can he bring it back? The pressure is on. Again, loading into Crimson Court, we should be seeing double gate openers. The reason why I said this map was more defendable is just because of how awkward it can be to lay siege upon the linear third base. Likewise, the ramps coming into the triangular third as well, a lot of choke points. Can be difficult to really assert yourself. Because of that, we've seen a lot of late game. We've seen a lot of late game on the Crimson Court, but that is mainly applicable to some of these other matchups. You know, ZVT, ZVP, TVT as well, Terran versus Protoss. I'm curious about how the mirror matchups do play out on this map, though. Curious if that continues to be the case. If we do force out a bit of a longer game. As a Protoss versus Protoss can still be very chaotic. As you saw in that last game. And now, second pylon. This time is thrown down. For the first time this series, Art does not go for a fake or real proxy pylon. It is scattered by the probe. Likewise across the map, Geralt also going for his pylon in the main. So both players are fully aware of each other. Both players do confirm that there is no hidden structure this time. Not this time. As Geralt does lock the probe into the main base. With that shield battery, let's go. Sentries on the way, we'll hunt it down. Likewise across the map. Geralt being as annoying as possible, going for the pylon block. Delaying the expansion and getting an eye on the first couple of units. Again, it's going to be Stalker Sentry out of Geralt. Meanwhile, we do have a double Stalker out of Art. Double Stalker is going to be a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more assertive. We're following it up with a Twilight Council before expand. Meanwhile, Geralt going for the faster Nexus. So Geralt having a more economic opener, Art having a little bit more of a tech-heavy aggressive opener, as this does give us access to Blink, or even DTs. We have options. It should be Blink though. Should it be Blink? Nation diving in, getting a full scout. Geralt does confirm the faster blink timing from his opponent, is aware. Also did confirm the expansion. Though like Art is going all in, just a faster blink timing for the pink Protoss player. Geralt with this information should be a little bit more defensive, a little bit more conservative with his army movement. We're respecting the army of Art. Yeah, as we are forced to cancel, we throw down the Robo instead. It's going to be just Twilight Council into Robo. Wait, no, wait. Did he cancel the Twilight Council? No, okay, we're good. Did finish. Twilight Council is done. Blink is on the way. From here, both players are just going to be calming things down, settling into their two base economies, and soon to be taking their thirds. Neither player has begun mining through these middle patches. Neither player looking to expand at the linear location. Not yet. We are not quite set up for it. So we'll see where we expand. We shall see. Geralt's also going to be opening up with a third gateway. Interesting. I would say this is a very safe way to play. Third gateway is done. Meanwhile, I believe Art's sticking with two gateways, going for a faster third. So Art is being a little bit more greedy here, or I say greedy, just more economic, going for the third base first. Geralt will have extra warp ins. Immortals are amassing. We might just go for a two base all in. We'll see when and where we take that third base. Stalker's pushing in. Art being very assertive here. Remember, Art knows that he has a blink. He has blink over his opponent. So Art can afford to trade like this, which also makes sense why Geralt did delay his expansion, why he's going to Immortals and a third gateway first. Just because of his disadvantage without blink. Speaking of Art, he gets into the main. dives into the main base, will threaten the forge. Goes to the pylon. Pylon goes down. Now we take the third. And the Geralt, he does maintain himself, doesn't lose many workers or much of his economy, much of his tech. He holds. Geralt does hold on, and we're just taking up. We're just taking up from here. +1, charge. Getting into the mid game. Again, Art will have an economic advantage. And Geralt's gonna have to play catch up. You gotta catch up, man. Geralt's gonna move out. Just posturing, keeping an eye on the army, on the composition. Again, we're both headed in the same direction. We have a Temple Archives on the way for Art, and we spoke about this before about how more awkward it can be to like try to pressure and apply and really push into the third base location, the linear third specifically, which is why we get longer games. Likewise, the ramp here at the triangular third as well, and that's what we're getting. We're calming things down, we're embracing a bit of a longer game. Both players are building up. And we'll see if Geralt is the first to move out. I'm really focusing on Geralt, sorry, on Art, that's what I meant to say, because of the War Prism. So we'll see if Art is the first to move out. As he's also taking a fourth base behind this. Is expanding. Here we go, the War Prism has arrived. And Art is pushing. So behind this, Art is on 8 gateways. He's got the 8 gate set up. He's knocking down those rocks, and his goal here is to push in towards the third. In the Immortals, we have Archons. We're going to be reinforcing with Zealots. Geralt, we have Archons ready for this. We have 1. Ooh, this is going to be a tight hold. It's going to be a tight hold here for Geralt. With the 1 Archon, likewise, Geralt has not seen the main army. He doesn't know. Now he does. The army is spotted. Geralt's a bit out of position. 1 Archon putting in quite a bit of damage. Overcharge is popped. We're holding. We have the overcharge. Geralt does deflect the main army. Taking his own fourth base. Art rotating around. Will rotate over towards the fourth base, and here there is no shield battery ready. No shield battery. No overcharge. Art's still trying to find another way in. Spotted by the observer. Geralt should respond. Does rotate. We're getting up to 3 Archons for Geralt. Much better count. Zelt's going to try to collapse in. Shield battery is exposed. And so far we do engage. The Archons, oh, they're not quite going to be able to impact this fight too much. Yeah, rough fight for Geralt and Art. He's breaking through. He's getting on top of the Archons. He shuts down the Zelts initially. Zelts did go down. That's a lot of Immortals, but here come the Zealots. They close the distance. They get on top of the Immortals, and Geralt is going to lose everything. Going to lose a big chunk of his army. Still has 2 Immortals though, can still hold on. Does hold the line. With more Zealots, that's all we need. We just need more reinforcing Zealots here for Art. He was able to just catch at Geralt's off guard. Or just catch him in a really awkward position. Again, in that fight, we had a good amount of the Immortals and Archons that weren't able to take part. Their range is quite short, and their positioning is very important as a result. And it looks like Art will take this. I mean, Geralt can still pull off like a miracle defense. He's now get back up to 2 Archons. It's okay. He's got 2 Archons left over. We take down the shield battery. We get on top of the 4th base. The 4th is going to be forfeit. We do blink in. We get an Immortal. Not bad. One Immortal does go down. We're going to not quite get the Immortal of Geralt. Barely does survive, but we get the base. The base does fall. That is good enough. the Nexus. Arch now leading 40 supply. Reinforces with another Immortal. Now he's rotating over towards the third. Oh. Once again, trying to find a better way in. Looking for a better way in. Disruptors are on the way. That is a way to bounce back in this game. Disruptors, they can bring us back, but it's still in production. Can we buy enough time? One disruptor's going to be okay, but we need more than that. Second robo's in production. Arch rotating over. Angling towards the third. And it does feel like Geralt was just one step behind for almost the entire game here. As the disruptor does join the main army. 2 more disruptors on the way. This disruptor count is actually getting quite high. If we can get up to 3, then Geralt can take a fight. Is our taking too long? Nova goes off. Ooh, no big connection. We get 1 Zealot, second Nova. Much better. Good chunk of Zealots go down. We have a third Nova in the chamber. R splitting off his army. Does push in. Nova goes off. Big connection on the Immortal. Nice force tools. We trap those disruptors. At the same time, we collapse on top of the third base. And the third base, it looks like it is going to be broken. Arch is breaking through. Getting on top of the Stalkers, getting on top of the base. And we had some decent Novas, but alas, it was still not good enough. The force fields were insane. And the Nexus will fall. And Arch is running away with this. He's knocking Geralt down to 2 bases. Ay, ay, ay. Northern base is denied. We do force a cancel. And we're going to clean up what little is left here at the third. The probes, get out of here! Nova goes off. We get an okay connection. Ooh, much better connection towards the end. Decent Nova. Geralt trying to take a third base. Alas, all Art needs to do is just rotate between the bases and deny these expansions and get into his own disruptors. Or Skytoss. Pick your poison. What does Art want? Decent connection. At the same time, we hit the third. And we do deny the expansion. Oh, the base is gonna be cancelled? Up! Ooh, never mind. That's a kill. That's a kill, not a cancel. At the same time, we collapse on the main army. And Geralt's otherwise distracted. And here we go. We're going for the final fight. We're going for the kill. Disruptors are good, but they're not that good. Unfortunately, they're just not that good here. Not able to overcome this deficit. GG gets called, and Art will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. Art will take it, advancing on to the grand finals 2 weeks in a row. GG, very impressive stuff here out of Art to make it this far. Back to back. I do rate Christiana and Geralt quite highly, and I do consider them to be, some of the best Protoss players in Europe. But for Art to bring them down, I think it was last week Art brought down Christiana, and this week he takes down Geralt. Impressive. Really impressive stuff. GG, well played. Congratulations. Yeah, I'm just double checking here, but yeah, last week Art took down Christiana. This week Art takes down Geralt. Very impressive stuff. And now we have our PvP finals. Let's go. It is going to be a best of 5 between Art and Shameless. It is going to be that best of 5. And our players just need a moment to get things set up and get things ready. Vetoes are on the way. And before we get into our vetoes, we have the raffle. We have La Rifa, papi. Let's go. It is something special that we have here for our tournaments for Sparkling Tunica. For those that are maybe unaware, this event is funded and supported by our patrons. We have a Patreon. You can see the goal just underneath the bracket. Hold on. Bam. There we go. You can see the Patreon right there underneath the brackets. We have our current goal. We have how much we are currently making via Patreon. All the money on Patreon goes towards our tournaments, goes towards Sparkling Tuna Cup, Sea Duckling Open, and Master Swan Open as well. All things CranKy Ducklings. So if you want to help support and grow our tournaments, Patreon is the place to do it. And a part of that is a very special participation raffle. Every week we have a $5 USD participation raffle. Basically, all players that competed in this week's tournament are eligible. All players are eligible. Doesn't matter if you got knocked out in the first round like Mitch Neck or Captain Fish or Matt, or if you made it all the way to the finals like Art or Shameless, you have an even chance to win a little bit of extra prize money. It's not much, but hey, it's something. It's a way to spread the love. Our tournament is very top heavy. It's only top 2 get paid out, so it's a nice way to kind of spread the love and spread the support and spread that prize money to some of these other players. Again, if you want to help us grow the event and boost the prize pool, you can help us do so via Patreon, !Patreon in the chat. If you guys want a link to that, if you guys want to support us there. Otherwise, let's get this going. Let us hit that randomize button and crown this week's random raffle winner. Oh boy. Here we go. Okay. From the top, we do have that randomize, and I still need a little drum set, like a little bongo drum or something. Like, it's something like that, but okay, this week the random raffle winner is, oh, it is gonna be one of the players we featured earlier, the Ukrainian Protoss, Michnek. GG, congratulations here. Oh, sorry. Congratulations, Michnek. Congratulations, Michnek, as he is going to be this week's random raffle champion or winner. We did feature him earlier today. He was competing against Azura, if you recall, and went all the way to the ace match. Went all the way. But it went all the way to the ace match earlier. Azura, of course, the Italian Protoss player. Michnek did go up against him and did get knocked out in the first round, but is still going to walk away with at least a little bit of prize money. So congratulations here to Michnek. We had some runner-ups. We had Matt, we had Praetor, Captain Fish, Art, and Luchka as well. Ooh, nothing given to the runner-ups. Maybe one day, again, if we can boost the prize pool. But for now, Michnek does walk away with 5 USD. So congratulations. And I will quickly announce that to the people. I'll let them know. Beautiful. And we're going to be going on a short break to get ready for those finals and get ready for that best of 7. Oh boy. So we quickly do pay out those predictions. So again, it's going to be a best of, did I say best of 7? Best of 5. Best of 5. Between Art and Shameless. That is going to be coming up next. Again, this is the first, fun fact, this is the first time that Shameless has actually made it to the finals. Art did make it to, or he is a reigning Tuna Cup champion. Art, he's got a couple of Tuna Cups under his belt. Shameless, it's his first time here in this finals. And it looks like they need a little bit of time. Looks like we do need a little bit of time. But yeah, it looks like we do. It looks like we will be going on a short break. Gonna be going on a short break here, and when we return, oh, we will have our grand finals. I do just need a moment here to sort something out. So yeah, we're gonna be going on a short break, and hopefully we'll have the finals ready for you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I apologize for the extended break here, but we have our players. We have everyone ready, and we are jumping into our grand finals of Sparking Tuna Cup number 50. We have our two Protoss players. We have a bit of a veteran in Arts, and we have a newcomer in Shameless. Shameless has been rising through the ranks for the past year of play, but this is his first finals in Sparking Tuna Cup. Meanwhile, Art is no stranger to the finals. We'll see if we have a new champion or an old one. We're jumping in. We're jumping into our best of 5. And if you're in the chat, predictions. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you believe will be our champion this week. Will it be one Protoss or the other? Up to you to decide. Best of luck. Best of luck with your predictions. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our pink Polish Protoss player. It is Art. For the Platinum Heroes. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player. Representing Team Twisted Minds, it is Shameless. And as we settle into this gap, we got a big shout out to Phaser in the chat. Phaser213, thank you so much for subscribing for 13 months, over a year of support. Thank you so much for subscribing. Hope you enjoy the content, hope you enjoy the casting, hope you enjoy the StarCraft. Likewise, shout out to Hobo Wiz in the chat as well. Hobo Wiz, a bit of an older school viewer. It's been a while since I have seen you in the chat, so welcome back. Good to see you back. Hope you've been enjoying yourself. Hope you've been having a good time outside of StarCraft. Welcome back, Bobby. Good to see you. As we're settling in, we are settling into game number 1. As a reminder, it's going to be a best of 5. Best of 5 at Grand Finals, PvP galore here. Both Art and Shameless have proven themselves in the PvP matchup. Art took down Geralt, Shameless took down Christianer. They're both ready, they're both warmed up. They're both jumping into the finals, raring to go. For now, 2-gate opener. 2-gate opener out of Shameless, 2-gate opener out of Art. 2 gates all around. So far, so good. As Art is going to be moving out across the map again, scouting the main base, checking for pylons. The juice box has been thrown down. Let's go. Powering that pylon. The juice, Pappy, the juice. We got it. We do have a second pylon in the main. Likewise, Art getting a second pylon in the main base as well. So no proxies being set up whatsoever. No proxy pylons. No cheese early on. Not now. Not yet. This can still lead into a crazy one-way still in. We can still kind of work into that direction, but not going to be the case for the time being. That's going to be the case. Pylons are on the way. See both Shameless and Arch trying to keep up with each other. Arts going for the pylon block. Sorry, Shameless going for the pylon block on Arts. Arts pulling away with his own worker, going for a proxy pylon across the map. Okay, you have my attention. I mentioned before that just because there's no proxy early on doesn't mean there's no all-in. But Art is banking resources and looks like he will be expanding. So he's going to be aggressive, yes, but not all-in. The Nexus is on the way. There we go. Nexus is on the way. Meanwhile, ooh, the pylon has been found. Nice movement here out of Shameless. Does scout the pylon. Is aware. And is looking to shut it down. And we force a cancel on that gateway. And back at home, Art opening up Robo. Meanwhile, Shameless, initially, without Oracle, can move out across the map. And can be quite assertive. Pylon will fall. Shameless has map control. Art does hide his probe. Does still have it active on the map, but is racing back home. Probe is racing back. Oracle's on the way. Oh, my apologies. Predictions open. Yeah, the predictions were a little bit late to open, but they're open. They're there. And now Shameless dancing with the main army. And is going to get a sentry. He's going to get a second sentry as well. Ooh, 2 sentries go down. Oracle into the main base. Arts out of position. Probes are falling left and right. Yeah, Arts being pulled apart. We got 3 probe kills so far. A lot of lost mine time. At the same time, we hit the natural. Shield goes down as well. And Arts just having a hard time keeping up. Shield battery does fall. Art was unable to scout the tech. Unable to scout that Stargate. Let's go with his pants down. Second Oracle joins the first. No shield battery in the main. The Oracle's taking one shot. We do split them up though. One Oracle for each mineral line. We just get the one probe. Oh my god, taking a lot of damage. Not the best trade here from Shameless. Likewise, Art is ready and is natural as well. Will minimize losses. And will force back that Oracle. The Oracles are forced back. Likewise, Shameless back at home, settling in. We have our 4-gate setup, 4-gate blink, on 2 bases. Quite aggressive, actually. I mentioned before in the previous series about Geralt playing safe, getting up to 3 gateways before expanding, but getting up to 4, that is quite a lot. That's quite committed. We're going to have a lot of Stalkers. We're going to have a lot of Stalkers on the side of Shameless. Meanwhile, Art down with Blink. Twilight Council on the just now finishing. Blink is now on the way, but we have to rely upon Immortals to survive and to defend. The Immortals what we have to hope on, what we have to rely upon. Is it going to be enough? The Revelation, oh my god. Revelation comes off, and here we go. Shameless is moving out with a massive amount of Stalkers. Looking at the units type, it's going to be 13 Stalkers for Shameless. Meanwhile, Art is expanding. The goal here shouldn't just be to deny the third, but should be to get even more damage than that. Pylon's on the way to reinforce. Again, we are committed. No third base for Shameless. He does blink in. Going for the Immortal. We do lose one of those Stalkers. 2 Stalkers go down for 1 Immortal. A good trade here for Shameless. And he can break through. He cleans up what little is left. 2 Stalkers remaining, and we can focus them down one after the other. GG gets called, and Shameless takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Very nice change of pace here. Again, Shameless versus Cristiano was very different. Where Cristiano, he was in the driver's seat the entire series, and Shameless had to be the defender against Cristiano time and time again. This time, Shameless, he takes control of the wheel. He does take control. He's the aggressor instead, and he is the one to pull Art apart. Very different dynamic. Very impressive stuff here. GG. GG, well played. Shameless does take a lead, but that is merely a lead. You know, it's a best-of-5 finals. Plenty more games ahead of us. Plenty more games to come. I want to believe. I want to believe we can bounce back as we're getting ready for game number 2. Jumping into game 2, it's going to be on Golden Aura. Okay. Jumping into game 2. And Shameless has a nice lead. But, again, we still have plenty more games ahead of us. There's still plenty of opportunities for Art to bounce back and to bring it back home. I want to believe he can. Want to believe he can. When's the next cast? When I have new jokes. New jokes come daily. Steel, you can just rehash the old jokes, Pappy. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Enough time has passed where your old jokes, they feel new again. Because, you know, I'm sure a bunch of people haven't heard them. There you go. For now, spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have our pink Polish Protoss player down in the series, looking to bounce back here and now and tie the series up. Representing the Platinum Heroes, it is Art. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Protoss player representing Team Twisted Minds, lead the series 1-0. It is Shameless. Let's go. Shameless does lead the series. We'll see if we can extend that lead. But now, throwing down the juice box, juicing up. Going for his initial 2-gate opener, I imagine. Probe is being sent out. Art moving out across the map. I must admit, I don't know what or who that is. Exactly, that's what I mean. Just rehash the old content. People won't know that it's old. They'll think it's new. There you go. It's catching up. As we see Shameless once again being the aggressor here, this time committing to a very real proxy pylon. Okay. Pylon has been thrown down, and Art is aware. Art is aware that, hold up, where's your second pylon? Your second pylon is missing. It should be in the main base. It is not where it should be, and we're now on the hunt. We're now on the hunt here for that pylon, and we are scouting towards the north. We're going for the going for the center location. It's a very common location for a proxy robo. Speaking of, it is a robo, but over on the left-hand side instead. Shameless is going for the one base all in. Robo has been placed. Alright, still checking, still looking. Again, checking the more standard proxy locations. Sends out a zealot. Also checking on the right-hand side. Ooh, as Art did open up gate into Cybercore, into Robo. Okay, I'm liking the Robo opener. Very defensive. Ooh, as Art barely does not confirm. So Art is cutting corners in a sense, as he's opening up a little bit more economically for a faster expansion, but with our check of choice, we have defensive Immortals. Immortals should be on the way for Art, as he's still looking for the proxy and will eventually find it. Yeah, the probe does waddle by, and we do confirm the Robo. We do confirm Immortals are now on the way. Shameless back at home is going for his additional gateway, so it's going to be 3 gates back at home and potentially a 4th gateway proxied as well. Shameless is moving out. Let's catch the probe. And Art, very strong response, does throw down a wall of shield batteries. 2 shield batteries, second pylon on the way. Now, upon seeing this setup, upon confirming that Art has not expanded, I would not be opposed to Shameless taking his own expansion. I would not be opposed to that, but we'll see. Let's just see Prisms moving out across the map. Bold move out of Art. Going for Adept Harass into the main base of Shameless. Meanwhile, the Immortal has arrived. As Shameless, he's doubling down. He's doubling down. Getting to the War Prism. Headed towards the main base of Art. Meanwhile, back at home, we have a shield battery, not much more. Oh. Don't have much more to defend. Pylon's on the way. Shameless has to be careful not to be supply blocked. Does threaten the shade. And Art will warp in across the map. He's going for the mineral line. He's going for the adepts. He's going for the adepts. The pylon is going to go down. Thankfully, we have a backup pylon behind this. Ooh, Art's getting supply blocked. No more warp ins. Shameless does reinforce back at home, but adepts, they get into the mineral line. Probes are going down. So adepts can one-shot workers. Oof. And we're getting 4 probe kills. Aye. Getting almost 5. Almost. Prism taking a lot of damage. Oh my god. Taking a lot of hits. Prism recalls back home. Zelda's cleaned up. And now we can focus on the defense. We can focus on the main fight. Art trying to break out. Nice force field. Oh. Zoning away the army. He is zoned away, but again, because of Art's Robo Opener, he does have that Immortal advantage. To even things up, 3rd Immortal on the way for Art. Does have the Immortal lead. And Shameless, he cannot break through this. He is going to be forced back. Back at home, no expansion yet. Shameless going for a drop. So is Art. Great minds think alike. The War Prisms do walk past each other. Art is going to be the first to expand. Shameless a little bit late with his own expansion. Because he's not expanding. Shameless is still committed. Oh, we have to be so careful with this War Prism. If we can somehow catch the Prism, that could be game as well. That goes for both players. Blue Station confirms still no expansion. Prism into the main. We will not get the pylon. Ooh, just barely. Pylon does survive. Immortals dropping across the map. Threading the mineral line. Ooh, one Stalker goes down, a second Stalker goes down. Yeah, the power of the Immortal drop, and Shameless, he has to keep pushing in. He has to get some kind of damage. Art forced to pick up. Shameless denies the expansion. We at least get that. But it's not like Shameless has his own base. That's the problem here. We need to expand. Or we need to commit. Force Field does catch 2 Adepts. Adepts are going down. Art, oh my god. Overextending for a moment. But does keep the Immortals alive. The Prism as well. The Prism is so low. Shameless, he wants it! He wants the Prism! Oh, he won't get it though. Barely will not. Meanwhile, Art has the greater economy, has the higher worker counts, the larger army as well. And things are looking bleak for Shameless. Forced to pick up, forced to pull away. Likewise, Art getting on that pylon. We'll bring it down. Depowers 2 gateways as well. And Shameless is getting picked apart. At this point, he's barely defending back at home. He went for the base, going for disruptors. I mean, that's a way to recover. Sure. That's the way to do it. First disruptor is out, and a disruptor can make or break a fight, but one disruptor on its own, it's not going to be good enough. The Prism! No! The Prism goes down! Blink is done. Art, he breaks out. And it's all or nothing for Shameless. Forces are thrown down. We lock down the army. Nova goes off. Takes down 3 Adepts. Not bad. But Art, he has so much more than that. He's going to be able to focus on every single Immortal. And once a Force Field runs out, we can break out. We can just keep pushing. Do we have another Force Field? Up! Not quite. Not quite, as we're going to be able to break on through. GG gets called. The final disruptor goes down, and Art will tap the series 1-1. We have a back and forth. GG. GG, well played. Art will bring it back. I'm thinking I remember old content. True. But GG, well played. Art will bring it back again. Shameless, unfortunately, the longer it went on, the worse it became. Likewise, Art never expanded. Art did open up with a Gate Cybercore, but did not expand until far later in the game. And because of that, the one-base all-in from Shameless was that much less effective. He was going for a one-base all-in against a player that was playing one base. You know, it was just less than ideal. Likewise, Art with the Robo Opener had that many more Immortals to work with. And it did take it in the end. And now we're going to be jumping into game number 3. Let's go. Getting into that third game. And we'll see who takes the lead in the series. Again, it's still best of 5, so this won't quite crown our champion, but we'll give one of these 2 players quite a bit of momentum. And we'll see where this takes us. This morning in the top right-hand corner of Crimson Court, we have the pink Polish Protoss player representing the Platinum Heroes. Tying up the series 1-1, it is Art. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player representing Team Twisted Minds. It is a Shameless. We go. Once again, juicing up. Throwing down that box. Setting up on the high ground. We're leading into Crimson Court, and similarly to what we said in the Geralt series earlier today, Crimson Court can be quite defendable. We can settle in towards the mid-game. Can be a little bit harder to be assertive early on. And I'm sure after the failed proxy from Shameless, we're going to be calming things down a little bit here. And having a much more standard early game. There we go. 2 gate opener out of arc. Likewise, 2 gate opener out of Shameless. 2 gates all around. Oh, meanwhile, Arts, where are we headed? We're setting up for a proxy gateway. Okay. Proxy Stargate, I should say. A form of gateway. As Art, he mines through the gold mineral patches, he makes his way over towards the corner of the map, and we're setting up for that proxy. Very similar to what we see on Alcyone, or what we used to see on Alcyone, I should say. Where you mine through the mineral wall and you throw down a proxy right next to the main of your opponent. Oh boy. And you don't often see this anymore. It's been a while. As we said, Lynn, a big shout out to GG Machine. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Papi, thank you so much for the raid. STG. Papi, where were you in today's tournament? We only had Nikic. we had Nikic and Matt. We had 2 Zerg players, Papi. We needed more Zerg representation. GG Machine. Good morning. But thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great time. As a welcome everyone to the finals of Sparkling Tuna Cup. We're here in the grand finals. And we do have the proxy Stargate. At the same time, Shameless does pylon block. We do see Shameless going for the faster expansion. But is Shameless ready for the Oracle? The answer for now is no.
Enemies are blasting your pylon.
The answer is no. Adepts are moving out. They're going to be threatening a shade. Art does not wall off. Oh, Adepts are shade in. They shade in. Probes are going to be going down. Very nice damage here out of Shameless. At the same time, we also shade in as well. Oh my god, chaos everywhere. Probes look away as workers are going down left and right. We lose 7 workers on both sides, getting an 8th probe, getting a 9th probe as well. 9 probe kills in the main. Meanwhile, 8 in the main base of Art. Very similar trades, but we are not done. The Oracle has arrived. And what do we have in the main to defend? We have 3 sentries. That's not good enough. 1 Stalker comes in. We can just keep going. And let's say shade back in as well. We're getting 14 probe kills and counting. 15. Can we get 16? Not quite. Not yet. But 15 probes go down. Another Oracle's on the way. Now, Shameless does have a natural. He can expand. He can make 2 probes at a time. Art still has yet to throw down the Nexus. Bear that in mind. Shameless can recover. Shield battery is done. So Shameless isn't out of it yet. But for the time being, Art does have the economic lead. And is moving out with an army. Which is more than I can say for Shameless. Shameless, he's down to just sentries and one Stalker. That's all he has. We have the shield battery, we have the overcharge, true. 2nd Stalker warps in. Probes, they hit the natural. Dragging away the army. Art, barely does keep the Stalkers alive, and we catch out a Stalker. We catch out a sentry even. Bleeding out the shield battery. Overcharge is still available. We're holding on to it. We're not wasting it. Behind this, Art finally expanding. Art is going to be expanding back at home. Oracle zipping back in. Oh, threatening a dive. We're going to be okay. Rare announcer small. Yeah, who was that announcer? What was that? I couldn't immediately recognize who that was. It wasn't like a caster. It was like a... Was it Raynor? Was it like an in-game character announcer? Do the thing. Do the...
Engaging the enemy.
We'll figure it out. It's like, not Diva? Crazy. He's not a weeb. As Oracles are hit back in. And how many probe kills have we gotten so far? 19! 19 workers have gone down. But the economy is actually looking quite similar here when it comes to the overall worker count. The big reason for that is just because of how delayed the expansion was for Art. How much later this Nexus was. Of course, they still threaten the natural. They're still keeping Shameless pinned. Meanwhile, Art, with the additionally earlier boosted economy, was able to make use of that, get into his Twilight Council, into Blink. Blink is almost done. And Art, instead of throwing down 2 more gates and going for like a committed, 2 base all in, we're taking a 3rd. Art is getting further ahead. He is looking to get further ahead instead. So we have our Forge on the way, working towards upgrades, once again letting us know that Art is not going out anytime soon, that he is planning for upgrades, for tech, for a base, for saturation, for the mid-game. So we're just going to be calming things down. Likewise, Shameless, not too far behind with his own 3rd base timing. Getting into his own 3rd. Let's see if he can get there. Until then, we're going to have a bit of a lull here in this game. After the early intensity with all those workers falling, now we're taking our 3rd bases, we're expanding, we're calming down. Art is going to be able to maintain a lead when it comes to his overall tech, when it comes to his economy. Shameless is going for Glaives. I do appreciate this. This does tell us that Shameless wants to hit a bit of an earlier timing. I do think that in a more standard, longer game, Shameless is going to fall a little bit behind. So this does make sense. So we'll see what Shameless's army is going to be looking like when he does break out. Meanwhile, Art's going for a more standard unit composition. Big Stalkers, Charge Lots. Has yet to embrace further tech like Archon production, but I'm sure we're working towards it. We're getting there. Gateway Explosion on the way. Folks being knocked down. We are taking extra gases. Another expansion on the way. The rover has arrived. And Shameless is going to be building up towards Immortal Adept. Immortals and Glaive Adept specifically. And Art is still working on a mass gateway composition. No Immortals or Archons for our Pink Protoss player. He is moving out. He's spotted by that Observer. He's going to be spotted. Shameless keeping up. Bending a blink. Interesting. So I assumed that Art was going to be working towards Archons, but no, we're skipping Archons entirely. This is a little bit risky. I'm a little bit concerned for Art, but he's skipping Archons, he's skipping Immortals, he's going into Disruptors instead. And if he can get away with this, he will snowball out of control. The problem being is I'm pretty sure Shameless intends to move out first. Pretty sure Shameless intends to break out and commit on 3 bases. Yeah, the Adepts are now on the way. The War Prism has arrived, and now we're pushing. This is what I was concerned about. Art is vulnerable, and Shameless is breaking through, or he's pushing out. We're going to break down this 3rd base, this 4th even. We do have a stasis. Shield out of his cannons on the way. Can Art survive? Can he make it long enough to get into those disruptors? Stasis goes down. Nice concave of Stalkers. Overcharge is popped. We have the overcharge. We have the concave. Force fields do zone away the Stalkers for now. But Art is still buying time. Where time is working against Shameless. Once again, good force fields. Shameless gaining ground. Pushing back the army. Disruptor has arrived. Nova goes up. Up. Ooh, does connect. Big damage on the Immortal. Takes down an Adept. And Shameless, he is taking the slightly better trade. And we'll see if he can get on top of those Immortals. It's going to be close. Shield batteries are running out of energy. The Immortals are getting low. The first Immortal goes down. There's 2 left. And 2 Immortals remaining. Nova is reset. Up. Oh my god, stasis goes off! A massive stasis. We shut down the Immortals. GG gets called, and Art will take the fight, and will take a 2-1 lead. Whew. GG. Whether it was the stasis or the Nova that was about to connect as well, Art was going to take the fight and will be one game away. One game away from becoming this week's Sparkling Tuna Cup champion. Ooh. Unamas, one more is all he needs. The pressure is on Shameless. The pressure is on. It's the ghost from the Nova missions. Oh, okay. I don't know who his name is. No idea. You're asking me for a lore name of a ghost that isn't like Nova or Kerrigan or Duran. Like I don't know. It isn't Tosh. He's a specter and technically not a ghost. But yeah, that guy. Yeah, him. You know him. But here we go. Getting into game 4. Art needs one more to be our champion. Meanwhile, Shameless, he needs to fight back here and now to force the ace match. Oh boy. The pressure is on. Does it all end here and now? As we're settling into game 4. As a reminder, we should be jumping into WTL after this finals as well. Gonna be slightly behind when it comes to WTL, but we'll catch up. We'll get there. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Site Delta, we have our pink Polish Protoss player, one game away from becoming our champion this week. And can he bring it home here and now? It is Art. For the Platinum Heroes. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player representing Team Twisted Minds. It is Shameless. He's up against the wall. It is his first time in the finals of a Sparkling Tuna Cup, so already an amazing performance, already an amazing run for Shameless. But he wants to go further. He wants to go further than that. He wants to at least force the ace match. As we're entering an interesting dynamic. It's going to be a gate expand and a Shameless. Meanwhile, Art's going for what looks to be a 2-gate opener. Oh boy. I'm curious. My eyes are definitely going to be on Art here. We have the gateway on the high ground. And show us the proxy! And probe is moving out. Setting up for a pylon. A very suspicious probe, but it's actually pulling a little bit further back. Interesting. Okay, so it's going to be a 2-gate opener out of Art. And if we throw down a pylon here, this doesn't look like a proxy robo. Cybercore is on the way. Interesting. Probe Scout coming in. Pylon is thrown down. Shameless will soon recognize that the pylon is missing. But this looks like a proxy Stargate. Looks like Art may just embrace a bit of a longer game instead. If it's a Stargate opener, that means that we're still planning on expanding, and the Stargate is designed to get some economic damage done instead. We'll see if that's the case. We're waiting for the Cybercore. Cybercore is done, and yeah, the Stargate is on the way. So proxy Stargate out of Art should be headed towards Oracle production, harassing the mineral lines, and taking an economic lead. I mean, I say an economic lead, really it's to keep up economically, to sustain ourselves. Just because Shameless will have the faster expansion, and faster Nexus, faster expansion, means a higher worker count. And Art has to try to maintain control of that. Meanwhile, you can see Shameless, he's looking for the proxy. He checks his linear third, he's scouting the 4th base location, checking the northern locations as well, as these are more common proxy Stargate positions. Art's being a little bit cheeky, he's going to be shut down, going for a pylon in the main base. Art. Calm down, Papi, calm down. We will eventually force a cancel. Oh, there we go. We do force a cancel. Stargate's done, Oracle's almost finished. Is moving out. And Art does go for a much later expansion. Again, that's why there's a lot of pressure on Art to get some economic damage. Here we go, he's moving out. He's now moving out, making his way across the map. Headed for the mineral line. We do catch a couple of probes, but not quite ready. 3 probes go down. Shield battery needed a couple more seconds. It's a little bit too late, and we're still not done. We got 5, we got 6. 6 probe kills. The Oracle does slip away. Meanwhile, second Oracle has arrived. Back at home, Twilight Council for Blink. I imagine Blink. Head towards a gateway composition. Double Oracle making its way back into the main. Oof. And we can one-shot probes. Getting another 4, almost 5. 4 probes go down. 10 in total. Ay, ay, ay. It's going to be 10 worker kills at the same time. We get across the map. We don't get any damage done. GG gets called then and there. As Shameless unable to get any counter damage, and Art will take the series 3-1, becoming this week's Sparkling Tuna Cup champion. GG. I misspoke. He is this week's Sparkling Protoss Cup champion. All the PvPs. Let me just double check. Art, this week he took down Shameless, he took down Geralt, took down Rostock, and Bokjin. Bokjin even. I believe nothing but PvPs. Okay. I get he had a Zerg player. All good. Oh, that's GG, well played. Congratulations, as Art does take the win here, and he is going to be this week's champion. Congratulations. My condolences to Shameless. Shameless does tap out, but a shout out to Shameless because, remember, this was his first time making it to the finals, and it was not an easy run. It was not an easy road to the finals for Shameless. He brought down Cristiano, who is part Tuna, who has the most Tuna Cup wins out of any other player in the world. So yeah, really impressive stuff there out of Shameless. May have lost here in the finals, but no shame in that. Shameless. GG, well played. Congratulations to Art. Very well done, very well played. To your first. And we're going to be seeing more of Art in the coming weeks as well, as the House of Galactic Battle number 3, if I'm not mistaken, is right around the corner. I believe we're going to be seeing the best Protoss players in Poland duking it out, and I believe Art is going to be there for the first time. I don't think he was there for number 2 or number 1, but we'll be there for number 3. So, is exciting stuff on the way for Art. Meanwhile, if you want to support the tournament, if you want to help support these players and the tournament, Matcherino in the chat. Our players are paid out via Matcherino, so boost the prize pool for this week's tournament if you wish. Otherwise, you can help support the tournament via Patreon. Patreon is the place to do it as well, as our event is fully funded via Patreons. So big shout out to Patreon and our patrons as well. Thank you so much for all the support that we do get. It's thanks to you guys that we're able to actually fund these events and host them as often as we do, whether it's Sparkling Tuna Cup, Sea Duckling Open, and Master Swan Open as well. GG, well played. And with that, we're going to be wrapping up for the time being, in a sense, but we're going to be getting ready for WTL. World Team League is right around the corner. World Team League, of course, did begin during the finals, and I believe they are currently mid-series. So we're going to try to catch up. We're going to try to catch up on WTL. We do need a couple of minutes. We do need a couple of minutes to set everything up, to set up our overlays, and to get the stream ready. So give us a little bit of time to get things going. And once we do, we're going to be jumping into Starlight Twinkle versus Shopify Rebellion. We're going to be featuring players like Bjorn, featuring players like Scarlet, as well as it's going to be Bjorn, Scarlet, and Hearthstone. And Hearthstone as well. Ooh. So Yeah, plenty of content up ahead of us. Plenty of StarCraft still on the horizon. It's still coming, man. It's still coming. So, yeah, otherwise, with that, thank you for watching. Thank you for the support. We do appreciate it. We're going to be heading off. We're going to be going on a small break. And when we return, World Team League is coming up next. See you guys in a couple of minutes. See you soon.
及爆笑的节奏和评论。关注 SC Boy 官方公众号，365天每天更新，让你与20万猛男一起更便捷的享受我和黄哥给大家带来的快乐。不要告诉别人哟。
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another day, another week, another edition of the WTL World Team League 2024 Summer Codes Round 11, day number 3. We just wrapped up with the Sparkling Tuna Cup, and now we are back. We have returned with the World Team League, the final day of the round robin group stage. Of course, I'm your host, Live VIP, and with me, I'm joined by these amazing players, and we are getting ready. We have our two initial competitors. We have Wayne and Bjorn. Wayne for Starlight Twinkle, Bjorn for Shopify. As a reminder, this is our first match of 3. We have 3 best of 2s, and it all comes together in an overall best of 7. It's going to be Wayne versus Bjorn, followed by Christiana versus Harstem, and Cham versus Scarlet. Oh boy. So quite a lineup we have here ready for you, and again, this is the final day of the round robin stage. We're going to be having a bit of a break, a couple of weeks break before the playoff bracket. The playoff bracket is going to be insane, it's going to be massive, it's going to be huge. A lot of StarCraft to come. A lot to come to crown that World Team League champion. For now, Game 1 is going to be on Oceanborn. Let's go. Now, as a reminder, for a bit of context here, for a bit of transparency, this event did begin in the middle of the finals of Sparkling Tuna Cup. So, as a result, we are a little bit behind. We're going to be behind around half an hour. We're going to be behind around half an hour. So be careful when it comes to the spoilers. Be careful when it comes to looking elsewhere. But here we go. We're jumping in the bottom left-hand corner. We have Wayne for Starlight Twinkle. Sorry, bottom right. In the top left, we have Bjorn for Shopify. Let's go. So we are playing a little bit of catch-up here. We'll do our best to skip out on those breaks and to catch up with what is going on live. For now, is going to be our initial openers. And we're calming things down. Bjorn going to be opening up on the low ground, so it looks like a 2-axe Reaper opener. And oh my god, a Terran exists? It's crazy. If you were here earlier, we did just broadcast, I misspoke. I did say Sparkling Tuna Cup. Sorry, it was the Sparkling Protoss Cup, and we had non-stop PvPs throughout Sparkling Protoss Cup. And now we can finally, for the first time tonight, cast a Terran player. We also casted one Zerg earlier. We did cast Nikic, true. There was one Zerg player that we casted in the previous broadcast, but now we can embrace more Zerg players, more Terran players. There is more than just PvP in StarCraft. It's crazy, I know, it's crazy. Like, how could there be? There is. Sometimes. Ay, ay, ay. Fun fact, we also had non-stop PvPs last night in WTL, so even World Team League cannot fully get away from it. We had 3 PvPs in a row last night. It was crazy. It's been a lot of PvPs recently. It's been a lot. For now, though, we will be embracing this. We do have our initial 2-axe Reaper at a Bjorn. The goal of this opener is to delay the third base, to contain the Zerg player, to pick away at drones, pick away at queens, and to keep Wayne on the back foot. We'll see if Wayne can establish his third base at a reasonable time. Likewise, we'll see if he can find a way to punish this as well. And, of course, minimize losses. Let's go. Oh, it's SR. Sorry, just need to update the Twitch title. SHR. But now, Bjorn moving out with his initial Reapers. Again, we shouldn't be overly investing into this. It should be like 3 Reapers at most. Especially because Wayne has not attempted to expand. Is going to be stuck on 2 bases that much longer. The second Reaper is on the way. Third Reaper behind it. And so far, dancing with the links. We do pick off one of those links so far. We've checked, we reconfirmed no third base has been taken. Wayne is contained. So Beyond just getting up to 3 Reapers. Behind this, Beyond is transitioning, working towards a factory. Should be working towards his add-ons as well. Into a tech lab, into reactor. Ooh, Lings are in position, but we do not lose a Reaper yet. So far, so good. Again, we're just containing Wayne and delaying the third. That is the win condition for Beyond. Interesting. Beyond delays his add-ons. He's going for a third TC. So very greedy play here out of Beyond and going for a third TC before the tech lab, before we get into full add-on production. There we go. Now the tech lab's on the way. Reactor had already begun. Yeah, just really greedy stuff here out of Beyond. We'll see if we can get away with it. Does get a tumor. Ooh, for the cost of a Reaper. Not the best trade there from Beyond. But again, he still does delay the base. Still worth it. And back at home goes for an add-on swap. Interesting. Going to be delaying marine production in favor of Hellions. Okay. Now this can lead into a Hellbat push. A 3cc Hellbat push is not unheard of. Not in this matchup. So I'm curious if we are able to preserve these Hellions early on. Now they're going to be moving out. We have double eBay on the way behind this. Again, really greedy stuff out of Beyond. Delaying marine production, delaying marine upgrades in favor of the third TC, and now double eBay as well. The greed, man. I mean, Beyond is favored in this series. Definitely. So he's looking to get away with it. Beyond will threaten Wayne. 1-1 is on the way. Wayne not going to be embracing Roach play. +1 melee in production. Interesting. Prioritizing +1 melee of all upgrades. Behind this double expanding, this is something you have to do. Just because the third is so late, you have to take a fast 4 to make up for the delayed third. Bailey Nest now on the way as well. Interesting. It's interesting just because usually as a Zerg player in ZVT you would prioritize carapace over melee more than anything. Lings are amassing. Wayne just being safe against all these Hellions, making sure he doesn't lose much to a dive. Hoping he doesn't lose much to a dive. Every Hellion being forced back. Wayne, he's doubling down! Yeah, we're making more Lings. We're making more Lings. We're getting ready for... Is this a plus? Okay, no, we're joining up. Okay, we're joining up a little bit. We still have a lot of Lings to work with. And Wayne has to make use of them. Behind this, now he's droning. Lair is in production. Still working on the 1 Evo chamber. It's going to be crazy if he goes into +2 melee as well. That would be wild. Wayne moving out for a counterattack. Might even cache the Hellions. Ooh, Hellions, they cache the Lings instead. We do get eyes on this. Beyond racing back home. Likewise, Wayne running into a wall of Marines. Oof. We will somewhat get us around on some of these Hellions. We're coming from behind. Oh, but it's going to cost us so many Lings. So many Lings do go down. Yeah, not the best trade for Wayne. Leading out a lot of Lings and still refusing to... That was 50 Lings! Oh my god, the efficiency! That was 50 Lings going down, and we're still making more Lings. We are not joining. We're still on 45 workers. +1 melee is done. +1 melee into bailing speed. Do we go into +2 melee? Is that what's happening right now? Wayne, what's going on? Oh my god, did we get a pause? Oh, I'm curious. I'm curious if he will. For now, he just hasn't droned, and yeah, we're jumping back in. Ling's going for a bit of a run by. We do catch out a tank, and we get into the mineral line. Beyond out of position. Yeah, Beyond is going for that Hellbat push that we spoke about. But back at home, SCVs are falling. We're going to get the mineral line. 19 SCVs. Oh my god. And back at home, we're barely holding on. It's slow Banes, but on creep, it's enough. Wayne, he holds the line back at home. He harasses across the map. 30 SCV kills, crippling the economy. And we're still not done. Remember, these are +1 melee Lings. They trade well. Do trade well here. Get the Marine, more SCVs going to be falling, and we're still massing up more army. Finally, Wayne drones. Finally, he's droning up at least a little bit, getting up to almost 3 base saturation. But the wall is wide open. Who needs Bailings when we have all these Lings? As we get a full surround, we collapse in the natural base. You can see Beyond microing his heart out, trying to micro back behind the mineral line as well, but we came to the production. We're on top of the racks. We're on top of the factories. We can't make anything. And we can't make anything else at this point. And Wayne is snowballing out of control. This is a very peculiar build that he went for. Cutting workers at 45 and flooding on +1 melee. Something we don't see too often, but hey, he was able to catch Bjorn off guard. Able to catch him out of position. Shut down the Hellions, move out just as Bjorn moved in. Bailing speed is done. We're getting to +1 carapace. And here comes the nail in the coffin. Here comes the Bane bust. Here we go. Wayne getting ready to pull the trigger, and Bjorn just barely has an army standing. He's down to 14 army supply. Handful of Marines, medevacs. And we're looking to break on through. GG gets called, and Wayne will take game number 1. Whew. GG. A very interesting build out of Wayne. Hyper aggression. Very aggressive there out of Wayne, able to catch Bjorn off guard. Bjorn a little bit under the weather, but overall had no idea what the hell Wayne was up to. That was not a standard game out of Wayne whatsoever. And was able to pull a fast one over on Bjorn. GG. GG, well played. Did it catch Bjorn off guard. And now we are getting ready for our next game. And spawning in the bottom left, we have Wayne. In the top right, we have Bjorn for Shopify. Of course, Wayne for Starlight Twinkle. Loading into Crimson Court as game number 2. Once again, Bjorn opening up 2-Rax Reaper. So Bjorn is going for the same opener. Wayne this time going for a 15-15. Okay, so this is a big divergence for Wayne. With this 15-15 opener, Wayne is going for a slightly faster expansion, a slightly faster spawning pool. Does mean that Wayne will be better set up here defensively, but it also means that Wayne's gases are going to be later, means Ling's speed is going to be delayed, means that he's going to have less of a kind of aggressive nature to him here in game number 2, at least early on. This will most likely lead into Roach play, but we'll see. Meanwhile, Bjorn getting his 2-Rax Reaper up and running. Is getting it up and running here. Soon to be moving out across the map. The Overlord will eventually confirm this. You can see back at home, Wayne still has not taken a gas geyser. And if we delay the gases even longer than this, then again, it is quite highly of a chance that we will be embracing Roach play instead of Ling Bane. May just skip Ling speed entirely. As the gas is now being taken. Okay. So we don't open completely gasless. We're not pulling a dark. We're not that crazy. Now we're going to be calming things down. You can see Bjorn, actually, with that full wall off, is mining through those gold mineral patches, so it can soon expand. And we'll be looking to take that linear third. Reapers are moving out. And we'll see what damage Bjorn can get done. Shall see as Bjorn does hit the natural. Dancing with the main army. Dancing with the Lings. But more importantly, just making sure that Wayne is stuck on 2 bases. That is the initial goal here of this opener. Now, we saw last game that Wayne basically turned this into an all-in, double expanded, and just went for just mass Ling Bane, or just mass Ling. He's also too concerned about his economy. This time, though. See what he does with Brace. You can see Wayne, he has an abundance of gas and he has no started Ling speed. So it should be Roach play. Technically, it could be 2-base Lair into Spire, which would be crazy. Behind this, Bjorn once again going 3cc. There's the Lair! Lair is prioritized. Reapers are being forced back. And are we crazy enough to go 2-base Muta? Against a 2-on-1 variation? No shot. Okay, Roaches. I was like, that'd be crazy. Roach Ward has been thrown down. So it is going to be Roach play out of Wayne. Which again makes sense just because of how late your gas is. It means Link speed is going to be delayed, so it may as well just skip Link speed and embrace Roaches. You can see Wayne mining through those middle patches on the left hand side, looking to expand and take the linear third. Again, because of the limited attack paths from the Hellions, it does also mean that you don't actually need Link speed or Lings that early on either. You can defend with Queens and Roaches. Behind this, it looks like it's going to be 3CC into Banshee play out of Byun. This time he does not go for the add-on swap for Reactored Hellion production. It's going to be Reactored Marine. We skip out on the Hellions entirely. So no Hellion aggression. It's going to be instead a 2-on-1 with Banshees. Interesting. The 2-on-1, of course, being the 2 Raxes, the 1 Factory, the 1 Starport. Stim is being prioritized. Now, medevacs are going to be delayed because of the Banshees, but Wayne needs to confirm. Banshees are not common with this build, with the initial 2 Raxes, so it's possible that Wayne might skip Spores and might pay the price for it. Like, if Wayne gets ready for the medevac push, which I wouldn't blame him, it should be medevacs on the way, not Banshees, then he's going to be caught with his pants down. Banshees are moving out, followed by the medevacs. Now, thankfully, I believe Cloak wasn't researched, so not the biggest investment into these Banshees. Meanwhile, Wayne is not droning. Once again, Wayne is going all in. Let's go. Wayne is moving out across the map with Roach Ravager. Moving out with everything he has. And Byun will confirm. He does confirm the move out. He's going to chip away at the Roaches. Chip away at the army. And here we go. This is it. No bunkers, no tanks either. Uh-oh. We don't have the best defensive setup. We're going for the production. Rax forced to lift. Second Rax as well. Boys are being pulled. Byun is in trouble. Ooh, as we deny combat shields. Yeah, we do deny it. The army going to be dancing, going to be trading here with the Marines. Banshee does focus on the Ravagers. Ravagers go down. Tank has arrived. We do get 8 SCVs, but these Roaches that batter their bruise, they're going down. Yeah, we barely don't have enough Byun defense. Byun does hold at a cost, though, at a cost of 14 SCVs. That's a lot of economic damage. The problem, though, is that now Byun can go straight for a counterattack. He's going for a double drop across the map, and Wayne has some catching up to do. We're still stuck on Roaches, no Ravagers. Evo Chambers on the way, Infestation Bits on the way. Third base now getting saturated. We're now just now droning. Just now droning up. And the drop has arrived. And Wayne is not in position. Uh-oh. Do rotate over. Queen under fire. The Queen is going to go down, and we can focus on the drones. Oh my god. In the blink of an eye, 8 drones go down. And just like that, Byun maintains his economic lead. Byun still ahead economically. We have mules, we have SCVs, we have a third base. 4th CC on the way for Byun. We don't even need it, but why not? Byun getting ahead in the base count. And in a moment of desperation, this makes sense. Wayne is going for an Infestor. Infestors, they can help out quite a bit here when it comes to transitioning into Lingbane Roach Ravager. They allow you to have some kind of splash damage. Infestors are still on the way. Meanwhile, Hive is being researched. We do get eyes on the Hive. 4th base being thrown down for Wayne. 4th base almost done for Byun. And I was curious what the Hive was going to be for. We have our answer. Hydras. It's going to be Hydra Lurker play from Wayne. Wayne is going to try to turtle. He's going to do his best here to turtle up, to try to stabilize here against Byun. And it's not going to be easy. As Byun is still being freely active. While the Fungal does connect. Oh, the Vials! Ooh. Don't, unfortunately. Vials rain down. The medevac does thread the needle. Does avoid those vials. And that Lurker Den has been thrown down. So Wayne, he's on the road. He's on the road to recovery. We're getting there. If we can make our way to Lurkers, then we can take a fight. We can hold. We can stabilize. Can we get the fungal? Up! We can! Catching some Marines. That's okay. Catch a handful of Marines. Backup base on the way. Oh, the 4th base is now getting saturated. Beyond is on 84 workers compared to the 69 of Wayne. Nice. I mean, it is a nice number, but not ideal. We need more. We need more than 69, but we're not satisfied. There you go. Lurkers now on the way. Working on those high-tech upgrades. Beyond is going to be soon maxing out, especially with this 4-base economy. That 4th is not a planetary. It's an orbital. That is greedy. Okay. Very greedy here out of Beyond, getting further ahead. And the scary thing right now is that Wayne, the soup does lie. As it often does, the soup does lie. Wayne has inflated army supply with Roach Ravager. Beyond is going to have a much more efficient army. Wayne going for the Nidus. Nidus would be a good way to bypass the main army of Beyond. Likewise, Wayne knocking down those rocks. Down the rocks, ready to move out. Nothing really threatened on the right hand side. There's no base, so not really much to do there. Both players maxing out. Meanwhile, we can see Beyond getting into Ghost production. We have some Vikings on the way that'll help when it comes to the Vipers. Oh, nice fungal! Very nice fungal out of Wayne. Catches how many? Oh, wait, no, that was like 2 ghosts going down. Very nice pickup. Very nice catch. Unfortunately, we cannot really gain any ground here. There are just too many tanks. We cannot break the tank line. Not with Lurkers. Going for the Nidus Worm, but alas, we're in position. Deny the Nidus, we clean up the Changelings. We clean up those Changelings. Now we have +1 melee on the way and a Bailey Nest, so you can see that Wayne, he's trying to get out of Roaches into Ling Bane, which would be more ideal. He's working on it. Vikings, they will shut down the Overseer. That is from on the left-hand side. So far away, sorry, Beyond, just more concerned about expanding, taking of the base. And the tanks can now start to fan out. So the map is being cut in half. We're splitting the map in half. Right now, there's a lot of pressure on Wayne to tech up and tech out of this. That's why he's working on the Bailey Nest, on +1 melee, Adrenal, Ultra Cavern, Greater Spire. Do need to tech up and tech out. But we're still getting there. Still working on it. As more Nidus Worms are attempted. But so far, Beyond shutting them all down. Denying all the Nidus Worms. The main army is spotted and Wayne is going for the 3rd. And Beyond out of position. Just the 1 tank within range. Tank goes down, planetary as well. But here come the ghosts. Oof, and the snipes are going to be insane. We shut down the roaches. We're getting into the lurkers. And this is not the best trade for Wayne. Leading out a lot of supply, a lot of gas as well. Has to pull away. The knights get shut down. And Bjorn being so attentive here with these overseers. Sitting down time and time again. Likewise, oh my god, the snipes. Likewise, once again, snipes popping off. We get a decent Lurker's wave? Lurker wave. Spine shot going off. Took down the ghost. Oof. We can see Wayne rotating over, taking a lot of tank shots to the face. Let's pick off one tank on the high ground. A drop gets across the map. We're pulling Wayne apart. Really just distracting the reinforcements. Wayne busy. You can see we're reinforcing with 60 lings. But these are still +1 melee lings. The upgrades are still very lackluster here for Wayne. Yeah, +1 melee, not going to cut it. 24 banelings on the way. See if we can collapse in. Do deny a CC. Do force a cancel. Siege line still holding strong. I would love to see liberators here out of Bjorn. I mean, it's a hard call to make. As the lurker count gets higher, you do want libs, but you don't want to take into them too soon. As it looks like Wayne, for the most part, has been able to get into Ling Main Hydra. Letting out most of his lurkers and roaches. Managed rolling in. Oh, but the choke point is brutal. Yeah, the tank volleys are too much. GG gets called. Wayne cannot break Bjorn. And Wayne taps out. Bjorn ties it up 1-1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, Wayne was stuck with a very, very subpar army. We were talking about it, about the lack of upgrades, the lack of tech transition as well. There was no Spire, no Greater Spire, no. We are getting ready here for our next best of 2. For our for once again, a PvP. We're back. We are back. It's going to be Christiana versus Hearthstone in a best of 2. Game 1 is going to be on Dynasty. Christiana, of course, he is the Sparkling Tuna himself. Did go down earlier in the semi-finals of the previous tournament of Sparkling Tuna Cup earlier today. But he's here to duke it out, to flex his skill against Hearthstone. Here we go. When it comes to the hierarchy of European Protoss players, it does feel like Christiana has risen the ranks and is now up there amongst the top 4, has now surpassed Hearthstone, but we'll see if he can fight back. As in the top right-hand corner, we have Christiana for Starlight Twinkle. In the bottom left, we have Hearthstone for Shopify. Here we go. Are going to be settling in. Again, if you recall the previous series that we did feature Christiana, it was a PvP between himself and Shameless in the semi-finals of the best of 3. And it went all the way to the ace match, but Christiana, where he struggled the most against Shameless, was some failed aggression. He tried to go for some proxy, some all-ins, and Shameless was able to survive, do his best, in a way, Showtime impression, and survive the aggression of Christiana, which allowed him to settle into a win eventually. But Christiana may have a different approach against Hearthstone. Expect a different approach here. As we are jumping into our PvP. But now 2-gate opener. It's going to be a 2-gate opener all around. We're loading into Dynasty. Dynasty, of course, being a very unorthodox map, has a gold pocket base that's going to be available. Neither player should take the gold yet. The gold should be reserved as a 3rd or as a 4th base later on. Taking it as a natural is a very risky maneuver and very difficult to get away with. Let's go. As Christiana is moving out for a scout, meanwhile Hearthstone throwing down a proxy across the map. Let's go. The pylon has been thrown down, and this is a good position for a Proxy Stargate. Proxy Stargate would make the most sense for Hearthstone. We'll see if that's what he does embrace. As there it is, the Stargate has been thrown down. Meanwhile, Cristiano opening up Robo. Interesting, a very safe opener out of Cristiano. This Robo opener that he's going for is designed to completely shut down a one-base all-in. So Cristiano playing it safe. Shield batteries on the way as well. Oh, yeah, Cristiano, he's overreacting. Like, Cristiano, he has not scouted what the proxy is. He just knows that there is a proxy somewhere. Little does he know that it's a macro opener out of Hearthstone. And this means that the turns might table. What I'm referring to is that this opener out of Cristiano may develop into his own one-base all-in once he realizes what's going on. Oracle's on the way. Cristiano opening up Prism. That should be to harass across the map with Adepts to get some economic damage. So far, there's expansion, and Cristiano does scout. Very good positioning with the probe. He does confirm there is an expansion. And now he can take his own. Can take his own base. Adept does threaten the shade. Does commit to the shade. A bit of a slip up there. And the Adept does go down. A massive pick off. There's the expansion. Oracle towards the main. Cristiano, is he in position? He is. Cristiano is in position. Does affect the Oracle. Oracle is deflected. Base has been taken. Adepts moving out across the map. And we'll see if Hearthstone can get any damage. Likewise, we'll see if Hearthstone can defend back at home and minimize losses. War Prism slipping in. Hearthstone does have Adepts. Sorry, does have Stalkers. Is in position. Nice response so far. Oh, the hope. Oh my god, the movement. Let's go. Hearthstone does body block, does protect his mineral line, and we do not lose any workers. So it's been a little bit of a give and take here, where Hearthstone doesn't get any probe damage across the map, but likewise, neither does Cristiano. So both players, they bounce off each other. The downside here is that Hearthstone saved his Oracles. Cristiano did not save his Adepts. So a better trade for Hearthstone. Likewise, Hearthstone does take a slight economic lead, as his expansion was slightly faster. Does have that faster expansion. Oracle's moving out, Sorg's in position. Getting a bit of hull damage, just a little bit. There we go. So now we are going to be settling in, getting into our 2-base setups. Do have Immortals on the way for both players. Oracle still at, finds a probe, not bad. Be able to keep up. Now going to be able to keep up with ourselves. Cristiano take a third base, first to expand. It does spot the main army, is aware, and the Observer is going to be hunted down. Oof. Observer does fall. Sorry, just distracted, responding to the chat a little bit. But we are on a delay. And this is a bold move out of Cristiano. As he spots the main army, he is going for his own harass, once again towards the main base. Hearthstone does expand, is going for the gold, risky maneuver. For the gold is spotted by Cristiano, and he will catch the Oracle. Nicely done. Crisp control from Cristiano. He shuts down the Oracle. Picking away at the main army. Charge on the way for Hearthstone. The pressure is now on Cristiano to make sure that this gold base does not get up and running. Does not get saturated. But Harsum coming in from the right-hand side. Oh, can we get the sentries? Oh, not quite. Stalker goes down. The Prism! Oh my god, the Prism getting low as well. And it looks like the Prism will fall. Massive pickup. We snipe the War Prism, get the hell out of there. At the same time, Adepts a shade into the natural. And finally, Cristiano, he finds some economic damage. This is what he's been looking for quite some time. Shading into the main base. Oh my god, we're getting so much done. These two Adepts, they get 7, they get 8 probe kills. They get, can we get 10? Oh, not quite. Yeah, we don't quite target fire towards the end. We could have gotten 10 probes, but it missed a little bit of miscontrol. Regardless, 9 worker kills is very nice damage. And just like that, Cristiano takes a 10 worker lead. Now, Harsum can make up for it with the gold base. The gold minerals will allow Harsum to, you know, sustain some of these losses and allow him to make some of these slip-ups. Can afford to lose some workers here with the gold. So Harsum can recover. Meanwhile, Cristiano building up back at home. With the Templar Archives on the way, it's going to be for Archons. So Charge Archon on the horizon for Harsum, and he's still continuing Immortal production as well. He's going to have quite a hefty army to work with. So here we go. Rocks are being knocked down. Harsum pushing through. The Archons have arrived just in time. Cristiano is setting up a wall of shield batteries. Can he prepare in time? It's going to be close. It is going to be close here. We have a wall of shield batteries. A wall of Archons. It's not easy to push into this. I don't think Harsum should, actually. Prism just barely does avoid that Phoenix. As I'll say, bust into the mineral line. We're collapsing some of the Archon. We catch one. Oh, the overcharge does barely keep it alive. The Archon lives. Zelsa headed towards the main, distracting Harsum. Very tense moment between our players. Very tense. Even trading nicely against the Zealots. Do trade nicely. Big Zealot Warp in denies the expansion. That's a kill! Oh my god! That's a kill and a cancel. A reaction from Harsum on camps as well. As we recall back home. Cristiano, he's in the driver's seat. At the same time, though, zone 4th base getting harassed. Cristiano moving out. Cristiano's moving out. It's going to be a kill on the 4th as well. Yeah, Cristiano's all in. He's going all in. Can he make this work, though? It's going to be close. We have reinforcements behind this. Archons trade with each other. Zelt's on the way as well. And it looks like Cristiano, he's not quite going to be able to break through this. Yeah, Harsum, he is getting on top of the Immortals. The Immortals are going down. Just barely. GG gets called. Harsum barely takes the fight. Whew. And takes a 1-0. Oh my god. Calm down, Harsum. Calm down. But does it take the 1-0 lead here? Who will take the lead? Let's go. As game 2 is going to be on Oceanborn. Let's go. I see in chat someone asking about predictions. Predictions will not be open just because we are playing from a delay, or streaming from a delay. As in the top left we have Cristiano, in the bottom right we have Harsum. But I did mention earlier, but just to reiterate, this event, WTL, began during the finals of Sparkling Tuna Cup. So because of that, we are playing catch-up. And we did start the stream, I want to say, around half an hour behind. So a bit of a half-hour delay. But we are catching up. We're basically cutting breaks. We're cutting breaks. We're speeding through them. And we are slowly catching up. We're getting there. We're getting there. But because of that, no predictions. Likewise, no spoilers in the chat either, otherwise you will be timed out or banned. For now, we're settling in. It is going to be a double gas open out of Harsum. Likewise, double gas out of Cristiano, getting into our gateways. Nothing too crazy. No one is opening up with a max packs gate cyber expand. No one is that wild. Here we go. Are moving out. Now, we saw in the last game, Hearthstone did embrace a proxy Stargate, which didn't get that much done, but may opt to do it again. May opt to do it as well. As Hearthstone does throw down the fake proxy pylon on the right-hand side. Throws down the fake proxy. Not going to be committing this time. And we'll see how Cristiano reacts and how he responds. If you remember in the beginning of game 1, he did open up with a robo, a very defensive start out of Cristiano. A little bit concerned that it was going to be a real all-in in game 1. Shall see. As the probe scout does slip into the main base, attempting to get a full scout. Its eyes on the pylon. Likewise, Cristiano checking, confirming the expansion, and is now aware it's safe to take his own base as well. As a result, Hearthstone will be slightly ahead in the base timing. We'll have that slight lead. We have our tech of choice, Hearthstone opening up Robo. Interesting. It's going to be a Robo opener here out of Hearthstone. And both players should confirm this. We do have our hallucination scouts. We do see a Twilight Council opener out of Cristiano. Likewise, with hallucination, does confirm the Robo opener of Hearthstone. So it's going to be on Cristiano to keep up with any crazy Prism plays, like more Prism harass across the map. We can see Hearthstone opening up with early Immortal production. Interesting. Okay. Go. So Cristiano is moving out. He is moving out across the map. Pushing towards the left-hand side. Immortal production has already begun, and it looks like the first Immortal should pop out just in time for this push. So Hearthstone is ready, even hallucinating one of his own Immortals. And hoping to tank some shots. Cristiano poking in and going for the Immortal, does lock it down, and he will get it. The Immortal will fall. Nice pick up here out of Cristiano. Likewise, end up shading in. Getting a probe, getting 2. 2, 3 probes go. Oh my god, Hearthstone getting so much damage across the map. Getting far too much. 5 probe kills, 6 probe kills. And unlike the previous game where Hearthstone lost, to be fair, even more than this, there's no goal base to recover from that from. Cristiano takes an economic deficit, and the pressure is on to bounce back. Pressure is on Cristiano. Is on. Both players working towards blink. Cristiano will have a much faster blink timing. Bear that in mind. We can try to make use of it, as Immortals are amassing to make up for our otherwise Stalker deficit. So Hearthstone is going to have a less mobile army, but a little bit more robust with all these Immortals. And it's going to be a lot more robust. Cristiano does tip in. Oh. Trading with the sentries. Once again, I'm loving Hearthstone's use of hallucinations just to tank shots. Which can to be very important here in this kind of dynamic. As the Immortals did tank a volley there. Adept shading in, Harsum's keeping up. We will get a couple of workers there. Likewise, Harsum doing the same across the map. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, we get 4 probe kills from the side of Cristiano, but likewise, we got another 4 across the map as well. The Adept Harass is getting a little bit out of control. Yeah, he's getting out of hand. Cristiano forced a recall, bleeding out too many Stalkers. Harsum does catch him out. So basically, Harsum's been turtling up back at home. He's been able to successfully defend, has been punishing Cristiano. Likewise, Adept Harass across the map, getting far too much done, and Harsum has a quite nice lead. He's ahead in army supply, ahead in economy. Cristiano, the pressure's on him to somehow find some damage, catching a Warp Prism, an Immortal. Pressure is on. Trying to fight the army. No, the sentries! We get 1. We get 2. 2 sentries go down. The Observer saw everything. Cristiano just cannot find a way in. Just cannot find a way, not towards that 3rd base. Harsum going to be expanding, taking a 4th. Maintaining his economic lead. Harsum is soon pushing out. And Cristiano, can he hold against this? I mean, he only has big Stalkers. That's a problem here. He's stuck with a subpar army. Too many losses early on. And this armor from Harsum is snowballing out of control. It has just begun too much. Game 1 was quite close. Game 1 was very close between these players. And if Harsum didn't have such a tech-heavy army, then I would say Cristiano can definitely hold against this. But we have Archons, we have Immortals, we have everything we need. As long as Harsum doesn't fumble the push here, which we have seen in the past. True. Cristiano warping a massive wave of Zealots. Does collapse in, running into the Archons. Okay, Cristiano, he dives on that Prism. Prism goes down, but we can lose every single Stalker. And likewise, these Zealots on their own, they can't really do much. Nice kiting with the Archons. We pull away, and we shut down the Zealots. Harsum waiting for his own reinforcements. Unfortunately, no Warp Prism, so reinforcements are delayed. Warp Prism just now on the way, is being rebuilt. And Cristiano does at least buy time by sniping the Warp Prism. This would be where, you know, another kind of tech structure like a Dark Shrine or a Bay would come in handy. Zealot not too bad. Is going to be distracting. Is it going to be pulling a Harsum to the left-hand side? At least buying time. But you can see here that Cristiano is just stuck with gateway units. Like, he doesn't have any gases. He has no gases behind this. He can't really afford Immortals or Archons. Or any other form of tech. Cristiano's just not set up for it. It's just not set up. Harsum does rotate. Once again, just out-positioning Cristiano, getting onto the high ground, taking control of the ramp as well. Oh my god. So many Zealots do melt. Yeah, we're going to be burning through those Zealots. Likewise, we're just cutting Cristiano off. We're able to hit the 3rd base at the same time. The 3rd is under fire. And we will be able to knock it down. At the same time, Cristiano dropping into the main. But this did need to occur sooner. Rotating, trying to catch the Prism. Trying to at least. Once again, Cristiano out of position though. When we get on top of the fourth base is going to go down as well. Yeah, Harstam all over this. Kills the third, kills the fourth. Recalls back home. And Cristiano's going for the base trade. This is the best opportunity for Cristiano at this point. Has to be the base trade. He's getting a lot of economic damage done. A lot of herbs are falling. And it will collapse on the fourth. He can always recall. Recall is available. Ooh, massive Archon shot. Oh my god. The Archon volleys are insane. And do we go for the recall? Do we commit? Oh. Yeah, we do try to recall, but Zealots are left behind. Yeah, not enough room for them. We clean up the Zealots. Worker counts are similar, true. But Harstam has an army, is the problem here. In a head-on fight, Harstam will take it. And Cristiano has been avoiding that fight for quite some time. And GG gets called. Harstam will take the 2-0 and will take a nice lead for himself and for his team. GG. Harstam making up for Bjorn's earlier loss. Again, Wayne was able to pop off and tie things up with Bjorn, but Harstam is able to make a solid lead for himself and for his team, and now it comes down to the ZVZ between Cham and Scarlet. Cham needs a 2-0 to force the ace match. Scarlet needs to win one game to claim the series. Oh boy. It's going to be a close one. It is going to be a close one here. I mean, it's going to be a tense one, I should say. Scarlet is favored, which is the worrisome thing. Scarlet is favored coming into this. And we'll see if Cham can make some magic happen. I want to believe that Cham can take a game. I want to believe. But we need two. One game is not enough. And here we go in the bottom right-hand corner. We have Cham for Starlight Twinkle. In the top left, we have Scarlet for Shopify. Let's go. Go. We are getting ready here. We have our ZVZ. Our first ZVZ of the night. Also, shout out to Cristiano. Again, it's just been not his day. We saw him fold earlier in Sparkling Tuna Cup and now here in WTL. Some rough matches there for Cristiano. But now we can embrace something a little bit different, something a little bit more wild, and at times chaotic. Can embrace the ZVZ. For the time being, Hatch Gas Pool, standard openers between our players. Standard openers between Cham and Scarlet. And we'll see where this takes us. Oh, so my apologies. I say standard openers. Okay. Scarlet going Hatch Gas Pool. Meanwhile, Cham does go for a slightly different variation. Bit of a later Gas Geyser here from Cham. Bit of a later Gas. I'm curious if this is indicative of Cham going 2-base Roach. Could be the case. As I believe Cham went for a Hatch Pool Gas instead. So we'll keep our eyes on Cham as we are settling in and droning up. It's actually been a long time since I've casted a ZVZ. Like, we cast on a daily basis here and at times multiple times a day, but yeah, the last ZVZ was maybe a week ago, 2 weeks ago. It's been a while. I think it was maybe Dark versus Rex in ESL Asia from 2 weeks ago, maybe. Might have been our last ZVZ. Smurge. Bring them back, Papi. Bring them back. There we go. Link speed is on the way. So even though Cham had slightly later gases, he still embraces link speed. It's all good. We will be expanding, taking our third bases. No one is playing 2 base. Not yet. Not in game 1. Third hatcheries are being taken. Cham going for his nest. does throw down the main nest. Meanwhile, Scarlet is holding on to gas, but should not be too far behind. Never mind. Okay, Scarlet is skipping the Bailey nest. Okay, greedy move here out of Scarlet. Is going into the Evo chamber. Evo chamber's on the way instead. Into a Roach Warren. Risky move by Scarlet. Skipping the Bailey nest and going into just purely Ling into Roach. And this does mean Shem can be aggressive and Shem can be assertive. He can just double down and go for a Ling Flood. Oh. And Shem is. You can see here 16 Lings on the way. Shem is going to pull the trigger. Shem has cut workers at 28. And Scarlet is going to be in some trouble. Scarlet going for +1 carapace is going to be for Ling Roach. But defending without Banelings is going to be difficult. We'll see if Cham can break through. There we go. Banelings are on the way. Roach one has been thrown down. Scarlet is going to be the defender. And Cham is going all in. Here we go. Behind this, Cham is droning. Regardless, he's committed. Rallying Lings across the map. Checking the third base. The Queens are trying to keep up. And ideally, Tram. Oh! Dump track the. Oh no! We dump track the army in! Massive connections! Scarlet losing every single Ling, and now we collapse on the third base, and this base should go down. The Queens are coming in to support, though. Regardless, insane connections here out of Cham. More Banelings on the way. Roach is now amassing for Scarlet. So far, Cham has traded well. And can we get even more done? We're going for the Queens. He busts into the mineral line. Drones under fire. We target down 2 of those workers, almost 3. Not bad. And we did morph in 2 Banelings, but where exactly are they? Oh, they're waddling in. Yeah, they're waddling in here, but gonna be a little bit too late. Cham has to back up. Scarlet holds. Scarlet does hold. And has made it to Roaches. And now Scarlet is going for that +1 carapace timing. It is now Scarlet's turn to go for an all-in. Scarlet cutting workers at 38, and now Cham, can he hold on? Can he survive this? +1 carapace is about to kick in. How the turns do table. Scarlet evacuating her third base. Does evacuate. I mean, it wasn't even saturated. It was fake. Fake saturation at the third. Ooh, but the base is getting quite low. Cham overextending a little bit here. We don't want to be out here. Yeah, we don't want to be out on the map. And Cham does overextend. Scarlet catching out some of these Roaches, getting on some of the Ravagers. Oof. A rough fight for Cham. Has to kite back. Ling reinforcements are on the way. Cham trying to get on top of the army. Oh, the Biles! Ooh, do connect. Biles do connect. Cham trading nicely with those Lings. But Ravagers have morphed in. And yeah, the start of this fight was just a little bit too in favor of Scarlet. Catching a Queen! Queen is going down. Ling's coming in first around though. With offensive advantage, does Cham have enough? It's going to be close. It's going to be very close here. Cham collapsing all those Ravagers, trying to focus them down, but alas, cannot get on top of them. And Scarlet snowballs out of control. GG gets called, and Scarlet takes game number 1. Whew. GG, well played. Scarlet does take the first game, a very intense game 1. Cham had some solid moments, but if you remember, Scarlet was the entire time going for a Ling Roach Ravager all-in. That's why she was rushing to +1 carapace, a bit of a solar build. Was going for the all-in, and the initial Ling Bane aggression from Cham was not enough to kill Scarlet. Was not enough. Cham, likewise, in the aftermath, was a little bit too greedy. A little bit too economic. Did drone up a little bit too much. And had a really rough start to the fight as well, being caught out of the map. Just so many little things just going in favor of Scarlet. And here we go. We're getting into game 2. And in the top right-hand corner, we have Cham for Starlight Twinkle. In the bottom left, we have Scarlet for Shopify. And with that previous win, Scarlet will claim the series for Shopify Rebellion. There will not be an A smash. There will not be a Game 7. As Scarlet did only need 1 game to claim victory here. GG. Here we go. We are getting into game 2. For now, hatch first, all around. Getting into our hatch first openers. And we should be headed into just standard hatch gas pool setup. Once again, Cham is going for hatch pool gas, so slightly later gas geyser, slightly. This is just Cham's opener. It's just what he goes for. It's what he does. He likes it, man. He likes it. He does enjoy. But outside of that, no kind of major deviations here. No insanely early gas or insanely early spawning pool. We're settling in. Are going to be settling in. Of course, after this game, we will be getting ready for Team Liquid versus Shopify. Sorry, Team Liquid versus Vitality, what I meant to say. We'll be diving into that. But we'll see if Cham can redeem himself here in game 2. Overlord dipping in. Just getting eyes on the opener, getting eyes on saturation, making sure that we are droning. Everything looking as it should. Just happily joining up. Settling in. Scarlet going to be taking her third, and Cham shouldn't be too far behind. Interesting, as Cham has yet to expand, going for 2 extra queens. We're playing 2 base, okay. Cham, he skips out on the hatchery, goes for an extra wave of queens instead, and should be walling off with an Evo Chamber and a Roach Warren, as this third base is, yeah, non-existent. So my eyes are going to be on Cham here, as he is droning. Yep, Lair is on the way, Evo Chamber, Roach Warren as well. Upon seeing this, Scarlet can make the choice to cancel her Bailey Nest and just go into Roaches herself. Has that option. It can be risky just because Cham could go into a Link Flood. That is possible. But I believe Cham did skip Link Speed. He skipped Link Speed, that's why he can afford that Lair. Lings do slip in. Big scout here out of Scarlet. Does get eyes on the Lair. We confirm the Lair, we confirm lack of Link Speed. Gas is being taken as well. And we do have all 4 gases on the way. Cham embracing +1 range, getting into 2 base Roach. Now, this doesn't have to be an all-in. This could just be a way to skip Ling Rain and get into a later third instead. As Scarlet is denied entry into the natural. Scarlet is denied. There's still 1 Ling left over in the main, just barely. They'll survive. And now Cham can finally expand. And third base is on the way. Roaches are amassing. Scarlet being as annoying as possible. Going for the rescout. Honestly, it's really important that this Ling lived, which means we confirm there is no Spire. Right? That was always an option. That was always a possibility here that it could have been 2 base Muta. So Scarlet does confirm that there is no Spire. Does confirm that Roaches are on the way instead. So is now aware of the Roach play. Getting into her own Roaches. Scarlet joining up to 50. Ooh, and Cham, he's cut workers at 44. He's going all in. Cham is going all in here. We're doubling down. Scarlet did join up a little bit more, but that's okay. We can afford to get away with 6 extra workers. Scarlet is building up her own Roach army. Again, not over droning. I mean, there's no reason to. The third base isn't even done. And Cham is droning. Okay. Cham is droning up. He's joining up, he's getting +1 carapace, so Chem is not going for an all-in. And we'll see when and if Scarlet realizes that, and when and if Scarlet starts droning herself. But now Scarlet's still amassing a lot of roaches. And Scarlet can turn this defense into an offense. This is a scary thing about like faking an all-in and faking aggression, is that you're forcing your opponent to make roaches, and if you're not making them yourself, if you're droning up too much, then you might be caught with your pants down. As you can see here, Chem is behind in the army supply. Chem has been droning, Chem is still droning. And Chem is working on +2 range. Sure, that's going to be a great upgrade, but we're not going to get there. Scarlet's moving out. We had a contamination on +1 range, but now it's just lined up with speed. Like, it doesn't matter. And here we go. Scarlet is pushing. She cut workers at 50 long ago. Has not made a single drone, and here comes the counter all-in. You made me do this. Roaches, they hit the third base, and we overwhelm. There's just not enough to defend. Boys are being pulled. Sham was too greedy. Sham droned up too much. We have some biles going up. They somewhat connect, but not good enough. Yeah, we have an overwhelming surge of Zerg. The swarm is here. And we're snowballing out of control. We get on top of the Ravagers. GG gets called, and Scarlet will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Scarlet will take it. Again, this is the scary kind of dynamic that takes place in ZVZ, is if you force your opponent to not drone and make an army, you have to deal with the consequences of that. you have to deal with that at some point. And Chem, he did force roaches out of Scarlet, did drone up too much. With that, GG, well played, was caught with his pants down, and Scarlet took the win. GG. With that, we're going to be going on a short break, and we're going to be cutting this break a little bit shorter as well, and we'll be jumping into our next series, into Team Liquid versus Team Vitality. See you soon. See you soon, bye. See you soon.
的主播八卦、定期的抽奖福利以及爆笑的节奏和评论。关注 SCBoy 官方公众号，365天每天更新，让你与20万猛男一起更便捷的享受我和黄哥给大家带来的快乐。不要告诉别人哟。
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to our second best of 7 of the night. We just wrapped up with Shopify versus Starlight Twinkle. Did go the way of Shopify. They did claim victory, and now we are here with our final best of 7 of the season of the round robin group stage. We have Team Liquid versus Team Vitality. Oh boy, here we go. We are jumping right in, and we do have our first lineup. It's going to be a TVT between Clem and Ryung. This is a rematch. Ryung has been known for being the Clem Crusher. He was dubbed the Clem Crusher back in the previous season of WTL, as he was the answer to the Clem problem. As Clem was on fire, this was post-stream Hack Atlanta, and oh my, we're just jumping right in. And in the bottom left-hand corner, or top left even, we have Clem. In the bottom right, we have Ryung. Now, it does look like we are playing this out via replays. Looks like our players were not able to play this out live. Does make sense because I believe at the time Clem was playing in a Stormgate tournament. I believe the tasteless Stormgate event did already conclude, but just in case it did go over time, I believe Clem was prioritizing that. So that does mean that he had to play this ahead of time with Ryung. Was the plan. Here we go. As we are going to be settling in. And again, Ryung, he is just a bit of a TVT specialist here. There's a reason why Solar and Maru, they attempted and failed to bring Clem down, and they had to rely upon Ryung time and time again to be the answer to the Clem problem, at least in the previous season of WTL. It's similar to Solar. If you remember, Solar did the same thing in Serral, where Solar was kind of the Serral Slayer in the previous season of WTL. The season before that. So Team Vitality, even though they have star players like Maru, they can always rely upon some of their other players to, you know, pull their weight, or pull their own weight as well, and to prove themselves. And we'll see if Clem can get his revenge. Now, what I will say is that in the lead up to this series, we actually have seen a lot of Clem versus Ryung in ESL Open Cups. ESL Open Cup Asia, in Kung Fu Cup as well. I don't know what it is, but for whatever reason, Clem and Ryung, they have been facing off week after week after week, and Clem has been looking more dominant. Clem has been getting his revenge, and over the past like 2-3 weeks, he has been able to take down Ryung time and time again in these online weekly tournaments. So even though Ryung in the previous season of WTL did flex his TVT, and it is his best matchup, Clem has been improving. Has been improving here in his own TVT. But now, we're going to be settling in. Our players going for their CCs. It looks like it was a Rax Expand out of Ryung, and meanwhile, Double Gas Opener out of Clem. Ryung being more economic, Clem being a little bit more tech-heavy with a faster factory into faster tech. So Clem getting into Hellions, getting into his Star Pro production. Meanwhile, Ryung still just chilling back at home, getting into Safety Marines, getting into his own factory. So Clem is going to be the aggressor here. We'll see what he can bring to the table. See what he can get done. Dipping into the natural. Does threaten the SCVs. Getting a Hellion volley up as well. Not bad. Well, as I say that, bleeds out the Reapers. The Hellion will survive and can pick off another Marine, but Ryung does pull them back. Nice control. Does juggle the Marines back and will maintain the high ground. Whew. Nice defense here by Ryung. Does hold. Does hold the line. Meanwhile, Clem backing up, getting into his own drop play. He's looking to get into his own Hellion or even Marine drop play initially. Ryung, interesting, he's still taking that more defensive role where he's skipping out on medevacs, he's skipping additional Cyclones as well as going for a faster tank, getting into Vikings. We spoke about this, I mean, we've spoken about this time and time again whenever we cast and cover Ryung's TVT, but typically in this matchup, Ryung, he's all about slowing the game down. He's all about flexing what he's best at, and that is positional play. Map awareness, map control, and positional play is the big strength of Ryung in TBT. Speaking of open up Viking, we'll chip away at the drop. Clem, we'll dip in there. Third CC on the way. Bold move out of Ryung. Third CC's in production, within range, within vision here of Clem. But we do keep it safe and sound. And ooh, the medevac goes down. Massive pickoff. Ryung does catch the medevac. Does bring it down. Likewise following this up with Raven production. Ravens are on the way. And so far, Ryung doing well defending. Not just defending, but also getting away with a faster third CC. Working towards Stim. Thankfully, even though Ryung is defensive, and we have seen Ryung embrace mech, this time, not at all. It's going to be Biotank, thankfully. It's going to be Biotank out of Ryung. We're staying away from mech for now. Cyclone, nice lock on. We do get a lot of damage on that Raven. Oof. A lot of damage is dealt. Can back off and be repaired, but nice win for Clem nonetheless. It's going to be a nice win. Do have our add-on swaps going on. Ryung morphing in his third TC. Now, just because Ryung has a third TC faster than Clem doesn't mean that he can land it on location faster. It's going to be on Clem to deny it, to delay the expansion. That's why we do see an attempted move out of Clem. The goal here should be to delay while he gets his own base. And he's dancing with each other. Cyclones, they do lock on each other, and Clem is forced back. Oof. Barely does escape, but here comes the main army. And again, this shouldn't really be to break Ryung, it should just be to contain. To contain and get into our own third base. Now sieging up, hoping that maybe Ryung moves out. So we set up a bit of a trap. Trap is set. Ryung chilling here in the tall grass. Doesn't overextend. We're calming down. And Clem, he doesn't keep pushing. He does pull away. Third base is now being taken by both players. Both players working towards 1-1. Stim. Eventually combat shields. And we're settling into the mid game. Calming down, we're settling in. Settling in, likewise, Clem behind this. Throwing down turrets, walling up. We're in for a long one. I can feel it already, Pappy. We're going to be here for a while. As the game is slowing down, sensor towers, missile turrets, you name it. We're working on it. Ryung is now being active. He's now breaking out from his shell. From his defenses. His double drop is spotted. Not the main army. Clem doesn't know what else is out there. Doesn't know exactly how much Ryung is moving out with. Now he's making his way in. We do disable the first tank, the second tank as well. We can stim forward. And Clem does have an opening. Now making our way towards the natural, but there is another tank. Oh, it barely does go down. We get 3 tank pickoffs. Clem with the air control is going to be able to shut down the medevacs at least. But what about the Marines? What about the ground army? As Ryung, it looks like he cannot gain much ground. Well, he wants the Raven. He gets one. Ooh, doesn't get the other. Nice pickoff. One Raven does fall. You can see Ryung slowly retreating. Ooh, Liberator has arrived. We take down the Marines. And Ryung has to reposition. Again, no Vikings for Ryung. He cannot contest against the Lib. Then forces the on siege. Another Viking goes down. Ryung has done a great job so far, just picking off like 1 or 2 Vikings at a time, allowing himself to eventually get into his own Viking production. He's not there yet, but can do so. Marines a civil, they focus on the Lib. Liberator goes down. And behind this, Ryung is just containing. He will be expanding back at home. Clem does sneak out with a drop. Does sneak out, deny some mining time. Getting on the CC, forcing back reinforcements, but Ryung should be able to hold on, not without losing 2 SCVs. Ooh, and almost the base. Oh my god, it got very low. Yeah, as with the production, with the reinforcements, we shut down the medevac, we will eventually clean up that drop. Another Liberator does arrive. Ryung, can we focus it down? Ooh, it's going to cost us some Marines, but we do get it. Do barely get the Lib. Meanwhile, Clem trading very efficiently across the map with that drop. Getting more Marines, and now Clemmy breaks out. He does get the disable, and breaks down 1, 2, 3 of these tanks going to be falling. Tank line here for Ryung is still looking strong though. And Clem is bleeding out too many Marines. But this is still a much better trade for Clem. Takes down most of the tanks for the cost of Marines. Maintains his own tank count. Ryung did have the upgrade advantage. 2-2 still not done for Clem. 3-3 now on the horizon here for Ryung. That's to pull away. Consolidates his army, takes a moment to breathe. Moving out once again. Interesting that Ryung is still not making any Vikings, by the way. He's still just completely given up on air control. He's playing very similar to Bjorn, actually. Just mass marine tank. Very bio-heavy. It's not easy to make work. Oliveira recently did this as well against Spirit, if you recall. It was Oliveira versus Spirit last night in WTL, actually, in World Team League. Also playing very similarly to this. Thanks to Siege, and we do find a way in. Oh, attempt to at least. Clem is ready. Does defend. You can see Ryung, though, able to be the first to max out. Remember, a big reason for this is because of how marine heavy Ryung is. Almost called him Bjorn. It is playing very similar to Bjorn. It is very marine heavy. And there's a tech switch. Triple starport. 3 starports on the way. Is going to be for Mass Viking eventually. It's getting there. Tank a little bit too far forward. Bio army stimming in, tank goes down. We get on top of the tanks, and Ryung getting very ambitious here. Gets 2 tanks, just barely, taking advantage of the lack of Marines for Clem. We spoke about this again, Clem, he's got less Marines and more Vikings, and they can't really help against this Marine force. Ooh, that's a kill. That's a kill in the CC. Liberators do siege up. But essentially, if there's ever a moment, if there's ever a window where there aren't enough tanks in position, then Ryung can take advantage of it. So do bleed off a lot of Marines. Okay, I guess be careful, both armies are maxed out. Both armies are maxed. Ryung catching reinforcements. Oh, tanks, they get caught on siege, and we go for the dive, we go for the kill. We get 1, we get 2, we get 3. 3 tanks on Raven, a 4th tank as well. Oh my god. Very efficient trades here for Ryung. Getting 4 tanks on Raven for just Marines. Behind this, his own tank line does stand strong. Reinforcements on the way. Catching out more tanks. And can we get every single tank? There's 1 left. 0-0. Oh my god. We clean up every single tank, and Clemmy's getting pulled apart. And Ryung With these dives, he just pulls Clem apart. Time and time again, we have 2 tanks left over. And Ryung has no fear. He stims and he wins. Man with gun is too good, Fappy. It's too good. Now we have the tanks coming in. After the Marines have done all the heavy lifting. Like, now the tanks waddle in to seal the deal. We have control of the 3rd base. GG gets called, and Ryung will take game number 1. Whew. GG. The TVT sniper. He's doing it again. Takes the first game. Very nicely done. Again, TVT is Ryung's best matchup. It is where he thrives the most. But what I will say is that this was a very different kind of Ryung. Usually Ryung is more positional based. And I mean, positioning was a big part of this. True mobility, though, was the big factor here. With no Vikings, with no Liberators, with instead doubling down on a heavier Marine army, Ryung was able to actually pull Clem apart, catch him off guard time and time again, catching 1, 2, 3 straight tanks, Liberators, Vikings as well. Very impressive stuff there out of Ryung. Not an easy way to play, and in the top right hand corner we have his opponent, we have Clem. Look at him bounce back. In the bottom left we have Ryung for Team Vitality. Here we go. Of course, Clem for Team Liquid. But again, this like active style, it's not easy just because in a head-on fight, Clem wins. In a head-on fight, Clem would have taken it here with the slow siege of tanks, but we didn't have a head-on fight. Time and time again, Ryung, he was just hitting the fringe bases here of Clem. Just hitting his sides, looking for a way in and pulling him apart. Just, yeah, he was just fraying at the seams. And it is a very, very fine line that you have to cross there whenever you play that style. So impressive stuff there out of Ryung. Really impressive. Something that I didn't really expect out of him, out of all players. Out of Ryung. I mean, even Clem has played that style himself. It's a great effect, as you can imagine. But your army is very fragile. You're working with like a glass cannon, essentially. And we'll see if Ryung plays similarly or if he does switch things up. Meanwhile, shout out in the chat. Oh my god, to Todish number 2. Not number 1, but to Todish number 2. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing with Twitch Prime. We do appreciate the support. Thank you so much for 2 months. Gracias, Papi, gracias. Thank you so much for the subscription. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft. Hope you enjoy WTL. Here we go. The Tuna rises. It's the Yaku in the chat. Aye, aye, aye. The Tuna does rise. So from here we're going to be settling in. Be calming down. Clem checking for proxies. He checks the linear third, triangular third as well. You can see Ryung doing the same. Both players checking each other, making sure there's no shenanigans going on. But we're loading into Alcyone. Now, earlier I did mention, like, and I was excited. I was like, oh, Stim, it's not mech. We're loading into Alcyone. This is not a bad map for mech. If we wanted to slow the game down and cut it in half and embrace a longer game, we'll see if Ryung does head in that direction. Or if Clem does as well. We have seen Clem mech it up. It's not out of the realm of possibility. Clem has embraced mech in the past. So we'll keep an eye on our players. Make sure they stay honest. Make sure. This time, our players are going to be mirroring each other. If you recall, last game, we had Ryung going for an economic opener and Clem going for a double gas, more tech-heavy opener instead. This time, we are mirroring each other. This time, we are mirroring each other. CCs are finishing up. Oh, sorry, my apologies. I say mirroring each other. This time, Clem was the one that went for a more economic opener. Meanwhile, Ryung went for a later expansion. Okay. So I should rephrase that. I should say that this time, Clem is opening like Ryung, and Ryung is opening like Clem. There you go. There you go. In that sense, mirroring. Meanwhile, Ryung going for his initial double drop, going for a double cyclone drop. Meanwhile, Clem has map control with the Zolnaga. Does have that map control. Ryung does slip across the map, does get into the mineral line. Uh-oh. Clem out of position. Yeah, Clem, he's out on the map. SCVs are going to be going down, and Clem has to commit. He's headed for the natural base of Ryung, and Ryung doesn't have enough to defend. Boys are being pulled away. Likewise, SCVs are falling. The boys have to be pulled. Nice juggling here out of Clem. Yeah, Chaos is ensuring workers are going down for both players. And workers are falling left and right. A lot more SCVs for Ryung, actually. But the Cyclones do bust in. They break into the main. Meanwhile, Clem stuck at the natural. We're getting more SCVs, but the tank has arrived, and Clem will hold. Clem will defend, Clem will hold on. And Clem gets 15 SCVs. Oh my god, Clem taking a massive economic lead. And Ryung is in trouble. Ryung is in trouble here. He's got a lot of catching up to do. Down almost 10 workers. Still just building up more tanks. Rebuilding his SCVs, working towards the interference matrix. Likewise, so is Clem. The less than 3 Toadish. And Clem is going for a third CC. Now, I'm curious. We can go one of two ways here. Either Ryung... Okay. I was going to say either Ryung tries to turtle to recover and gets his own third, or if he goes for a 2-base all-in. Third CC's on the way. Ryung is going to try to play this out instead. Bold move out of Ryung. Bold move. He's setting up for a longer game. Once again, both players moving out with their double drops. Once again, both players being active. Drop on the right, likewise a drop here on the left. Clem is patrolling with his Ravens. Meanwhile, not much of position in the natural base for Ryung to defend. Has a tank. Should delay the depot. Double drop in the main, but yeah, there's plenty to defend. Ryung is going to get shut down. Forced to cancel the depot. Ryung forced to boost out. Will eventually force this back. Those 2 SCVs. There's a depot. Really nice damage here out of Clem. And Ryung is still recovering. He's going to attempt to move out. Really nice draw play here out of Ryung. He does catch one of those Cyclones. Doesn't quite get the medevac. Almost. Casito. Let's got the medevac as well. Likewise, Clem taking his own third. And Ryung trying to catch him off guard. Shows the disables. Will we get all 3? We do get every single tank. We do get the disables off. Meanwhile, Ryung still has a tank going ham. And Ryung is barely breaking through, getting on top of the tanks. There's just not enough buffer, not enough support here from Clem. Oh my god. And the Vikings, they did not help enough. They landed a little bit too late. The tanks are being cleaned up, and Ryung, he breaks through. Oh my god. Gets 14 SCVs, gets every single tank, denies the third base. Very clutch move here out of Ryung. Was able to disable all the tanks. And he got a lot of extra tank volleys off as a result. As his tanks were still up and running, they were still firing. At least some of them. Oh god, is the base gonna go down? Up it is! That's a kill in the third TC. We killed the base. And we came to the production. Oh my god, Vikings going for the land, denying combat shields. Combat shields is denied. Likewise, Ryung slipping with the air control. Barely does have it. And GG gets called. There's just too much damage. And Ryung doesn't just take the first game. He even takes the 2-0. GG. Oh my god. Ryung, calm down. Ryung, he does pop off. He does take the 2-0 here. Again, Ryung is the Clem Crusher and has been known to bring Clem down from time to time in WTL. But in the lead up to this event, Clem has been looking better. He has been claiming win after win over Ryung. So I am a little bit shocked. I am a little bit surprised here. Very impressive play here by Ryung to bounce back and to once again show us all why he is known for having some of the best, if not the best, TVT in the world. GG. GG, well played. Ryung does take it. And now we're getting ready for our next best of 2. Ooh, we're jumping into our TVP, and in the bottom left-hand corner, we have Skilless for Team Liquid. In the top right, we have Maru for Team Vitality. And they've got the new jerseys. If you're following our players on social media, then you would have seen the new jerseys for Team Vitality. They've got the new jerseys. They've got the offside logo in the back and the Vitality logo in the front. It's their new jerseys for EWC, for the Esports World Cup. It is really cool to see. As our players are settling in, and Team Vitality, they have a strong lead. Team Vitality, they are, of course, the champions of the previous season of World Team League. Meanwhile, Team Liquid are the runner-up. They are the runner-up for the last season of WTL. These are the top 2 teams of the league. And now they're facing off in the final week of WTL. Ooh, Skilless going for the gold. He's crazy. Okay. I see you. He's going for the gold base over on the other side. We don't see this too often against Terran, so I'm excited. I'm ready. Skilless, he's cooking. Let him cook, Papi. Let him cook. Let him cook, as for now we are going to be settling in. Maru's still a little bit in the dark as to what's going on. It's going to be on Maru to punish this base of Skilless, as Skilless is going to be spread thin between his own main and his natural. That's the big risk that Skilless is taking. Is a big risk. Maru, he's going to be moving out across the map. We'll be scouting, we'll be checking, we'll confirm the base being taken. So a nice scout here to Maru. We have the recall. Shield battery about to finish up. And can we pick off a probe? The shield battery is not done. Uh-oh. Shield battery is barely not done. We get 1 probe so far. We get, barely a 2nd probe as well. 2 probe kills. Nicely done. Maru backs up. Maru does back off. Behind this, it was a double gas open out of Maru going for a 1-1-1. Going for a proxy. Maru might respond with just a 1 base all in. No expansion, no CC for Maru. I should have pointed that out as well. But it was double gas into a faster factory. I assumed factory into CC, but no, it's factory into starport. So Maru, he sees the greed of Skilless, and he's going for the all in to punish the greed. It's going to be all or nothing. We're amassing Cyclones, Liberators on the way with the proxy starport. Oh boy, freedom is on the horizon here. It's on the way for Maru, and Skilless has no idea. Skilless is in the dark. He's more concerned about surviving, about stabilizing, less so about scouting. Adept does find the Cyclones. Adept gets shut down. And Maru, he's just rallying everything towards that gold. God, that Liberator, it's so close. Now, we do have a shield battery, we have an overcharge as well, so we're trying to bait it out, ideally. The SCVs have arrived, they can repair. There's the overcharge, first Cyclone goes down. And Maru does overextend. First Cyclone does fall, the overcharge still putting in a lot of work. Is now running out. Stalker's being proactive, but we're still rallying out more Cyclones. Maru has not expanded. Maru's looking to end the game here and now. Oof. Liberator getting a shot off. Zoning away the army. We have the high ground. We pick up another Stalker. Yeah, 1 Stalker goes down. Another Stalker as well. Shield batteries, they finish up a little bit too late. Oh my god, and Skilless is losing too much. He bleeds out 3 Stalkers. Boys are being pulled once again to repair. And the shield batteries, without overcharge, now they cannot handle this amount of DPS. Stalker coming in for a flank as well, but we have plenty of Cyclones left over. It's almost like the previous patch, Mass Cyclone and Liberator as well. Yeah, you cannot get away with the gold base, not against Maru. Boys are being pulled. We have 3 Stalkers left. 3 Stalkers remaining, down to 2, down to almost 0. GG gets called and Maru takes the lead. Whew. GG, well played. Maru identifying the greed of Skillus and just shutting it down completely. Like, mate, you want to take the gold base against me? Oh, make sure you hydrate. Make sure. You want to rush into the gold against me? You're crazy, Papi. You're crazy. GG, well played. Ooh. And again, Maru will take it. And now we're getting ready for game number 2. Now, as a reminder, Maru needs 1 win. He needs 1 game to close it out for Team Vitality. Meanwhile, Skillus needs to win this game to give his team a chance, to give Cure the opportunity to bring it back. Here we go. In the top left-hand corner, we have Skillus for Team Liquid. In the bottom right, Maru for Team Vitality. Here we go. Here we go. We have our TVP. We have our game 2. Skillus picking this map makes a lot of sense. It is a very defendable map on 4 bases. So I imagine Skillus wants to embrace a bit of a longer game and settle into the mid game as well. We'll see if he can, though. My eyes are going to be on Maru. Maru has been known to be quite assertive in this matchup. Isn't really one to just let a Protoss macro. He's always in your face. Not saying he's going to 1-base all in again, just saying that, you know, he's going to be aggressive more often than not. Once again, double gas. Double gas opener out of Maru. Going for a faster factory. This time he should eventually expand. Ryang nickname is Tuna? Yes, yes. He's the Tuna Terran. Here we go. And Skillus is going to be checking that natural. Dipping into the main. We have a full wall off. Skillus is in the dark. So Skillus, I mean, in his mind, there might be a 1-base all-in on the way. True. Might be. Unlikely. But it is always a possibility, especially after game 1. Anything is possible. Anything is possible, as we do see Maru embracing that reactor. It's going to be Reaper. I mean, it could be Reaper Hellion. Straight up Reaper Hellion out of Maru. Could be for a reactor to Cyclones for an add-on swap. Could be getting into a Widowmine drop as well. Maru has options. He has options with this kind of opener. Meanwhile, from the side of Skillus, it's going to be a Stargate. Okay, bold move. Stargate opener from Skillus should be for Phoenixes to get map control. It's very mid-game oriented. This does mean that Skillus is going to be vulnerable early on to an earlier push. We'll see how aggressive Maru wants to be. As Maru does commit into the main. And, ooh, will be shut down by the pros. But does he scout? Does he see? That's the question. Checking the vision here, and Maru, show us. He does. He does see. He does confirm the Stargate. Big scout out of Maru. Back at home. Additional Cyclones. Cyclones are amassing. I'm loving the positioning of this Cyclone as well. He's ready to catch an Oracle or a Phoenix, ideally. Any stray unit. And we are going for drop play. Interesting. It's going to be the medevac, not the Viking. Medevac's on the way. This should be for drop play, of course, to move out across the map. Phoenix has arrived. Cyclone's in position. And we do get some hull damage. Nicely done by Maru. Doesn't kill the Phoenix, but does get some permanent damage on that initial Phoenix. See Maru trying to chase that Phoenix down. Is on the hunt. Likewise, more Cyclones behind this. A Viking production has begun. To get into as much anti-air as possible. Cyclones are spotted. Skillus is aware. Marines are on the way to reinforce as well. Maru hoping to try to drag the army out of position. Once again, nice volleys. The shield battery will finish up in time, and we will defend. Whew. We'll defend at least the natural. What about the third? Maru does rotate. Does rotate around. Oh, the Viking is not caught. Nice movement out of Maru. He gets on top of the base. Yeah, the Nexus is under fire. We force a cancel. Oh, there it is. Do force a cancel. Thankfully, no kill. The base goes down. And Skill is still up against the wall. Still under so much pressure. The overcharge is popped. With the help of the overcharge, we can hold. It's going to cost us some of these Phoenixes, but we do survive. Force back the main army. Third base being retaken. Behind this, Maru's expanding, getting a third CC. Third CC is on the way. Oh my god. As Maru, he's overstayed his welcome. He's going to get the hell out of here. Does pull away. Phoenixes should be able to punish this and catch a Cyclone. Oh, can we though? Maru very quick to respond. Hot pickup as well. Saves the Cyclones. We'll bleed out some Marines. We can afford to lose them. It's fine. It's man with gun. We can throw them away. Boys are being pulled to repair. We save the Cyclones. Skills moving out across the map. We try to pick everything up. Boys are being pulled, and can Skillus break through? A lot of Stalkers are going down, but we're down to 3 Cyclones. We're going to get the Phoenixes. Most of the Phoenixes do go down. But this is a costly defense for Maru. It's going to cost him a lot of SCVs, but he has triple CC. He can afford this. And Maru holds. Or he's barely holding on. It does cost him 11 workers. But he survives. And again, with triple CCs, he can replace that quite quickly. He has mules, he has triple SCV production. Tanks are amassing. What I will say though is, in that defense, Maru did lose all of his Cyclones. As a result, he's going to be stuck at home. Maru, he wants to be active, he wants to be aggressive, but he can't be. Now we are going to be trapped back at home, forced to defend. Meanwhile, Skillus getting his third up and running and is embracing his tech. Because he knows he has map control, he's skipping warp ins, and we have a Forge, Twilight Council, Bay on the way. Colossus production on the horizon. You can see there's nothing back at home, but there's also nothing to punish Skillus. So he gets away with it. He's teching to his heart's content. And Maru has to bite his tongue. And just turtle up back at home. Getting into more of these tanks. Third CC attempted to be taken. We'll see if we can land it. I should be able to. Tank's looking a bit exposed. We do pull away in time. Oh my god, that was so close. The tank was one shot away from going down. And as Maru takes a third, Skills takes a fourth. Skillus, he is holding his own. He's keeping up. He gets away with all this tech. He's getting a fourth base. And now we can start focusing on producing an army. Now, because of how many corners Skills has been cutting, it does mean that Maru does have an army supply lead. Does currently have a larger army. And is moving out. But Skillus, he keeps up. Does engage the army. Maru pulling away. We're getting to our second Colossus. Skillus, I believe he set up a proxy gate across the map to harass the third base. To reinforce. We can see Maru rotating around. He wants to deny that fourth, if at all possible. Storm is being recharged. Tanks getting caught on siege. One tank goes down. We do get the disable. We stim in. We go for the dive, but we have a shield, but we have an overcharge as well. It barely will keep the Colossus alive. A very clutch overcharge. The disable means nothing. The Colossus does live. We're trying to break through. That's unable to. Tanks have siege. Yes, the high ground is within range of the Nexus. And the Nexus taking a lot of damage. It's going to go down. And one more volley. The Nexus does fall just barely. Skill is trying to punish this. Does lift one of the tanks. But the other gets a lot of shots off. Raven goes down. Storm is done. And with the help of Storm, we break out. They shut down the main army. But the problem here is it did cost us the base. At the same time, 15 SCVs. Skilless, he's popping off. 15 SCVs at the same time did go down to the third base. The Zealot run by paying off. Does pay off. More Zealots trickling in. We have Zealots in the main as well. Maru being pulled apart. His economy taking a lot of damage. Earlier he could sustain some of this, but not anymore. He's losing far too much. 19 SCVs go down. 20 even. We still have Zealots in the main. Oh my god. And sure, Skills may have not lost the Nexus, but it's worth it. Worth it. Especially if he gets 21 SCVs across the map. Skills long distance mining wouldn't be opposed to double expanding. High Templar amassing up more energy. We have plenty of storms. Now, Skills doesn't really have much pushing power. We still only have one Colossus. So Skills does need some reinforcements. But soon he can move out. Speaking of, he is. Scan reveals the main army. Maru is aware. Reinforcements on the way. There are 2 High Templar in the War Prism. The others are on the ground. It's going to be all about the EMPs. It's going to be all about those EMPs, and Skills is pushing in. Yeah, Storm does run away the army. We get a decent EMP, but we have plenty more storms where that came from. And 2 more storms coming in. One Colossus goes down, and that was the final storm. And it looks like, is it barely enough? It's still so close. There's 1 Colossus left. Vikings, they get on top of it. Can we save the Colossus? I don't think we can. So a very messy fight, but it looks like the ground army breaks down the third base. GG gets called, and Skillis, he fights back. He puts a point on the board. Let's go. GG, well played. Skillis able to punish the aggression of Maru, able to pop off with the Zealot Rumbites as well. Maru hyperfixated on his pushes, on his Solar. Cure is another. On the top left-hand corner, we have Cure for Team Liquid. And in the bottom right, we have Solar for Team Vitality. Here we go. Again, Cure, I feel like for a lot of the Korean Terran players compared to Cure, I feel like a lot of them do get a lot more limelight. I'm referring to Byeon, I'm referring to Maru. They do get a lot more attention, even Gumiho as well. But Cure is an amazing player in his own right. He's not as, I would say, charismatic. He's not as social as some of these other players. So a lot of people do kind of gloss over him at times. But really, Cure, he is an amazing player, and I would favor him as well. Despite favoring him, I would favor him in a full series against Solar, but specifically in a best of 2, it's a different format. Anything can happen. Solar only needs 1 win. 1 game win is all Solar needs. So the pressure is on Cure. No missteps, no mistakes. Not allowed, not here. So we are settling in. But now, Cure going for his Racked Expand standard opener. Is going to be a standard opener out of Cure. And likewise, Solo going for a hatch gas pool. We're just going to be settling in back. Settling in. Standard openers all around, nothing too crazy. I don't really expect anything too crazy out of these players. Don't really expect anything wild out of either Cure or Solar. Which is why I'm excited. We can embrace the mid-game, Pat. We can embrace it. Let's go. At least I hope so. As the Reaper has arrived, dancing with the Lings. Chipping away at the army behind the Cure, going for a third CC before Starport. Economic opener. Very economic out of Cure. Third CC well underway. And so far, it looks like Cure is just opening up, not just economically, but with this, we should be seeing 3CC into Banshee. We'll keep an eye on a Cure to see if he goes into a Viking or a Liberator opener instead. As the Reaper does dance with the Queens, and Solar claims his third. Meanwhile, there's that Tech Lab on the racks, so we can go for an add-on swap into Banshee play. We are set up for it. And there's that add-on swap. So it's really safe play here out of Cure. With those Banshees, we can harass. We can, of course, shut down Roach play as well. We can keep up with Solar. As a Cure does test the waters, rotating back around. Solar just joining up. Still has yet to really confirm what's going on, but because of that, we should be playing a little bit safer here and getting our Queens in position. A little bit too early for Spores, but likewise, I'm sure on the horizon as well. As on into Side Delta. Side Delta, one of the more larger, more macro maps in the map pool. It is quite wide open, which can be a little bit difficult to really move out on as a result from the side of Terran, just because there are so many attack paths. The potential for surround is a little bit higher. As you see, Solo going for a lair first, and he does scout, he does confirm the researching Tech Lab. So Solar, he throws on the Spores, he's aware of the Cloaked Banshees. Likewise, opening up lair is going to be for a bit of a more tech-heavy style early on. I mean, I say that, a bit of a safer style to go for a Bailing Nest into Bailing Speed into delayed Evo Chamber upgrades. So Solar, he's laying his Evo Chambers in favor of what should be, again, Bailings. And just being safe and secure. Meanwhile, the Hellions getting ready for a dive. They go in. Hellions, they do commit, but Lings are in position. Whew, just barely. Solar was ready for it. Hellions don't quite make it in. Solar defense. There's that Bailing Nest for Solar. As we did mention, is typically lined up with the lair so we can rush into Bailing Speed. And we should soon be seeing double Evo Chamber. If we skip double Evos, we could try to go into Muta play, but I don't think this is the best map for Mutas. It's not like Amphion, for example. Yeah, there are the Evo Chambers. Meanwhile, Banshees, they hit the main. They get 3 drone kills for now. Not bad. Get 3 drones, and we threaten the third as well. Getting another worker, another 2 drones even. 3. Oh my god, he doesn't stop. 7 drone kills. Seven drones do go down. Very nice damage. The Banshees survive. They get out of there. And Solar is embracing his Ling Bane. So do bleed out one of those Banshees. Do bleed one off. Cure settling in. We should soon be moving out. In 30 or so seconds at around the 7-minute mark, Cure can move out with his bio tank. Ideally with 1-1. The armory is on the way. It's not quite done yet for the Hellbats. Not going to be a priority here for Cure. Meanwhile, Solar getting up to 4 bases, getting now a 5th on the way. Hydra production as well. for now, just Ling Bane. And we'll see if Cure can break through. Clearing up a lot of creep. Creep is going to be cleared up. Armory not quite done, but the tank does siege. Tank does siege in time. Helion's in position to protect. Again, the Hellbats are going to be a little bit later, but hopefully they morph in soon. There we go. Hellbats now morphing in. Get designed to protect those tanks. We pick up a queen. Meanwhile, Solar this entire time has been building up more Ling Bane. He's getting ready for a surround. Getting ready for the ideal moment. He pulls the trigger. And we collapse in. Bailey's into the Hellbats. Ling's on top of the Marines. We get a full surround. We shut down the tank as well. It was just the one tank. And Solar, he shuts this down. Shuts down the main push. With that, Solar can now drone up. Can now tech into Hive. We'll get ready for Hive tech. Working towards Hydras. Double drop towards the south is going to clear up with quite a bit of creep. Is going to keep Solar busy. There's the Infestation Pits. We spoke about Hive tech. Now Hive tech is on the horizon. One Hydra does go down. And we barely get a second Hydra as well. Okay. Cure trading as efficiently as he can. But again, Solar can now drone, can now tech. Cure, his move outs aren't as committed anymore. We have drops instead. Drop play is upon us. Drop towards the left. Trying to catch a queen. Solar trying to fight off of creep here. It's not going to be easy. We get some decent Bailey connections. Half the Marines go down. At the same time, drop into the main. Solar getting pulled apart. Curious getting some damage, but not too much. It's 3 drones so far. Solar did pull away in time. Wasn't quite in position for this, but not that many Marines, to be fair. That many Marines to work with. So acceptable losses here for Solar. Has been acceptable. Hive is now being researched. 2-2 is on the way. We're looking to max out on Ling Bane Hydra. With the arrival of the Hive, we can get into Lurker Tech and Vipers. Before that does happen, Curie's getting ready for his second wave, his second push. Now with 3 tanks, with Widow Mines. Mass Marine. Does have a lot of potential with his move out. As long as he doesn't overextend. And we're clearing up a lot of creep, making our way towards that 4th base. Solar is taking into Lurkers, the Lunker Den. It's on the way. But it's not going to be ready in time for this fight. Vipers would have been beautiful here, but again, the Hive isn't done either. Solar just taking his time. Picking up some Marines. And he doesn't want to pull the trigger yet, but the base is taking a lot of damage. Oh. Yeah, the base is getting low. We have to pull the trigger. Mine shots going off. No big connections. We get on top of the tanks. Yeah, the tanks are cleaned up. The Widow Mine field as well. And we spoke about it before at the start of the game. Inside Delta, it is a little bit more open. Oh, massive connections on the Marines. It is more wide open, and it is, again, not as many choke points to make use of. It is harder to push out because of moments like this. Solar can clash from multiple angles. Shuts down the main army. Dune drop towards the south, and Solar, he commits. He's going for the planetary, trading a base for a base. As this hatchery should fall, but so should the planetary. Solar races back to Viper. Oh my god. Calm down. Vipers have arrived. The Hive is done. We do snipe the base. Not a bad pickup. Solar forced to respond. Vibes is still gathering energy. Link's collapsing in, trying to force friendly fire. And Cure is forced back. Now, both players did lose bases, but Solar, he saved most of his drones. He's on 82 workers. Solar, he still has a good economy. But can he keep up with the movements of Cure? As he is going for a split push. Lurkers are on the way. But are we in position on the right-hand side? And we're rotating. We are rotating over. Oh, gotta be rotating. Solar has maxed out. And his lurkers are already back at home. Okay, they defend the south. Link Runway hits the northern base. But that is not a planetary, that's a CC. A little bit greedy. Greedy maneuver here. Power bombs on the Medivacs. Mine shots. Oof. Not quite going off. We collapse on the Bio Army. Yeah, Solar, he's just shutting Cure down time and time again. Collapses on the Marines, collapses on the Marauders. Solar still maxing out. And Cure just doesn't really have much momentum going his way. And soon Solar can once again threaten that base. Especially now that he knows that there's no planetary. Solar gonna be committing. Oh! Catching some ghosts. Ghost goes down. Solar gonna be responding, rotating everything around. It does rotate Nidus Swarm towards the north as well. Vision gonna be everywhere. Oh! The Nidus Swarm is gonna be shut down. We do manage to unload some of these lurkers. They hold their own. Trying to waddle away, forcing a second scan. Solar being as annoying as possible. Getting a bit of breathing room. Investing into infestors. Infestors on the way for fungals. Again, this space still very out in the open. Especially now that the rocks have been knocked down. Rocks have fallen. We're trying to set up sensor towers, missile darts as well. Oh! Solar has to be careful. Has to respect this. Yeah, I do think we can collapse in, but Solar is being as careful as possible. He wants that fungal. Dark, is that you? The infestors, they're getting in position. They're getting ready. Ooh, nice mine shot. Solid Widow Mine connection initially. Have a handful of Widow Mines left over. The infestor ready for that fungal. We're waiting for the opportune moment, and here we're coming in! And we're trying to force the army to bunch up. Well, Solar has to be careful. The infestor's still in position. Turret not quite going down. Solar, he's teasing us! Lurkers, the Nidus Swarm finally does finish. Lurkers getting in position. Ghost pulled away. Fury does manage to go for the nuclear across the map and does find some of these Vipers as well. Bit of miscontrol from Solar. Again, there's so much potential with that fungal growth, but... Oh no, we scanned! We weren't even looking for it, but the infestor goes down. No more fungal. We never arrived, Baki. Never did arrive. But Lings, it's the middle line, 14 SVs go down. We cripple the economy nonetheless. Solar didn't get what he wanted, but still gets damage done. And catching reinforcements as well. Came for the production, catching Widow Mines. Ghosts as well, Lings, they flood in. The Hydras do have to get the hell out of here. These are going to be expensive losses for Solar. Does pull away. Ducklings, they did even burrow at the third base. Back up Infester. Let's go. Once again, getting in position. The puzzle! Oh, we connect! Yeah, this time we do connect. We lock down the army. And the Link Bandit crashes on in. Oh my god. Massive connections. Kira gets caught out, and Solar, he is going to run away with this. He needed only one win in this series, and he's going to get it. Powerbomb does connect as well. Medevac's hitting low. The Hydras, they're looking a little bit exposed. Not going to be the best trade here for Solar. It's going to bleed out a lot of these Hydras. But behind this, Solar has a bank. Solar's remaxing. Nidus Storm does finish. Lurkers have arrived. And Solar, he does want to give up this position. He wants to keep going, wants to keep pushing. Oh my god. And it looks like he barely will. And GG gets called. Solar takes the game and will take the series for himself and for his team, for Team Vitality. Oh, there it is. GG, rocking the New Jersey, papi. Rocking the New Jersey. Do love to see it. Looking to wrap up here. And we're jumping in. Sporting in the bottom right-hand corner, we have Cure for Team Liquid. And in the top left, we have Solar for Team Vitality. Here we go. It all ends here. It all ends on Oceanborn. Huh. Again, as I did mention, we have seen a lot of late game on this map. We've seen a lot of split map scenarios, but even before that, the third and fourth base locations can be quite vulnerable, so Cure can try to get some momentum earlier on. We'll see what his plan is going to be. Likewise, we'll see how Solar does adapt. Big relief for Vitality. What intense air. Big relief. I'm also curious how the standings going to be looking like after the series as well. I mean, map score is definitely going to count. It's going to come into play to determine standings for the playoffs. For now, Hashgas Pool standard opener out of Solar. Likewise, Rax expand out of Cure. He's not going for anything crazy like 2-Rax Reaper. He's not pulling a Beyond. We're easing our way in. Easing our way in. Oh, the drop. Let's go. Big fist bump. Exactly. I mean, again, relief, Fabi, relief. The standings does matter. I mean, both Team Liquid and Team Vitality will make it into the playoffs, but standings will determine how many matches you have to play during the playoff weekend. And that can really wear down your players. Having an intense weekend like that, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So the less matches you have to play, the more in form and in shape your players are going to be. We have seen like stamina and endurance has been a big factor in the playoffs with WTL. It can be a big endurance test. Can be big. Behind this, Cure going 3cc, 3rd CC before Starport. Economic opener. It's going to be an economic opener likewise. Oh! Oh my god. Reaper chipping away at the drone. Not quite able to fully delay the expansion. Not quite. Able to delay behind this. Interesting. This time not going for the add-on swap. Okay, so this is not the same build. It is 3cc before Starport, true, but last game, if you remember, it was a Banshee-based follow-up. This time, Viking. Viking into, I imagine, Liberator. Or into add-on. So Kira taking a bit of a different approach, which makes sense. Solar isn't really one to embrace roaches too often, so it does make sense to try to skip banshees and avoid them. Don't really require them here. A Viking will be hunting down these overlords, and there's the Liberator follow-up instead. So it is going to be Viking into Lib. Just an alternate way to harass the mineral lines to get across the map. The overlord is going to be shut down. And we do get eyes on the 1-1-1, but I believe we don't get close enough to scout the add-on. And we're just double checking. Yeah, we don't get close enough. So Solar's not fully aware of what's going on. Behind this, going for another lair opener. It's going to be lair into Banelings again, into Baneling speed. Just a very safe play out of Solar. Huge difference in WTL. To think Vitality had a lead all season, had a chance to drop to 4th today. Yeah, crazy, crazy. Oh, speaking of roaches, Solar is actually opening up roach. Meanwhile, Haley's to go for the dive. Yeah, Queen's out of position. We go straight for the natural base. Oh, the barbecue is going to be real, and drones are getting roasted. Oh my god, they line up! No! Yeah, the drones, they do line up. 8 workers going to be going down, and 9 drones. That could have been a little bit worse, but there we go. 11 workers in total. And we scat the Roach Warren. Kira now aware of what's going on. Does scat, does confirm. 11 drone kills is okay, but that was 8 Hellions. And likewise, we lost map control. Now Solar can, of course, resaturate his bases, spread his creep, move out across the map. And Solar, can we get some counter damage? We can! SCV's under fire. Oh, we do respond in time. Good control here by Cure. Yeah, the Marines are getting it just in time, and we don't lose a single SCV. Nicely done. Meanwhile, that is an infestation bit. Okay, Solar, you have my attention. So it is going to be roaches initially, but that is +1 melee, not +1 range. So it looks like roaches are just for as a supportive unit. Roaches into Ravagers, just a handful of them. Getting into +1 melee, Carapace, infestation bits on the way. I'm curious, I mean, that should be for a fast Hive, but I'm curious where we go from there. If we go into fast Vipers, Infestors, what is the plan? As the infestation bit is now done, Marines, they hit the 4th. Doing quite good. Oh, they do get a Queen. He does go down. You're threatening the bases. Hive is on the way, so it's not for Infestors. We're rushing into Hive. With melee upgrades, this could be for Ultras. Could be fast Ultras out of Solar, which again would be wild. So it does take quite some time for Ultras to really hit their final form with those upgrades. As Crew's being active once again with another drop. Roach Ravager does respond. Could you hold? Do you hold the line? Nice, Hive is on the way. Kira going for the double drop at the natural. Does catch Soul out of position once again. A drone's going to be going down. We get a Queen. We don't quite get many workers, but the Queen. Mind Shock getting baited out. Oh my, both of them do. Oh my god. Both mines get wasted in the gas geyser. I don't think that was intentional, but very fortunate for Solar. Hatchery is denied. We deny the 5th. Of course, a cancel. Vipers are on the way. And yep, it is going to be for Ultras. So that was why we had such a fast infestation bit into the fast Hive. It is going to be for Ultra Tech. Bold move. Bold move here by Solar. Again, it takes a while for them to really get into the swing of things with kindness plating. On the way. Likewise. Oh, that's a kill! That's a kill on the hatchery. Nice pick off here by Cure. He is pulling Solar apart. Once again, it denies the 5th. Clearing up a lot of creep. Barely any presence here for Solar whatsoever. But really, he's just building up and backing up for his final form for the Ultras. As the Ultra Cavern is done, but we do need Kindness Plating. There we go, Kindness Plating now starting up. Ultra production has begun. Can Bolt move here? By Solar. Getting to our Link Bane. Solar Soul has just very little vision, very little control of the map. And Kira once again stemming in, making sure there is no expansion. There is no base. Just bullying Solar here. He just wants a 5th. He just wants an expansion. Here, rotating around. Both players are maxed out. Solar spotting the main army. Is aware. Getting in position. And Solar, it looks like he should finally expand on the right-hand side. Kira isn't quite in position to deny it. I think there's a drop. But these Marines, can they bring the base down? They might, actually. It's getting to half HP. Lings, they respond just in time, and we will save the base. Just barely. But yeah, Kira, he's locking on. He sees that hatchery, sees how low it is. He wants it. He wants it back. Likewise, dropping to the main. Gets a queen. Kira pulling back. He may not even need the army yet. He may just have to rely on that drop. It might be enough. He's going for it. It's close. Oh, it's so close, and we barely don't get it once again. Down to 53 HP. Oh my god. Hatchery is so low. Dropping to the main, confirms the Ultra Cavern. If he hadn't already seen the Ultras. Viper's looking for the drop. We'll find it. And we'll finally shut it down. But honestly, sending one more drop in that direction with a handful of Marauders, with even 2 Marauders, that should be enough. We'll see though. We'll see if we can snipe that base. But now Solar, he's been able to strip map control away. He gets his 5th, now double expanding, getting a 6th and 7th at the same time. Okay, you can see the pendulum swing in favor of Solar now that he has a maxed out army with Ultras. So Curie backs off, he's playing more defensively. Turtling up, we have CCs, planetaries, sensor towers, missile towers, it's all on the way. Can we get a ghost? We can! Ooh, we don't have detection. No detection, the ghosts, they do cloak just in time. While we delay some of the setup here. Delay a CC. Ultra did fall on the right-hand side. Cure leaving his army a little bit idle, but nice splits. Does avoid the biles. And stimming on forward, chasing Solar down. Catching a queen. Ooh, the Baileys don't quite connect. Momentum in favor of Cure. At the same time, we do bust into a mineral line. We do get some SCVs, not bad. We get a couple of workers. Likewise, Cure also getting drones here in the center of the map. 14 SCVs go down. But we only get 3 drones. Not the best trade for Cure. Still got a base though. Oh, likewise, the split for the Powerbomb Medivacs was late. Yeah, late split. Ling Bane does roll in. The Ultras have a ride. We clean up the main army. And not enough here. Not enough in position. Cure stuck around a little bit too long. And Solar, can he bring down these tanks? He wants them. And he will get them. The tanks go down. Solar chasing back Cure. The Wilds do connect. SimCity was brutal. Solar bleeding out a lot of Ultras. We have 6 more Ultras on the way. And again, Solar has been able to resaturate or reestablish these bases. Get them up and running. Eventually want to get rid of this Roach Ravager. Now just getting knocked down, drop on the right-hand side, catching some drones. Workers are getting picked off. Oof. We basically get the mineral line. 10 drones go down. We get 10 workers, but at the same time, Solar, he wants that planetary. And gets a tank. Ling Bane rolling on forward, catching a couple of ghosts. He won't break the defensive line of tanks, and he doesn't get the planetary. Uh-oh. We don't get the base. But that's 19 drone kills, and the hatchery itself is under fire. Oh, just a little bit more. Can we get it? The base. It's so low. It's so close. And it looks like we will barely save it. Once again, 69 HP. How does Solar do it? Like one more Marine or one Marauder is all we need, Cure. Those 2 bases, they should be dead. They barely survive. How does Solar keep getting away with it? Now, what I will say though is that Solar has been bleeding out a lot of his resources, a lot of his bank. He's been burning a lot of minerals, a lot of gas. He has no bank behind this. And Cure, upon saving that planetary, now his own economy is on par, if not greater than that of Solar. Cure finally has a 5th. He has a 5th base. Solar trying to take control of the center bases. Going for a run by. A quite committed run by, actually. Those are Ultras. Ultras sitting in between the bases, getting onto the planetary. Planetary goes down. Ooh, the ghost are caught. Oh my god. Yeah, late response there from Cure. We're pushing in on the left-hand side as well. Cure's attention is split. Tanks are falling. Medivacs as well. Corruptors, they can go almost unimpeded there. Unhindered. Yeah, they shut down every single Medivac. And now we go into Broodlords. Now would be actually a really good time for that. Yeah, Ultras are in the middle lines. Lings as well. SCVs are going down. Do we have a Greater Spire? As there's barely any anti-air. We're relying on the Ghosts. And there's only a handful of them. Yeah, gonna be reinforcing with more Lings. Lings, they break through the defensive line. They're getting on top of the tanks. And Corruptors, they just caustic spray down another base as well. Looks like Cure has been broken. Finally! It was close though. Again, there were so many opportunities for Cure as well when it came to sniping bases and sniping hatcheries. Barely did not get them. And that's 32 SCVs going down. Cure is getting pulled apart. This time he cannot keep up. That Ultra run by earlier did a lot actually. Catching the Ghost, distracting Cure, allowing for a better fight on the left-hand side. I believe the Corruptors did escape, but I don't think there's a Greater Spire. Otherwise we would see them. We would see Broodlords. Do you catch a Viper? Viper does fall. Now, despite the amount of damage that Solar just did, we actually still don't have the largest bank to work with. We lost a lot of supply there. Yeah, Solar, he needs another base. He needs another expansion. Solar has a good drone count, but the saturation is still lacking. Likewise, Cure also running out of money. He needs a space operational. Still very close, still very tense. If we had a Greater Spire, I would 100% favor Solar here. I think the Observer's pointing it out. Just regular Spire. Ooh, the Fungal does connect! Not bad. Raises the army. Drop coming in. Yo, Cure, he wants the bases! He's gonna get them this time. He gets one. Can he go for the other? The other's still very low from earlier. Look at how low that HP is on that hatchery. Curie picks up. Pushing on the left-hand side. Corruptors can't do much here, not against this ground army, and we get another base! We get 2 hatcheries! We snipe 2 bases. Can we get all 3? We could. That 3rd hatchery on the top right is so low as well. Now, Solar has maxed out. But his economy is still not ideal. There we go. Greater Spire now on the way. We did miss that moment or that window to get into Broodlords. Now Cure is reestablishing himself, getting to more Ghosts. More Ghosts on the way. Solar once again setting up for a run by, but this time Cure is ready for it. You can see Cure set up with tanks, with better SimCity. The reinforcements are in position. Drop coming back in, going for the base. Up! Oh, we force a cancel. No kill. Solar does have that center right base up and running, thankfully. Rolling up the tank into tank fire. Does roll in. Bailings, they crash into the Hellbass. They take down some of the ghosts. There was one ghost going down. Oof. These are some rough trades. Bleed out ultras. Now we're getting to Broodlords, but I do think that we might have missed our win. We'll see. I mean, there's still no Vikings, and we still are heavily reliant here on ghosts. Broodlords, they still have potential. They have potential. As long as we have support on the ground, the Broodlord should be okay. We have Infestors. We have Fungals. We're okay. Nice snipes. Take down 2 Broods. Yeah, the tank line does stop the Infestors. But the tanks are going down. And here come the Infestor. Oh, so let's take a tank shot. Fungal doesn't quite connect. Here comes the Link Bane. We're bleeding out a lot of these Broods. And Solar, he is gaining ground. We do at least save the Infestors. We get into the mineral line and SCVs are falling. So we did once. Nice Fungal as well. And we have 2 more. Yeah, the chain Fungals on the Bio Army. But there's just barely not enough Ling Bane on the ground. Still very close. Snipes going off. Taking down another Broodlord. We're down to 5. 5 Broodlords left. There's no transfuse. We got a 4th. 4 Broodlords remaining. We barely transfuse, but Curie pulls a trigger. He sends everything across the map. He's getting on top of the Broodlords, and they're falling one after the other. 3 Broodlords remaining. Just 3 left. Solar is being forced back, loses the base, catching reinforcements. Lings have potential. They get some of the tanks. Again, Cure, he has a better army. He has a larger army at the moment. The supply is lying right now. A lot of the supply that Solar has is in drones. Soup does lie, but we're getting some of the tanks. And the tanks are exposed. We clean up every single tank. A much better fight here for Solar. Catches the tanks, cleans up most of the bio, most of the ghosts. And Cure, he's down to mainly medevacs. That's the fight that Solo wanted. That's what he was looking for the entire game. He got it. Barely got the main army, and with that Cure, he cannot sustain these losses. Cannot sustain himself. Not after that. He's taking another base on the left-hand side. Ultra going for the orbital. Let's go. Catching some reinforcements is going to be shut down. Solar remaxing. Cure, you can see his production tab, it's empty. At this point, it's completely empty. He just doesn't have the economy anymore. He's down to 18 SCVs. He was all in earlier and he was gaining ground, but one bad fight is all it takes. One bad fight can be it. Fungal, a little bit lackluster, but it's fine. We get the mineral line. We deny mining. And you can see Curie scans on the right-hand side. He sees the mining base of Solar. He was unaware. He didn't know. He didn't know, Poppy, until now. And GG gets called. He just cannot keep going, and Solar will take the series 2-0. Tying things up here, cleaning things up for his team, and securing his spot in the playoffs. They barely make it ahead of Twisted Fairy by 1 point. They have a 1-point lead over Twisted Fairy. That was enough. That was enough to allow them to make it in. Likewise, you can see the top 4 so close as well. You have 3 teams, Team Vitality, Basilisk, and Weibo Gaming, with a tied scoreline of 9-2, 9 wins and 2 losses all around. And it came down to the map scores. Came down to the map score to really differentiate between them. And again, Team Vitality will be number 1, and Bassus as number 2. And yeah, with that, GG. GG, well played. That wraps up this season. That wraps up the season of... Oh, I should switch scenes. The season of WTL of the round robin stage. Again, the playoffs will be in a couple of weeks. Make sure you mark your calendars and you're a part of it. It's going to be a very busy weekend. It's going to be a very intense weekend of StarCraft. It's going to be World Team League and the House Galactic Battle. Oh boy. That means very little sleep. That's what that means. Very little sleep is going to be available for us, Pappy. Oh god. Now, because it's going to be clashing, we do have to make a bit of a choice there. Oh boy. Yeah, it is a little bit sad. It is a little bit sad that both events will be overlapping with each other. I think we're gonna okay. I think we start with House Galactic Battle. We could do one of two things. We could either start with House, right, with the group stage, and then 4 hours into the House Galactic Battle, which should wrap up the group stage, should wrap it up. Then we can switch over to WTL. Then we can cast that, wrap up day 2 of WTL. That's the day that it clashes, day 2. And then by the time day 2 of WTL finishes, we can then switch over to the House Galactic Battle and wrap it up. We can wrap up the House Galactic Battle there. That is one option. But the problem there is that I believe we're going to be missing out on the quarterfinals of the House Galactic Battle, which is, I mean, it's a pretty big deal. It's a quarterfinals. We'll miss out. We'll catch the semis and the finals. Sure, we'll wrap it up, but we'll miss out on a big part of it. The other option is we could focus on House. For those who don't know what we're talking about, House Galactic Battle is an offline Polish LAN, and it's usually like a 10-hour cast. Like it's all day. It's like 10 to 12 hours. It's like a full day of StarCraft. Sometimes like 14 hours at most. But a full day of StarCraft. So it goes from morning to night, of course. It's a long event. But WTL is in the middle of it. It's in the middle of it, and I would love to cast both. The other option is that we can just focus on the House Galactic Battle and just spend the entire day casting it, and we could try to catch up on the playoffs of WTL. The next, we can't even do that though. Like the problem is that WTL is 3 days straight. It's Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, right? 3 days straight of StarCraft. And the problem is that if I wanted to maybe do a replay cast of day 2 before day 3, I could do that. But we also have Sparking Tuna Cup. Like we have STC right before the final day of WTL. So we already have a second cast there for day 3. So yeah, we'll figure it out. We might okay, so we have two options. I think we either skip STC that week. We might have a we might have a weekend off of STC because of everything that's going on. Might have a week off of STC, so then we can do back-to-back WTL playoff broadcasts on day 3. Or we can like jump back and forth between House Galactic Battle and WTL and then back into House as well. And we have a month to prepare. We'll figure it out. we'll figure it out. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching, everyone. Thanks for the support. Our next broadcast is going to be tomorrow. It's going to be in less than 24 hours. We're going to be casting ESL Open Cup Asia. So we have our next broadcast set up for us. So if you want some more Korean StarCraft and you want to feature players like Clem, like Trigger, Astray, and Future, they're also going to be a part of that as well. So make sure you tune in to ESL Asia. Likewise, we have ESL Americas on Tuesday. We have a Code for Giants Cup on Wednesday. And we have potentially Thursday and Friday off. So yeah, potentially those days off. If that's the case, we might have a show. Might have a show on one of those days to catch up and to bring back the podcast. We'll see. We have plans. We have plans to bring back the podcast, and with the end of WTL, we have some free days, so the podcast is now a viable option to bring it back as a kind of a weekly show, maybe bi-weekly show to catch up on all things StarCraft. So yeah, look forward to it. Do look forward to it. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support.